everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
The Boundless Journey, starting from Bofuri, Chapter 317 to 360, Chapter 317 Echidna, and Emilia 1322 words with Puck's dispersion, the sealed memories continuously flooded Emilia's mind. Under multiple blows, the already emotionally fragile Emilia fell unconscious once more. Takaru, who had been at the door, immediately entered. He helped Emilia lie down properly. Looking at her tightly furrowed brows, Takaru could only use purification on her again, trying to reduce the pain in her heart as much as possible. By evening, Emilia finally awoke. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion upon waking, and she recalled much of her memories. Seeing Takaru silently waiting by her side, Emilia couldn't help but throw herself into his arms and cry. "Emilia, it's okay. Everything is in the past now. No matter what, we should cherish the present and look forward to the future. If it's still too hard to bear, I'll be right here waiting for you." Looking at Emilia, Takaru spoke softly. "Takaru, can you hold me and stay with me until dawn? By then, I'll surely—" "I'm sorry." With a hint of a sob, Emilia tightened her grip on Takaru's arm unconsciously. "If that's enough, then I understand. By tomorrow, everything will be better. I believe in you." Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, Takaru gently kissed her forehead. With Takaru's promise, Emilia finally closed her eyes peacefully, and Takaru held her tightly. In the middle of the night, as more and more memories surfaced, Emilia abruptly opened her eyes. Noticing Takaru beside her, she sighed in relief but then grew worried again. "What's wrong? A nightmare?" Sensing Emilia's movement, Takaru opened his eyes. Looking at her uneasy expression, he asked gently. "After Puck disappeared, my memories came back bit by bit. Unfamiliar scenes and conversations, I have no recollection of keep surfacing in my mind. I should remember everything up until now, shouldn't I? But I forgot them on my own, acting like they never happened. When all these memories return, what will become of me? Is the current me the real me? I forgot so many important things, even my mother." Hearing Takaru's reassurance, Emilia couldn't hold back her tears. "No matter what you remember, Lia is Lia. We will always believe Lia is that kind, pure, lovely girl, and are willing to help everyone." Hearing the unease and pain in the girl's voice, Takaru held her tightly in his arms, comforting her softly. "But if I disappear, will you still say that?" Hearing Takaru's words, the tears in Emilia's eyes could no longer be held back. "No matter what happens, Lia will not disappear." Hearing the girl's words, Takaru's tone was firm. Hearing Takaru, Emilia still felt extremely uneasy. "I understand." Hearing her, Takaru took a deep breath. He gently lifted her chin with his hand, and under Emilia's shocked gaze, kissed her. Feeling the warmth of Takaru's lips, Emilia closed her eyes nervously but offered no resistance. After a long moment, their lips parted. Looking at the girl before him, Takaru spoke again. "Lia, no matter how great the mistakes you've made or the setbacks you've suffered, I hope you always remember that someone is silently supporting you, and is willing to help you. As for the memories surfacing in your mind, it's natural to be afraid. But the path you've walked won't vanish. The past cannot be redone. And I believe Lia will be absolutely fine." Looking at the beauty before him, Takaru spoke gently. "Why can you say that so confidently?" Sensing Takaru's trust, Emilia instinctively asked. "Because what matters most isn't the beginning but the result. Lia, if you still feel afraid, then make up your mind and strengthen your conviction. Like me, to protect the most important people, I don't retreat from difficulties. Instead, I work to clear obstacles and make myself stronger. And I believe Lia will be absolutely fine too, because we will also be by your side. Make up my mind, strengthen conviction." Hearing Takaru's words and noticing the resolute look in his eyes, Lia softly repeated his words. The fear in her eyes gradually faded. Noticing Emilia's change, Takaru showed a relieved smile. His 2 days of comfort hadn't been in vain. Soon, night fell again. After being comforted by everyone, Emilia returned to the trial site. This time, she was no longer lost. Though unsure if she could pass the trial, she was fully prepared this time, and her sealed memories had completely recovered. Takaru about this morning's. Before entering, Emilia blushed shyly. Hearing her, Takaru looked curious, not sure what she meant. Was very important. After we solve all the other various problems, let's have a proper talk, okay? Emilia said with a blush. Of course. Hearing her, Takaru patted her head reassuringly. Then, I'm going in. Looking at Takaru's smile, Emilia spoke softly. Go for it. Liao will be absolutely fine. Hearing her, Takaru encouraged again. Watching her step-by-step walk inside, Takaru saw her off. Takaru-sama, could you tell us what happened early this morning? After Emilia entered, Ram approached Takaru with a smile and asked. Beatrice wants to know too. Beatrice also looked at Takaru with a mischievous expression. Hearing them and noticing the serious looks in Rem and Felt's eyes, it was clear their attitude was the same as Ram and Beatrice's. You really want to know what happened? Looking at them, Takaru asked again. Of course. Beatrice answered without hesitation. Since you want to know, I'll let you experience it properly later. Speaking softly, the corners of Takaru's mouth lifted slightly. Seeing Takaru's aggressive gaze and hearing his words, the four couldn't help but swallow nervously, their hearts pounding. Then it settled. At the critical moment, Ram spoke up, unwilling to back down. Of course. Hearing Ram, Takaru nodded without hesitation. While Takaru and the others waited outside, Emilia undertook the trial. When she regained her senses, she found herself in an unfamiliar yet familiar forest. Well, after making so many mistakes, you still have the nerve to show up. You startled me. Crying and sniveling over a little setback, then fawning over a moon to comfort yourself and gain forgiveness, what a harlot. Constantly defiling my world, truly shameless. And you still love the self that was forgiven by him. What an utterly self-indulgent transgressor. Say something, daughter of the witch. Looking at Emilia, Echidna spoke expressionlessly, mocking her. My name is Emilia, born in the Elia Forest, the Ice Witch. We're both witches. I won't yield to your malice. Who told you I'm a troublesome woman? Faced with Echidna's mockery, Emilia no longer denied herself this time. Instead, she addressed Echidna seriously. Seeing Emilia's change in attitude, Echidna was taken aback. Though displeased, she couldn't refuse Emilia, who was qualified for the trial. Then, under Echidna's guidance, Emilia began her journey through memories. Within, Emilia completely recalled her memories before the freezing, Mother Fortuna, Gyuz, and the intruders, the Witch of Vainglory, Pandora, and the Archbishop of Greed, Regulus Corneas. Then Gyuz, affected by Pandora's ability, accidentally killed Fortuna, and fell completely into madness. Seduced by Pandora, he became crazed, his handsome features and gentle nature thoroughly twisted, becoming the terrifying monster Takaru later killed. With Fortuna's death, Emilia completely fell into a frenzy, easily killing Pandora over 10 times in succession. However, against Pandora's reality-altering ability, it had little effect. Then, Emilia's mana went completely out of control, permanently freezing the entire Elia forest. Only when Emilia's mana was completely depleted, or a being with matching Emilia's mana emerged to eliminate her mana, would it end. Pandora also used her ability on Emilia. Your memories up to this point will end with you forgetting me. The blank parts will be filled in on your own. Thus, with Pandora's departure, Emilia's memories were completely frozen, until Puck later rescued her. Having watched everything, Emilia this time resisted the pressure and pain, which left Echidna feeling displeased. Chapter 318. Chapter 318 The Sanctuary's Unsealing. The Elia Forest 1349 words, I'm the one who turned everyone into ice statues, and everyone still wanted to save me. Looking at the surroundings, Liao said with emotion. You recalled the past and witnessed the regret. Next, you must find the answer for the trial. To bid farewell to your most intense regret is to overcome the first trial. Will you affirm your past self or deny yourself? After all, it was your own sin that turned your mother, friends, and family into ice statues. Your decision to save everyone isn't even idealism, it's mere delusion. What is left of such a you? Subsequently, Echidna spoke calmly to Amelia. I'm no longer lost about this. I really wanted to save Mother Fortuna back then. I wanted to be held by Mother and sleep together in bed. I wanted to tell her over and over again that I loved her. Hearing Echidna, Amelia took a deep breath and spoke. Then, do you have regret? I have no regret. I kept the promise. I didn't yield that place. I have no regret about that. If I were to regret anything, it would be regretting that my power wasn't enough back then, regretting that I wasn't wiser. As for regretting not breaking the promise with my mother and obeying Pandora, that is absolutely impossible. Because, in the end, Mother told me I kept my promise. She was proud of me and said I was her pride. Amelia said with firm determination. Your mother cannot be saved anymore. Then haven't you lost your reason to fight? Hearing Amelia's words, Echidna frowned. That's not true. I couldn't save Mother back then, but the villagers are another matter. Everyone is sleeping inside the ice statues, waiting for me to save them. Only I can save them. Amelia spoke seriously. The forest has been tainted by the black serpent. Even if you can melt the frozen earth, what if their bodies have long been corroded by illness? What if they can no longer stay on the land where their ancestors lived for generations? That's a malicious imagination. Everyone is waiting for me to save them. I must quickly awaken them, let everyone scold me, and then they'll smile and say, it's good to be alive. What ridiculous delusion. Hearing Amelia's words, Echidna couldn't help but say. That's a vision of a happy future. Mother once said that everyone would eventually leave the forest together and live normal lives, just like how Gyuz and the others could get along with the villagers. Just like how Takaru said he believes in me. A world where everyone can live together will surely come. Faced with Echidna's sharp tongue, Amelia firmly refuted it. She had grown too much now. She wouldn't become disheartened by others' objections, but would strive to achieve the result she ultimately desired. With Amelia's firm resolve, the space completely shattered. The trial is over. No matter how selfish the conclusion, you have truly severed ties with the past. Go ahead and use your mother's sacrifice as an excuse to carry out your selfish wishes to the end. Hearing her, Echidna spoke again. Say whatever you like. I'm used to Echidna's sharp tongue by now. Compared to Echidna, who disliked her, Amelia harbored no hostility towards her. There are still 2 more trials left. I look forward to seeing your ugly struggles. There are other trials. 3 in total. Hearing Echidna, Amelia was stunned. The remaining trials are probably beyond what you can bear. You are shameless. I don't get along with you at all. I despise you. Finally, Echidna stated frankly her dislike for Amelia. Is that so? But I don't dislike you that much. Hearing Echidna, Liao responded with a smile. As her consciousness returned, Amelia indeed cried softly again. Clearly, she wasn't as strong and carefree as she appeared before Echidna. Fortuna's sacrifice still caused her immense pain. But unlike before, she wouldn't escape anymore. Just as she told Echidna, she would find a way to save the other villagers in the Elia forest and have them live well in this world. As Amelia slowly walked out, Takaru and the others quickly went to greet her. Congratulations, Lia. Looking at Amelia, Takaru spoke sincerely, feeling relieved inside. At least the 2 days of comfort weren't wasted. Thank you, Takaru and everyone. Seeing the caring looks in Takaru's and the others' eyes, Amelia showed a grateful expression. Afterward, everyone returned to the house in the village, happily celebrating Emilia passing the first trial. Subsequently, Ryuzu Meyer, accompanied by Shima and Garfield, came to visit. For the arrival of the three, Takaru and the others let them in. Unsealing the sanctuary had always been Shima's wish, which was why she first led Takaru to Echidna's tomb upon his arrival. But she also feared that unsealing the sanctuary might violate the original Meyer's wish. After some discussion, under Emilia's assurance, everyone left. As for Garfield, Takaru signaled him to come to a quiet place, and had a talk with him. He informed him that regardless of his will, the removal of the sanctuary's barrier was inevitable, and wouldn't change based on his wishes. However, he could undergo a trial before Emilia's trials concluded, where he could resolve his inner conflicts. Takaru naturally knew about Garfield's situation. Although Garfield believed his mother abandoned him, he held no grudge against her. Instead, he felt he hindered his mother's happiness. The accident when his mother left the sanctuary caused him even more immense pain. Thus, under Takaru's semi-provocative words, Garfield entered the trial again. This time, through dialogue with his sister in the memory, he completely resolved his inner conflicts, and no longer resisted the sanctuary's impending unsealing. Or perhaps he understood that no matter how he resisted, he couldn't change the outcome because Takaru's power was simply too terrifying. Takaru dealt with Garfield's matter merely as a side task. Takaru knew that although Garfield was weak compared to himself, his strength was actually quite good. Takaru wasn't sure if Emilia would continue the royal selection after he left, but regardless, gaining one more ally would be very beneficial for Emilia. For persuading Garfield, Takaru naturally used some special methods. One was enhancing emotions via Nen, the other was mental suggestion via the Sharingan. The pros and cons were obvious. They were completely ineffective against strong-willed individuals and could even have side effects. Although Garfield was decent, he was ultimately just a 14-year-old boy. Especially since Takaru knew the plot, he first shook his heart with words, then applied psychological suggestion. After easily handling Garfield's matter, Takaru and the others stayed for 2 more days. During these 2 days, Emilia completely passed the trials, and the ritual was completely lifted by Emilia. Subsequently, under Beatrice's complex gaze, Shima accompanied the Corps Meyer as they vanished from the sanctuary together, and the sanctuary was completely liberated. As for the remaining Meyer clones, they were taken in by Takaru and the others to the Roswell mansion. After resting at the Roswell mansion for 3 more days, the group set out again toward the Elia forest. This time, the goal was simple: to kill the frozen black serpent and thaw the frozen forest. Traveling on the giant eagle-type magical beast created by Takaru, it took a full day's flight to reach the remote Elia forest. Looking at the completely icy world and sensing the lingering powerful mana, Takaru felt emotional. In terms of innate mana, Emilia had far more than him. However, with the gluttony, even dozens of Emilia couldn't compare to Takaru if he diligently collected mana. Some humans still lived on the edges of the Elia forest, instinctively staying away from the forest interior due to the magical beasts inside. Seeing the great forest she frozen with her own hands again, Emilia felt immensely emotional. If it were before, she might have been unable to bear the blow and fallen into depression. But the current her, having passed the trials, now only felt the thought of striving upon seeing this. Chapter 319. Chapter 319 Magic or New Mangekyo. 1292 words. Takaru, are you really sure it's okay? Looking back at what she had once caused, Emilia felt immensely emotional. Don't worry, it's a minor issue. However, the black serpent over there, though frozen, is still polluting the surroundings. Hearing her, Takaru's gaze turned toward a giant black serpent. The last of the 3 great witch beasts, the vilest of witch beasts. Thinking this, a massive fireball appeared out of thin air from Takaru, and directly blasted the black serpent's location. After a huge explosion, both the black serpent and a large swath of earth beneath it were vaporized by the terrifying flames. As for the tainted areas around the serpent, Takaru directly cast a giant purification skill. Soon, the toxins were all purified. Due to continuously learning this world's magic, Takaru's previously learned healing and purification skills had surpassed the advanced level and reached the peak level, the only two peak-level skills Takaru possessed. Arriving at the forest center, Takaru saw many frozen elves. Casually touching one of the ice statues, Takaru could feel they were still alive, just in permanent icebound stasis. Lia, Betty, wait at the edge for a bit. I'll use my mana to remove the ice here later. If you're too close, you might be affected. Looking at Lia and the others, Takaru spoke softly. We understand, Takaru. Please be careful. Hearing Takaru, Lia and the others nodded obediently, then rode the giant eagle away from the center. After their departure, Takaru used a bit of his own mana to levitate into the air. Then, he began preparing his mana. Betty and the others, far from the center, soon sensed the immense and terrifying mana fluctuations from Takaru, and watched his actions attentively. Since Emilia used freezing magic, Takaru only needed to use reverse ice-binding magic to remove the ice here. The only trouble was that the mana Takaru released had to be stronger than the mana Emilia released back then. But this was no problem at all for Takaru. After some preparation, mana from within Takaru's body quickly expanded, enveloping the entire Elia forest. Sensing it was about time, Takaru opened his eyes, transforming his mana to eliminate the mana left by Emilia earlier. Takaru's internal mana reserves rapidly depleted. In less than 2 minutes, the mana consumption exceeded 10,000 and was still rapidly decreasing. Soon, as time passed, Emilia and the others in the distance noticed changes in the forest. First, the ice on the completely frozen trees began to melt, with green light appearing very conspicuous in the snowy world. Liane, the trees are starting to recover. Noticing this, Felt called out excitedly. Hearing Felt, Leah's eyes filled with joy. Betty, Ram, and the others worriedly looked at Takaru. Though they knew Takaru's mana was immense, eliminating the mana here was also very difficult, and they worried Takaru might not hold on. If not eliminated in one go, the area would freeze again, and the frozen people could be in danger. Of course, compared to the others' safety, Takaru was most important. As for Takaru, although his mana was rapidly depleting, it wasn't a significant burden because his mana reserves were still over 100,000. 5 minutes of consumption had only used slightly over 30,000. According to Takaru's estimate, consuming another 20 to 30,000 mana would completely remove the forest's freezing. Everything went as Takaru predicted. Another 5 minutes passed, and the forest's ice and snow completely melted. The frozen elves were completely freed and collapsed on the ground one after another. Then, Takaru stopped releasing mana. Sensing Takaru had stopped, the others quickly flew the giant eagle to Takaru's side. "Takaru, are you all right?" Betty immediately asked, her blue eyes full of tension and concern. "Don't worry, I could handle another Elia forest." Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh. "Speaking of which, let's gather the villagers first. After a century of freezing, it's better to treat them a bit." Then, Takaru directly pointed at the elf villagers below. Hearing Takaru, no one had any objections. They began using their abilities to gather the relatively few ordinary elf villagers together. Takaru then cast another group healing on them. Under Takaru's treatment, some adult elf villagers began to wake up. "Everyone, I'm sorry." Seeing her awakened kin, Emilia immediately apologized. But everyone looked at Emilia with confusion. Their memories still stayed at over a century ago, when the Black Serpent invaded. "Leah, I'll leave the rest to you." Seeing this situation, Takaru patted Leah's shoulder and said, "I understand." Hearing Takaru, Emilia nodded seriously, then began to explain her identity to everyone, narrating how they were frozen and the changes in the outside world. Faced with Emilia's sincere apology and partial explanation of Pandora's invasion, the villagers didn't blame her. Especially after learning Emilia's mother was Fortuna, they quickly accepted her. Perceiving this from a distance, Takaru smiled slightly. He then continued mining the magic ore in the Elia forest, casually killed a witch beast resembling a snow ape, and stored it in his item slots. The so-called magic ore is a blue crystal containing special mana. It can be used to forge weapons or armor, or for training mana and recovering mana. Of course, this world doesn't utilize magic or much, so it's somewhat a waste. If developed well, it could be applied in various fields. Perhaps it's also because magic ore is too rare. Of course, Takara didn't need to develop more uses. He only needed it for mana training. Having acquired a wealth of magical knowledge in this world, and with quite a few disciples, he knew not everyone would be very suited for chakra training, so this could be an additional option. As for Nen, unless necessary, Takara didn't plan to teach people from the main world from scratch. The main world was mostly ordinary people. Training Nen would start too slowly and be very arduous. For someone like Betty, Takara could forcibly open their aura nodes to learn Nen. Betty could also master the basics of Nen in a day or two. But for ordinary people, if Takara forcibly opened their Nen, the result would likely be failing to learn Ten, leading to their aura dissipating until death. If done gradually, even with immense effort, they might not achieve results in a year. In contrast, other abilities might yield some small achievements. Moreover, most importantly, if they truly wanted to learn Nen, they could first learn chakra or mana basics, practice a bit, then switch to Nen, which is a good alternative. With earth magic, peak mana control, and arguably infinite mana, Takara's mining speed was incomparable to ordinary people, not to mention his shadow clone ability. In one day, Takara mined over half of the Elia forests or veins, accumulating nearly 10 tons of magic ore. Stacked together, it would be like a small mountain. After mining this much, Takara stopped, leaving the rest behind as this was sufficient. After a day of conversation, Amelia basically informed everyone about the outside world. After discussion, they decided to stay in the forest for now. Seeing this, Takara created a special barrier to protect the elves. Then, Takaru and the others stayed for a few more days. During this time, something that pleased Takaru was that his left eye's Sharingan evolved from 3 Tomo into Mangekyo Sharingan, all naturally progressing. The new ability was also extremely powerful, time reversal, able to revert matter to its state 3 minutes prior. Of course, currently Takara's effective range was at most 1 kilometer, and the more matter affected, the greater the strain on himself. Moreover, after using it once, there was a 30-minute cooldown before Takaru could use it again. Chapter 320, Chapter 320 Return and Settlement 1261 words. The most basic use was to restore the state of people, or objects to 3 minutes prior. That meant if someone died, as long as it hadn't been more than 3 minutes, Takaru could revive them. This ability was absolutely terrifying. Additionally, Takaru could also restore his own state. For example, normally using Kodo Amatsukami would have a cooldown of at least a day, but now Takaru could use it consecutively. He simply needed to use Kodo Amatsukami, then use the reversal on himself, and his own state would revert to before using Kodo Amatsukami. Moreover, if Takaru suffered significant damage or massive consumption in a short time, he could also use the reversal on himself to restore his mental and physical state, making it an incredibly powerful support ability. After thoroughly understanding his Mangekyo's ability, Takaru and the others returned to the Roswell mansion. Now, less than a week remained until Takaru's mission ended. For the remaining time, Takaru didn't plan any major actions. Instead, he spent the remaining time with everyone. During these final days together, everyone had a strange premonition that Takaru was about to leave. Except for Beatrice, the girls felt somewhat anxious. Then, on the night before his departure, the girls surrounded Takaru. Takaru and do you have something to tell us, or should you tell us something? Felt, hands on hips, looked at Takaru seriously. It seems you've all noticed, huh? Hearing Felt and seeing everyone's gazes, Takaru sighed lightly. Takaru-sama, are you leaving us? Rem, tugging at Takaru's clothes with her small hand, asked nervously. Yes, and also not exactly. To be precise, I need to leave this continent for a very, very distant place. Hearing them, Takaru spoke softly. Leave the continent. Hearing Takaru, everyone was puzzled. I'm not from the Dragon Kingdom of Lugnica. I told you before, right? Looking at them, Takaru said directly. So Takaru Nii is returning to your homeland. Hearing Takaru, Felt asked again. And it's the kind where I must return. Hearing her, Takaru said seriously. Then what about me? Are you going to abandon me, Takaru Nii? Hearing Takaru, Felt's voice trembled slightly. Don't worry. If you're willing, I can take you to my homeland. There the legal system is sound, public security is good. Although there are significant wealth disparities, with hard work and effort, basically anyone can live a prosperous life. It's a relatively fair country. There are no slaves. Though there's no magic, there is technology. And there, everyone won't have worries like discrimination. Looking at the girls, Takaru spoke directly. Does such a country really exist? Hearing Takaru, the girls were stunned. If not from Takaru's mouth, they'd suspect he was spouting nonsense. As long as we can be with Takaru-sama, that's enough. Hearing Takaru, Ram and Rem directly said. I also want to be with Takaru Nii. After all, here besides Old Man Ram, I only have Takaru Nii. Hearing Ram and Rem, Felt said seriously. Then everyone looked at Beatrice and Emilia. Betty already knew about Takaru's circumstances, and has signed a contract. Takaru couldn't shake off Betty even if he wanted to. Facing Ram and the others' gazes, Beatrice spoke calmly. Silly girl, Betty is so adorable, how could I possibly abandon Betty? Hearing her, Takaru said affectionately. Hearing Takaru speak so affectionately in front of everyone, and seeing Ram, and the others' teasing gazes, that Sundara Beatrice blushed, appearing somewhat flustered. However, Takaru noticed Beatrice seemed quite pleased. Lia, what's your decision? Looking at Emilia, Takaru asked seriously. I also want to go with everyone. Hearing Takaru, Emilia said seriously. If it were the old Emilia, she might have hesitated. But now, having undergone the trials, and with Takaru's help completely fulfilling her wish by liberating the Elia forest, Emilia had few lingering attachments here anymore. Moreover, she wanted to see the discrimination-free, relatively fair country Takaru described. Has everyone decided? Actually, there's one most important point about following me. You need to sign a special contract with me, becoming my followers. You might even be unable to return here in the future. Are you all still willing? Looking at the girls, Takaru spoke seriously. Ram and Rem are already Takaru-sama's maids. No matter where Takaru-sama goes, Ram and Rem will follow. Hearing Takaru, Ram and Rem said in unison. Hearing them, Takaru smiled, patted their heads, and they showed happy expressions. Takaru Nii said you would definitely protect and cherish me, right? Felt directly asked. Of course. Hearing her, Takaru directly nodded. Then you can't leave me behind. Hearing Takaru nod again, Felt said directly. I understand. Hearing her, Takaru nodded with a light laugh. Takaru, you also said you'd always support me. And we already kissed. So Takaru, you can't abandon me either. Seeing Takaru look at her, Emilia spoke with a blushing expression. Seeing Emilia's shy appearance, Takaru found it somewhat amusing. Clearly, he had kissed everyone, but Emilia seemed the most shy, while the boldest was Ram. I will take responsibility. However, I have other women too. Are you all okay with that? Looking at everyone, Takaru didn't hide it, as it couldn't be concealed anyway. Humph, Nissan, you philandering guy. But Nissan is so outstanding, we were already prepared for this. Hearing Takaru, Felt took a deep breath and said. The others, though silent, clearly had mental preparation. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you all well. Looking at them, Takaru said seriously. After confirming, Takaru showed a smile. However, he told everyone that except for Beatrice, Ram, and the others might receive the contract a bit later. He had no choice, he currently didn't have enough character manifestation cards. Especially after manifesting Karen and Mickey, Takaru only had one beginner, one intermediate, and one advanced character manifestation card left. Even if used all, one person couldn't be manifested. Leaving anyone behind would be unfair. Moreover, using the advanced card now would be somewhat wasteful. So Takaru planned to wait until he obtained 2 more beginner or intermediate character manifestation cards before manifesting everyone. After handling all matters, everyone collectively sighed in relief. On the final day, they enjoyed themselves to the fullest exploring the royal capital. Felt seriously bid farewell to Ram. After all, Takaru had told them he definitely wouldn't make them wait too long. Perhaps less than a day before summoning, and the longest time definitely wouldn't exceed 10 days. If circumstances changed, Takaru would return to the Dragon Kingdom of Lugnica to inform them. With Takaru's promise, the girls finally relaxed. Finally, amidst reluctance to part, Takaru and Beatrice left Lugnica, more precisely, left this world. Congratulations on passing the world of magic. Beginning settlement. Main Mission 1. Survive for 1 month, achieved. Side Mission 1. Eliminate Elsa, achieved. No casualties, rating increased. Side Mission 2. Eliminate one of the 3 great witch beasts, the white whale, achieved. Side Mission 3. Eliminate one of the 3 great witch beasts, the great rabbit, achieved. Side Mission 4. Eliminate one of the 3 great witch beasts, the black serpent, achieved. Hidden Mission 1. Eliminate the witch cult's Archbishop of Sloth, achieved. Hidden Mission 2. Eliminate the witch cult's Archbishop of Greed, achieved. Hidden Mission 3. Eliminate the witch cult's Archbishop of Gluttony, achieved. Note, kills by subordinates with loyalty over 85 count towards the reincarnator's own kills. Hidden Mission 4. Liberate the Sanctuary, achieved. Played a significant role in liberating the Sanctuary. Hidden Mission 5. Thaw the Elia Forest's Ice Seal, achieved. Hidden Mission 6. Participate in at least one witch's tea party, achieved. Chapter 321. Chapter 321 EX Rank Rating, Special Ability Manifestation. 1350 words significantly impacted some important world figures, rating increased. Impacted some ordinary humans significantly, rating increased. Eliminated 88 ordinary witch cultists, rating increased. Settlement complete. Congratulations on achieving EX Rank Rating. Reward: 1 EX Rank Evaluation, 300,000 points, EX Rating Treasure Chest. Would you like to open the EX Rating Treasure Chest now? Seeing the highest rating achieved once again, Takaru showed a happy smile. Though he had suspected it earlier, uncertainty remained until confirmed. Moreover, this situation gave Takaru a clearer understanding of the reincarnation space's rating system. First, although EX rating was the highest, it didn't necessarily require the reincarnator to maximize world development to obtain it. It was like an exam where the perfect score is 100, but you only need 90 to get an EX rating, or even lower. Of course, perhaps it was because Takaru and the others had experienced too few worlds, and this world's difficulty was relatively high, so the requirements were lowered. Regardless, obtaining another EX rating made Takaru very happy. However, this time there was no prompt about binding to the Re-Zero world. Clearly, the first-time benefit from the Akame GA kill world was a one-time bonus. Open the EX rating treasure chest. Shaking his head, Takaru didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Congratulations on opening the EX rating treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 80,000 points. Congratulations on obtaining 200 attribute points. Congratulations on obtaining low-level character manifestation card X2. Congratulations on obtaining intermediate character manifestation card X1. Congratulations on obtaining special ability manifestation opportunity X1, limited to current perfectly cleared world. Congratulations on obtaining item slot expansion permit X10. Congratulations on obtaining advanced skill enhancement scroll X1. Congratulations on obtaining gene enhancement potion X2. Congratulations on obtaining beginner enhancement potion discount exchange privilege. Congratulations on obtaining multi-world lottery chance X1, hearing the reincarnation space's prompts, and seeing the numerous items obtained, Takaru quickly looked at their descriptions. Special Ability Manifestation Opportunity. Currently manifestable abilities are 1. Unseen Hands 2. The Lion's Heart 3. Little King, Beginner Enhancement Potion Discount Exchange Privilege. Spend D-Rank Evaluation X1 and 2,000 points to exchange for a Beginner Enhancement Potion in the Reincarnation Space. Purchase Limit, 30 Multi-World Lottery Chance. Randomly draw one ability or item from other worlds. Seeing this, Takaru was stunned. The other things were fine, but the special ability manifestation gave him immense joy, because it meant Takaru could manifest the authorities from the Re-Zero world for use in other worlds. Although lacking Little King's assistance, making Takaru couldn't be permanently invincible, but being invincible for 8 seconds every 2 seconds was also very overpowered. Of course, this so-called invincibility wasn't absolute. At the very least, some special abilities or higher-tier worlds might easily breach this authority. After all, if some beings surpassed time and space, this authority would be laughable before them. Besides those, there were also powerful beings who, even if they couldn't breach Takaru's time-protected state, could still kill Takaru within those 2 seconds. But if Takaru truly provoked such beings, he could only lie down and wait for death. However, as long as Takaru didn't act recklessly, the probability of encountering them was very, very low. Gaining another trump card, Takaru showed a smile. Moreover, besides protecting himself, the Lion's Heart could make any thrown object maintain its initial velocity indefinitely, becoming an absolutely lethal weapon. Even ordinary sand or stones could become terrifying weapons. Also, if applied to others, Takaru could, like Regulus, easily throw a person at a constant velocity from Earth to the Moon until they left the authorities' maximum range of influence. Obtaining such a powerful ability was something Takaru hadn't expected. However, although the Lion's Heart was very powerful, Takaru wouldn't neglect his own improvement because of it. After all, Takaru didn't want to be easily killed if the Lion's Heart was breached. Additionally, without the assistance of the other authority, Takaru currently couldn't achieve what Regulus did, permanently preserving his own state, becoming eternally youthful, free from hunger, thirst and fatigue. Or rather, although such an existence was fearsome, Takaru felt it somewhat strange and didn't really want to become like that. In comparison, Takaru preferred to improve to a level where time couldn't leave traces on him, rather than pausing his own time. Because this pause wasn't all benefits, as the disadvantage was that since his own time was paused, his abilities couldn't improve either. After weighing the pros and cons, Takaru stopped overthinking. He directly said to the reincarnation space system, use the special ability manifestation opportunity, choose the Lion's Heart. You have made your selection. Manifesting for you now. Following the reincarnation space's prompt, Takaru felt a peculiar sensation, as if a special authority was being extracted by the reincarnation space from the Re-Zero world and quickly manifested into Takaru's body. Simultaneously, the Re-Zero world's worlds will sense the missing part of its rules. Most importantly, this loss wasn't temporary but permanent loss. It began to roar. The most direct manifestation was sudden violent winds, dark clouds, thunder and lightning in parts of the world below, appearing like a terrifying natural disaster. Of course, Takaru couldn't see this. He just closed his eyes, feeling the special ability enhancing him. After a while, Takaru found the Lion's Heart had become his innate ability. Moreover, using it felt even more natural than in that world before, though it still required proper development and improvement. Skipping over the Lion's Heart, Takaru began using other items. First, the item slot expansion, this time he obtained 10. Though the cost in points and evaluations was somewhat painful, Takaru decisively used them. Use item slot expansion X10. Requires C-rank evaluation X10. 50,000 points. Item slot expansion permit X10, confirm. Deduction successful. Expansion complete. Remaining, EX rank evaluation X1, A rank evaluation X2, D rank evaluation X1. Points, 428,000. After expansion, Takaru saw his item slots had reached 32, He figured he wouldn't need item slot expansion for a while, and 32 slots were enough. Next, Takara looked at the multi-world lottery chance and directly used it. You have used the multi-world lottery chance. Congratulations on obtaining storage ring X2. Note, contains 10 cubic meters of space. Can be bound by blood or spiritually bound. Seeing the two peculiar rings in hand, Takara was stunned. He hadn't expected to obtain storage equipment again. However, with 32 slots, Takara didn't really need them. But Mio had been coveting their ability to retrieve items from thin air for a long time, so giving them to her as a gift was a good option. Another point that surprised Takara was that lottery items weren't fixed to just one. Thinking this, Takara casually stored the rings in his item slots. Then, there were the 200 free attribute points. Without much thought, Takara allocated them to defense and spirit. After the enhancement, both his basic attributes successfully surpassed 1,000. While Takara was improving, Beatrice woke up. Looking at the peculiar space around, she curiously observed. Takara gave her a light smile and told her to wait here for now. Takara was preparing to manifest Ram and the others. Subsequently, Takara used the beginner character manifestation card, and noticed the people he could manifest were Rem and Felt. Ram and Emilia weren't on the list, not because their affection wasn't high enough, but because their basic attributes exceeded 100, making the beginner card insufficient. Another point is that Takara noticed Roswell and Aina, whom he had controlled with Koto Amatsukami, weren't within the manifestation scope. This meant control methods involving altering thoughts couldn't be used for character manifestation, which served as a reminder for Takara. Without overthinking, Takara first used the two beginner cards on Rem and Felt, then took out the two intermediate cards for Ram and Emilia. Ding! Use beginner character manifestation card X2 and intermediate character manifestation card X2. Requires consumption of C-rank evaluation X4, 12,000 points. Facing the reincarnation space's inquiry, Takara quickly confirmed. Deduction complete. Summoning and contracting in progress. Remaining, EX rank evaluation X1, A rank evaluation X1, B rank evaluation X1, C rank evaluation X2, D rank evaluation X1. Points, 416,000. Chapter 322. Chapter 322 Meeting My Again 1292 words as Takara used the character manifestation cards in the Re-Zero world, Ram and the others almost simultaneously received the reminder. The four gathered together exchanged smiles, then all chose to agree. Then, after selecting 2 items each, they were engulfed by black light and vanished from their spots. On Takara's side, about 2 minutes later, he saw Ram and the other 4 appear beside him and smiled slightly. Subsequently, he temporarily stored the remaining advanced skill scroll and 2 gene enhancement potions. Then, he used the beginner enhancement potion discount exchange privilege to directly exchange for 10 beginner enhancement potions. After deducting D rank evaluation X10 and 20,000 points, 10 special potions appeared in Takara's hands. Additionally, regarding item manifestation, since he achieved an EX level rating, the rules were much more lenient, allowing Takara to manifest 5 tons of magic ore, which is an unexpected delight. Besides that, there were the white whales and the snow apes' corpses, though this cost another 36,000 points. Then, Takara began checking his status panel. Reincarnator number 3, Nara Takara race, human bloodline power, Senja bloodline, Mangekyo Sharingan, left eye, reversal, right eye, Koto Amatsukami, innate abilities, photographic memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, giant killing, Nen, hyper-regeneration, the lion's heart strength, 545, 425, average person, 20. Constitution, 586, 8, defense, 1002, 629, speed, 552, 4, spirit, 1010, 38, mana, 2800, 2020, average person, 0, cultivation method, Senjutsu chakra advanced. Skills, magic mastery, water, earth, wind, fire, yin, yang, meditation, poison dragon devourer, armament hockey advanced, Observation Hockey Advanced, Rokushiki Intermediate, Advanced Healing, Peak, Illumination Advanced Purification of Peak. Evaluations and points. Remaining EX rank evaluation X1, A rank evaluation X1, C rank evaluation X2. Points, 360,000. Looking at the dense list, Takaru smiled helplessly. Though somewhat messy, his strong spirit and shadow clone training meant he didn't have to worry too much. However, specializing in some abilities was also very important. Among them, the Mangekyo Sharingan's reversal, an innate ability, the Lion's Heart, could be Takaru's top priorities for development. After thinking, Ram and Emilia were the first to wake up. Their spirit attributes both exceeded 200, which was quite good, and their other attributes weren't weak either, much stronger than Rem and Felt's. Upon waking and seeing Takaru, they showed excited smiles. How is it? Check if your own abilities have changed. Hearing their calls, Takaru spoke softly. Hearing Takaru, they were stunned, then closed their eyes to sense. First, Ram. Since she primarily used her own mana and Oni ability, upon investigation, there didn't seem to be much change. The only thing was that the ambient mana seemed slightly less than in Re-Zero World, which is a minor weakening. Otherwise, no changes. As for Emilia, the weakening was greater. Because this wasn't the Re-Zero World, there were no lesser spirits, so she couldn't communicate with lesser spirits anymore. However, she still possessed immense mana herself, and she just needed to properly develop her own mana from now on. Hearing their words, Takaru nodded understandingly. He knew Rem should be similar to Ram. Lastly, Felt might be the worst off. The divine protection she had was taken back upon leaving that world. Originally the weakest among them, she was now even weaker. But if just living in the main world, Felt's current abilities were enough. After lightly comforting Felt, she quickly cheered up, deciding to train hard from now on to catch up with everyone. At the very least, after training in the Re-Zero World for over 20 days under Takaru and the others' guidance, Felt's strength was no weaker than some ordinary reincarnators. Subsequently, Takaru asked Beatrice and the others to return to the main world and wait, while he went directly to the reincarnator hall. Perhaps because he came out relatively early, Takaru encountered quite a few other reincarnators this time. He even saw Mai, who had been in the same world on a mission. Seeing her seemingly selling something, Takaru walked over with interest. Your item isn't bad, but it's worth at most 2 C-rank evaluations and 3,000 points. If you agree, I'll buy it. Amun looked at the beginner character manifestation card in Mai's hand and spoke directly. That's too cheap. You know this can summon characters from mission worlds to become your allies. Hearing the Mun, Mai said directly. True, but one condition, the summoning requirements, as you can see, each attribute must not exceed 100 points, and affection towards the user must be 85 or above. That's very difficult, right? Also, summoning can't be free, right? Hearing Mai, the Mun spoke calmly. Hearing the Mun, Mai fell into thought. Honestly, she had obtained this card during her last mission. Initially, she thought it was great, but upon actual implementation, she found it wasn't that simple. Nurturing someone's affection in a short time was difficult for her. Moreover, nurturing an ordinary person wouldn't be useful. So now, she wanted to trade it for evaluations and points. However, it seemed not easy. After listing it for a long time, others left upon seeing the price. Only this man before her was willing to negotiate. A B-rank evaluation and 5,000 points. I'll buy it. Seeing Mai's listed price, Takaru directly spoke. Hearing Takaru, Mai's eyes lit up, and she looked at Takaru in surprise. Noticing Takaru, she was stunned. She remembered meeting Takaru once at Roswell Mansion. This guy was a reincarnator too. But when the reincarnation circle was present earlier, I was very certain he wasn't there. Noticing Mai's surprised gaze, Takaru realized. Because there was so much going on, he had forgotten he had shown his real face to Mai once at Roswell's mansion. But Takaru didn't mind and smiled at her. Hey, kid, that's a B rank evaluation and 5,000 points. Can you even afford that? Hearing Takaru interrupt their conversation and seeing Takaru's handsome face, the man spoke somewhat jealously. Of course. If you don't mind, let's trade now. Hearing him, Takaru turned to Mai and said. Hearing Takaru, although Mai had doubts in her heart, the most important thing now was selling the card for her own improvement. Subsequently, under the reincarnation space's witness, Takaru directly traded a B rank evaluation and 5,000 points for Mai's beginner character manifestation card. For Takaru, trading a B rank evaluation and 5,000 points for a beginner character manifestation card was relatively reasonable. It was just that there were too few reincarnators now, and most weren't doing well, so they thought it was expensive. Later, when more people had the means, it might sell for a higher price, but currently, this price was very reasonable. Seeing Takaru actually take out a B rank evaluation and 5,000 points, the man glanced at Takaru and left. Though displeased, seeing Takaru take out these things so easily, he wasn't brainless enough to provoke Takaru. But should I call you Nara Takaru or Nara-san? After the man left, Mai looked at Takaru with a half-smiling expression. Haha, just call me Takaru, Mai-san. Hearing her teasing words, Takaru chuckled dismissively. All right, return the card to me, and I'll return the evaluation and points to you. Hearing Takaru, Mai directly said. Hearing her, Takaru asked, puzzled. Weren't you just helping me drive away that rascal by buying the character manifestation card? Hearing Takaru, Mai was stunned. No, you overthink it. I simply came to buy the card. Also, your price is fair, so I bought it. Hearing her, Takaru shook his head with amusement. Hearing Takaru, Mai realized she had misunderstood. However, Takaru being able to take out so many points and evaluations so easily seemed quite extraordinary. Moreover, being able to wake up before others and use transformation technique, it seemed Takaru's strength was also incredible. Chapter 323. Chapter 323. Mai wants to join the team. 12-19 words. Takaru NII. At that moment, Ui, who had just emerged, walked over curiously. You're Hirasawa Ui. Looking at Ui, Mai said in surprise. Yes, do you know me? Hearing her, Ui asked, puzzled. Of course. During the monster invasion, the power you displayed. I've kept recordings all along. Oh, sorry, how rude of me. I'm Sakurajima Mai. Hearing Ui, Mai said excitedly. Seeing Mai's appearance, like a total fangirl, Takaru was stunned. Ui, looking at Mai, also seemed somewhat at a loss. Hearing her words, Takaru understood that last time's incident had not only made Ui and the others famous, but also thoroughly impressed many reincarnators. However, Takaru couldn't say if it was good or bad, and it depended on future developments. But above all, strength was most important. Well then, Mai-san, we have other matters, so we'll take our leave. Thinking this, Takaru said directly. Please wait, Takaru-kun, Hirasawa-kun. Hearing Takaru was leaving, Mai quickly called out to stop them. Is there something else? Hearing her, Takaru looked at her curiously. Though it might be presumptuous, may I join your team? Hearing Takaru, Mai followed up. What makes you say that? Hearing her, Takaru looked at her with interest. During the last monster invasion, I watched your coordinated battle many times. It was clear that your synergy wasn't something improvised could achieve. Also, afterward, I read the reports. You're all from the same school. So I'm certain you must have formed a team, or have some kind of agreement. Hearing Takaru's question, Mai spoke seriously. Clap, clap. You're correct. We did indeed form a mutual assistance team. But we are not familiar at all. Why do you want to join us? And what benefits can you bring us? Hearing her, Takaru spoke calmly. Not being familiar just requires spending some time together. As for why I want to join you, I hope to gain companions I can entrust my back to. Regarding what I can bring you, I'm not sure yet, but I'll work hard to do whatever I can. Moreover, since you formed a team, you probably wouldn't reject new members joining, right? Hearing Takaru, Mai looked intently at Takaru as she spoke. From the brief exchange, she understood that even if Takaru wasn't the team leader, he was definitely one of the core members. Hard to argue with that. I understand your request. We'll consider it seriously. However, what do you mean by spending some time together? Hearing her, Takaru showed a smile and asked. In a few days, I'll be transferring to Sobu High School. I think we can get to know each other there. Hearing Takaru, Mai said seriously. You're transferring to Sobu High. Hearing her, Takaru was stunned. Actually, I planned this during the monster invasion, but I had some matters to handle on my side, so it was delayed a few days. Hearing Takaru's question, Mai didn't hide it and spoke directly. Is that so? I understand. In that case, let's discuss this later. Hearing her, Takaru nodded understandingly, waved at her, and left with Ui. Takaru nii, do you know her? After leaving, Ui asked curiously. Yes, I happened to meet her during this mission. But I used transformation technique to become an old man. She was somewhat helpful to me. When two others looked down on me, she still took me in, and even gave me gold coins. Hearing Ui's question, Takaru spoke directly. Takaru nii, you really have a mischievous streak. But from what you say, Mai-san seems like a good person. Hearing Takaru, Ui couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle lightly. Yes, her personality is good, and she seems strong. If she wants to join the team, she passes my assessment. Hearing Ui, Takaru nodded with a light laugh. Takaru, Ui. Soon, Tsumuji also arrived at the reincarnator hall. Seeing Takaru and the others, her eyes lit up, and she waved as she came over. Mujine. Seeing her, Ui quickly greeted. Since it wasn't appropriate to discuss reincarnation world matters here, everyone exchanged brief greetings. Takaru checked the time, bid farewell, and directly returned to the main world. When Takaru regained consciousness, he noticed he was back in the main world, with Emilia and the others beside him. You're back, Takaru. Noticing Takaru's return, the five showed happy smiles. Yes, everyone. For now, it might not be convenient to take you home. Let me take you to a hotel first. Looking at the five, Takaru hesitated slightly before speaking directly. What's a hotel? Hearing Takaru, felt asked, puzzled. A hotel is roughly equivalent to an inn in your world. Hearing her, Takaru said directly. Hearing Takaru, they spoke thoughtfully. Because of the contract, many memories had surfaced in their minds. They finally understood why Takaru said they might never return to the Dragon Kingdom of Lugnica. Subsequently, Takaru directly called Azumi, asking her to arrange a car. Although Azumi was puzzled why Takaru needed a car so late, she quickly made arrangements. After the call, Takaru directly used shadow clone technique, creating one clone. The clone then returned home to prevent Mio and the others from worrying. As for Takaru's main body, after the car arrived, he took the five girls downstairs. Receiving the car keys from a woman with a respectful gaze, Takaru signaled the five to get in, then drove toward a luxury hotel near home. After booking a presidential suite, under many envious gazes, Takaru led the somewhat reserved Emilia and the others into the suite. Don't disturb us unless necessary. Telling the attendant, Takaru sent them away. Phew, truly unbelievable. It's night, yet bright as day. And so many people on the streets, and metal boxes moving on their own. Is this your world? Once no outsiders were around, Beatrice exclaimed. Seriously, too amazing. Emilia also marveled. Rem also needs to study these things properly. Rem said seriously. There's no need to rush. I'll teach you all properly later. But one thing, this world is mostly ordinary people. Unless necessary, try to avoid using magic in crowds, as it easily causes commotion. Of course, if someone foolishly provokes you, no need to hold back. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Looking at the 5, Takara said with a light laugh. Later, I'll have someone help you get ID cards for this world. It's important proof of identity. For now, you can rest or learn about this world's information. Saying this, Takara manifested some books for everyone, simultaneously using a clone to teach them to read. Seeing Takara's actions, they studied seriously. As for Takaru, seeing everything proceeding orderly, he directly returned home. 2 Masters. When Takaru's main body also returned, Hinetsuru looked puzzled at Takaru's body and clone. Seeing this, Takaru directly dispelled the clone, digested its memories, then smiled again at Hinetsuru, Myo, and the others. AI, Myo, come here. I have something for you. And Karen and Mickey too. Looking at them, Takaru beckoned. Hearing Takaru, the 4 came over curiously. Takaru directly took out for beginner enhancement potions. This is what I drank before. Seeing the potions, Myo's eyes lit up. These are for you. Use them now, they should give you significant improvement. Hearing her, Takaru said with a smile. Chapter 324, Chapter 324 Myo's Attributes 1152 words, this should be very precious, right? Can we really use it? Hearing Takaru, Karen and Mickey hesitated. Meanwhile, Hinetsuru looked hopefully at Takaru. Hearing Takaru and Myo, she instinctively felt this thing could give her significant improvement. Maybe it could let her gather chakra before Hinata and the others, making her the second senior disciple. Just use it directly. It's prepared for you. Hearing their hesitation, Takaru spoke directly. Thanks, Oniai-chan. Hearing Takaru, Myo unceremoniously took it, opened the lid, and drank it in one go. Seeing Myo drink, Hinetsuru also directly took one. Thank you, master. With that, she imitated Myo and drank it in one go. Finally, Karen and Mickey, under Takaru's smile, also drank the potions. Soon, the 4 felt their abdomens slightly warming up. Hinetsuru felt it most strongly, while Karen felt it weakest, perhaps because the stronger one is, the smaller the effect. When the potions fully took effect, everyone felt stronger, with Hinetsuru's change being the greatest. My strength seems much greater. Hinetsuru jumped excitedly, sensing her newfound power. Seeing the 4's happy expressions, Takaru showed a pleased smile. He then looked at Myo and quietly asked the reincarnation space if he could check Myo's attributes. Investigating the girl's status panel requires 1,000 points. Seeing it actually cost 1,000 points to check Myo's panel, Takaru rolled his eyes but still chose to investigate. Name, Takanashi Myo. Race, human. Innate abilities, Nin strength, 41, average person, 20, constitution, 38 defense, 35 spirit, 52. Mana, 0, average person, 0, training methods, none. Looking at Myo's personal attributes, Takaru was thoughtful. Clearly, after Takaru's training and the beginner enhancement potion's effect, Myo's attributes were quite good. Now all her attributes exceeded 30 points, meaning Takaru could give her the rarer gene enhancement potion. But the gene potion could wait a bit, as she had just used the beginner potion. After more training, she could still get good improvement. After confirming everyone had improved, Takaru went to the bathroom with a smile for a good clean. With magic, Takaru didn't need tap water, he easily manifested it directly. By combining water and fire, he created hot water to fill the bathtub. Satisfied, Takaru lay in the bathtub, enjoying moments of tranquility. About half an hour later, Takaru stood up again. Under magic's effect, the water on him quickly evaporated. Then, a set of pajamas appeared out of thin air, directly dressing him. Familiar with yang magic, Takaru could even create magical creatures, so creating ordinary things like clothes were very easy. After handling this, Takaru went outside. Seeing the 4 meditating and training, he didn't disturb them but sat nearby, also closing his eyes to begin his own meditation. Around midnight, Takaru woke everyone, telling them to rest. Master, I can still continue meditating. Being woken, Hinetsuru yawned slightly and said to Takaru. No need to rush. There's hard training tomorrow. Rest well today. Seeing her so diligent, Takaru felt extremely gratified but still spoke seriously. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Hinetsuru didn't insist, then directly hugged Takaru's right arm. Seeing this, Mio felt somewhat helpless but unwillingly hugged Takaru's other side. Seeing their actions, Takaru smiled helplessly. Miki and Karen found it amusing but also envious of Mio and Hinetsuru. After all, with others closely related to Takaru at home, they couldn't hug Takaru freely. Lying on the soft bed with Mio and Hinetsuru beside him, Takaru reflected on the Mission World's events. Though only a month, much had happened. Also felt Emilia, Beatrice, Ram and Rem. Bringing 5 back this time meant purchasing a house should be put on the agenda. Though he was advancing into inhuman realms, Takaru didn't want to abandon peaceful daily life. Spending a stable and comfortable life with those he cared about was Takaru's ultimate pursuit. For this, he could put in great effort. Now Takaru's strength barely gave him this ability, but it wasn't enough. He hadn't transcended time's limits, and those he cared about still had fragile lives. So Takaru still needed to strive. Takaru believed that through continuous effort, using the reincarnation space, and otherworldly knowledge and resources, he could transcend everything, even this suddenly appearing reincarnation space. After thinking, Takaru slowly closed his eyes and began training. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had risen, it was 7:30. Beside him, Hinetsuru had left, while Mio was leaning completely against him. Shaking his head with amusement, Takaru gently moved Mio aside, then lightly jumped down. With a thought, his pajamas transformed into outdoor clothes. Going outside, he saw Hinetsuru and Miki preparing breakfast, while Karen handled cleaning. Seeing their clear division of labor, Takaru smiled slightly. Takaru, master. Good morning. Seeing Takaru emerge, the three quickly greeted. Morning, everyone. Hearing them, Takaru nodded with a light laugh. As time passed, everyone had breakfast. Then Takaru had a shadow clone accompany Mio and Ebina to school. By the way, Mio have Hinata and the others come over after school this afternoon. Before leaving, Takaru said to Mio. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Mio, though puzzled, nodded obediently. Subsequently, Takaru's shadow clone accompanied Ebina to school. Meanwhile, Takaru's main body first took Karen, Hinetsuru, and the others to the forest as usual. After leaving a shadow clone, he vanished again, instantly teleporting to the hotel. Looking at Emilia and the others who had just woken up, Takaru directly dispelled the shadow clone, its memories transferring to Takaru's mind. He now understood their knowledge acquisition level. For instance, Beatrice, after all-night studying, had initially mastered the local writing. The other four rested half the night, and their learning progress seemed to require 3 or 4 more days to become somewhat proficient. Felt was the slowest, which was understandable, as she seemed to dislike studying. Compared to boring language study, she'd rather practice wind magic outside. Well, this speed is okay. How about after breakfast, I'll take you to meet my other followers and my disciples. Looking at the 5, Takaru said directly. Hearing Takaru, the 5 perked up, nodded, and went to the bathroom to wash up. As for Takaru, he directly called the front desk, having meals sent up. After enjoying breakfast, they were somewhat surprised, as the food here was even more delicious than Rem's usual preparations. This was inevitable. Mainly due to this world's different cultural level, knowledge inheritance, ingredients and seasonings richness, etc. Far surpassing the Re-Zero world. Naturally, multiple surpassing aspects meant even Rem's self-study couldn't compare. However, with Rem's talent, with a little study, she could easily surpass most top chefs in this world. Takaru was extremely confident about this. While the 5 enjoyed this world's unique food, Takaru directly called Izumi, asking her to help find a villa, preferably with a relatively large yard. Being slightly remote was okay, and the price should be within 300 million yen. Chapter 325, Chapter 325 Magic, and in 1203 words Takaru had realized that moving meant essentially saying goodbye to the neighbors here. Though he felt somewhat sentimental, he didn't dwell on it too much. The only concern was that some people he cared about would be farther away. However, Takaru knew that with their abilities and strength, gathering was still possible. Moreover, those he proposed gathering with weren't ordinary people, this distance could easily be covered. Hearing Takaru, Risa nodded seriously, indicating she understood. She even suggested that given Takaru's status, he could apply for a detached villa. But after considering, Takaru declined. If he lacked the means, it would be different. But now, having the ability, purchasing his own house wasn't a bad thing. After handling this, Beatrice and the others finished breakfast. Then, Takaru took them outside to a secluded spot, and used Shambhala to bring everyone to Monster Island. Karen, Hinetsuru, and the others, who had been training with Takaru's shadow clone, were surprised to see the island's purple array light up. Looking over, they quickly noticed Takaru, and others appearing out of thin air. Most importantly, Takaru had brought 5 different girls, one even looking younger than Hinetsuru, which confused Karen. However, she noticed the contract information emanating from the 5. Clearly, they were also Takaru's followers. Master, who are they? Since Takaru's main body arrived, the clone stopped its actions, and Hinetsuru, Karen, and the others also paused. Let me introduce you first. This is Emilia, this is Felt, these are the twin sisters Ram and Rem, and lastly, Beatrice, or you can call her Betty. Looking at them, Takaru directly said. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Karen. My status should be the same as yours. After Takaru's introduction, Karen stepped forward with a smile and introduced herself. I'm Naoki Miki. Nice to meet you. Subsequently, Miki directly said. Hello, I'm Hinetsuru AI, Master's disciple. Hinetsuru also looked warily at Emilia and the 5, thinking internally that her master really had too much appeal to women. Chat among yourselves here, and rest a bit. I have something to handle. Looking at everyone, Takaru said directly. Master, where are you going? Hearing Takaru, Hinetsuru asked, puzzled. No, right here. Shaking his head lightly, Takaru gathered some wind blades, clearing a large open area. Then, under Karen and the others' astonished gazes, Takaru took out the giant white whale. Though stored for many days, time didn't pass in the item slots, so taking it out now was like just storing it. Except for a part eaten earlier, which was only a tiny fraction. Subsequently, Takaru cut off the white whale's horn, and placed it in a large metal cabinet. Then he began skinning the white whale's special fur. Due to its enormous size and strong defense, even Takaru had to use some effort. After skinning the tough hide, Takaru obtained an extra-large special fur. If sold to the country, the proceeds would be astronomical, as the white whale wasn't an ordinary mutated animal but one of the 3 great witch beasts from Re-Zero. Shaking his head, the thought was just that these things couldn't be simply measured by real-world money. Moreover, for people in the main world to process it would be too wasteful. Though Takaru could create magical creatures, he currently couldn't create witch beasts of this level. After quickly cutting out a large chunk of white whale's meat, Takaru stored the white whale back into the item slots. Compared to this world's mutated animal meat, the white whale contained more energy. Master, what was that just now? After Takaru returned, Hinetsuru exclaimed in shock. More or less, a mutated whale. Hearing her, Takaru replied with a light laugh. By the way, we'll have this for lunch. Takaru directly patted the giant meat chunk several times larger than a person. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Hinetsuru stared at the giant meat chunk and nodded. Though unsure of the taste, the meat texture looked very beautiful. Clearly, it was top-tier ingredients. All right, everyone continue training. Then, looking at everyone, Takaru said directly. Hearing Takaru, Karen, Mickey, and Hinetsuru nodded seriously. Emilia and the others looked puzzled at Takaru. Oh, Karen, take off your weighted gear. You don't need that anymore. Subsequently, Takaru directly said to them. No more weighted gear. Hearing Takaru, they were stunned. Now, I'll directly use magic to increase your weight. Training will be more balanced this way. Hearing them, Takaru said seriously. As Karen and the others removed their weighted gear, Takaru quickly added different weights to everyone. So amazing. Feeling themselves become heavier, everyone was curious. This experience was indeed somewhat novel. Compared to before, this weight wasn't solely on arms or legs. It wouldn't lead to situations like before where arms or legs were especially tired, but the body wasn't, resulting in insufficient training. Takaru, do we need this too? Seeing Karen and the others eager, Emilia asked nervously. Beatrice also stared at Takaru. Of course. Although your strength is quite good, your stamina is still lacking. Being close to the enemy would leave you helpless. Hearing her, Takaru said seriously. Betty wouldn't let anyone get close. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice said sunderily. What if you're in a place without mana replenishment, or have your mana sealed? Hearing her, Takaru directly said. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice was left speechless. Betty, train together too. After all, having strong personal strength is very beneficial for both mana and nen. Looking at the silent Beatrice, Takaru patted her head. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice nodded. As for Lia, Ram and Rem, come with me. I'll teach you a new ability. With it, you won't have to worry too much about being ambushed in battle. Looking at them, Takaru said directly. Is it what Beatrice was practicing before? Hearing Takaru, Emilia asked curiously. Yes, exactly. Hearing her, Takaru nodded seriously. Takaru and I want to learn that too. Hearing this, Felt said eagerly, not wanting to be left behind. No, Felt. Your most important task now is to learn magic well. Once you reach a certain level, I'll teach you without you asking. But currently, your ability isn't sufficient. Hearing her, Takaru directly shook his head. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Felt calmed down, and nodded somewhat unhappily. Felt, I hope you can master wind magic properly. Opening your nen now would only distract you, which isn't good. Seeing her expression, Takaru added. I get it. I'll study magic properly. Seeing Takaru's serious look, Felt stopped dwelling and nodded. After settling Felt, Takaru had the clone lead everyone in stamina training. Then he took Ram, Rem, and Emilia aside to explain what nen was. Takaru teaching them nen wasn't for deep research, but because their magic wouldn't progress quickly in a short time. In comparison, learning nen to protect their somewhat fragile bodies was a better choice, especially for Rem, who liked close combat. With nen for close protection, combined with demonization recovery and berserk, her combat power should increase a level. As for Ram, she was essentially a pure mage. Though capable of close combat, she didn't like it, preferring to overwhelm enemies with magic. But having nen for protection was also very good. Chapter 326, Chapter 326 Everyone's Meager Gains. 1188 words. While Karen and the others were training their stamina, Takaru explained the basics of nen to Emilia, Ram, and Rem, then forcibly opened their aura nodes. As their nen emerged, Takaru looked at the three with surprise. First, Emilia. The intensity and amount of her nen were perhaps no less than Beatrice's at the beginning. Perhaps because she was a half-elf. Elves have long lifespans, and nen itself is essentially life energy. So beings with longer lives have greater initial advantages when learning nen. Of course, besides Emilia, Ram and Rem were also no less impressive. As top-tier characters from the Zero world and being Oni, Ram's nen was no less than Emilia's, even stronger. As for Rem, she was slightly weaker, but comparable to Takaru when he first awakened his nen, indicating she was also genius level. Now quickly use 10. Imagine controlling it like your own mana. Looking at the three still surprised, Takaru said directly. Hearing Takaru, they reacted and began controlling their nen. Soon, they successfully used 10. Seeing all three easily achieve this, Takaru showed a smile. Because they could skillfully use magic from a young age and control mana, upon gaining the new ability nen, they could also quickly master it. After handling this, the next step was to familiarize them with nen further. Takaru also explained the basic forms of nen, and helped them test their hatsu. Though not necessarily developing towards nen abilities, understanding this ability more wouldn't hurt. Subsequently, as time passed, afternoon arrived. In the service club, Takaru's clone and team members gathered, discussing the Zero world situation. Takaru, do you know why we kept encountering very peculiar situations in that world? Like time rewinding, and not just once, causing us to only last less than a week there despite the mission being survival for a month. Ritsu said helplessly. Initially, she thought they were under attack. But after testing, she found only she and those with her, Mio and Sumuji, retained memories. Others didn't recall previous occurrences. Also, the reincarnation space's countdown proved the world was continuously resetting. Actually, what caused all this was a person named Natsuki Subaru. That guy seems to have a death return ability. Hearing Ritsu, Yukino directly said. And he seems to be a transmigrator too, though not via the reincarnation space, nor from our world, but from a parallel world. Umaru also said. They weren't stupid. After several resets, they investigated carefully. The most variable and active, Subaru, was discovered. Considering his special ability, even though he was a newbie, they didn't act rashly. Yes, Natsuki Subaru indeed has a death return ability, or rather authority. But he's just an ordinary person. With some means, he can be handled easily, and isn't something to fear. However, that world is actually far from simple. Leaving it safely wasn't a bad thing. Hearing them, Takaru said directly. Takaru, you also think that world isn't simple? Hearing Takaru, Yukino and the others were stunned. Yes, correct. Did any of you meet Reinhard, or join a royal selection candidates faction? Hearing her, Takaru directly asked. I met that man and also joined Crush's faction, attending the royal council. Hearing Takaru's question, Yukino directly said. It was through this she learned about Subaru. Is that so? Did you notice anything different about that man? Hearing her, Takaru asked with interest. Using observation hockey, I sensed his life aura was the strongest. He gave off a terrifying feeling. Though he showed no intent to act, he felt extremely dangerous. Hearing Takaru, Yukino said emotionally. Your perception wasn't wrong. That man is called the world's strongest sword saint, basically the strongest being in that world. If he wanted to destroy the world, it would purely be a matter of time. Hearing her, Takaru said directly. Can human power really reach that level? Hearing Takaru, Ritsu and the others were dumbfounded. Only Umaru and Hachiman nodded with deep understanding. They had seen with their own eyes that terrifying being. Hearing he was the world's strongest made it somewhat understandable. If many like him existed, that world would be truly fearsome. Subsequently, they curiously asked about witches. Takaru briefly shared some information but didn't elaborate much. For this mission world, everyone's ratings weren't high, with the highest being Yukino and Umaru with B+. Others mostly got B to C ratings. However, Yukino and the others used that world to learn quite a bit of magic. After sharing some gains, everyone adjourned. Regarding Mai, Takaru didn't bring it up since she said she'd come here later. It could wait until she formally applied. After some discussion, everyone slowly left the club. Takaru took the waiting Ebina home. Meanwhile, on Monster Island, after bringing everyone back to the hotel and home, Takaru waited at home for Mio to bring Hinata and the others. Master, we're here. Takaru didn't wait long. Around 4 o'clock, Myo returned with Hinata, Hana, Noah, and the others. Hearing their calls and Hinata's sunny smile, Takaru couldn't help but smile. Ah, AI, long time no see. Seeing Hinetsuru, Hinata excitedly said. Hinata, we met just the day before yesterday, right? Hearing her, Kanon gently reminded. Was that so? Hearing Kanon, Hinata showed an adorable smile. All right, Hinata, have you all been practicing well at home these days? Seeing their interaction, Takaru found it amusing but business first. So Takaru directly asked the two. Of course. Noah trains hard every day. Noah will definitely be the first to train chakra, and become the second senior disciple. Hearing Takaru, Noah said excitedly. AI won't lose. AI trains with master every day now. AI will definitely be the first to extract chakra. Hearing Noah, Hinetsuru directly refuted. Training with master every day. Hearing Hinetsuru, Hinata, and the others stared intently at Takaru. Haha, because Hinetsuru is handling transfer matters, she's temporarily staying at home, and hasn't gone to school yet, so I take her for training. Looking at the five's gazes, Takaru explained helplessly. Too sneaky. Noah wants that too. Hinata also wants to train with master. Hearing Takaru, the five exclaimed excitedly. Karen and Mickey nearby watched with amusement how Takaru would handle the five. Your most important task now is studying. Knowledge is also very important. For now, you just need to meditate properly every day at home. Remember, no slacking. Hearing them, Takaru directly refused. Though Takaru also believed strength was more important, knowledge was equally important. Takaru didn't demand they learn too much knowledge or achieve great success in certain fields. But one thing, they couldn't lack basic education. Also, their parents probably wouldn't agree to them dropping out for training. Moreover, they were still young and just started training. For now, proper meditation to extract chakra was the main goal. I understand. Hearing Takaru and seeing his determined look, the five could only nod. Then, Master, you called us here for something, right? Hana quickly calmed down and looked at Takaru. As expected of Hana, so clever. Hearing her, Takaru smiled and patted her head, making her somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 327, Chapter 327 Hina and Miyako 1312 words, what is it? Hearing Takaru's words, the girls also looked at him expectantly. For today, I've prepared something good for you. It might help you break through faster. Perhaps by the time summer vacation comes, someone will have developed chakra. Looking at their puzzled expressions, Takaru directly said. Hearing Takaru, the girls exclaimed excitedly. Of course. Saying this, Takaru directly took out 5 vials of beginner enhancement potion. Looking at the vials in Takaru's hand, the girls watched with anticipation. All right, drink this first. Then, Takaru stopped keeping them in suspense and distributed one to each. Immediately, Hinata couldn't wait to remove the stopper and drank it all in one go. It tastes a bit sour. After drinking it, Hinata smacked her lips and said. This isn't juice. Hearing her words, Takaru rolled his eyes. Soon, Hanako, now, and the others also quickly drank their potions, then looked at Takaru again. Just wait a moment. Seeing their expressions, Takaru lightly shook his head. Hinata's tummy feels warm, and my whole body feels cozy. It didn't take long for the potion to quickly take effect in their bodies. Hinata curiously remarked. Hanako, now, and the other two soon felt the same. However, the feeling wasn't uncomfortable, so they weren't worried at all. What I just gave you to drink is a potion that strengthens the body. You must remember to keep this a secret, understand? Sensing the potion starting to work on them, Takaru said seriously. I understand. Hearing Takaru, though puzzled, they nodded. You'll soon experience the effects of the potion. Also, because your strength will increase suddenly, you need to be careful not to hurt anyone. Takaru then added. Is that so? Hearing Takaru, Hinata, and the others were stunned. Now try picking this up without damaging it. Looking at them, Takaru directly manifested a large block of tofu. I understand. Hearing this, they nodded knowingly and reached out to pick up the tofu. As Takaru fully expected, the tofu was crushed into pieces by all five. How did that happen? I used the same strength as usual. Looking at the crushed tofu, Kanon couldn't help but say. Your strength has already increased. Of course, besides strength, your stamina, speed, etc. have too. So you must pay attention when doing other things, especially when interacting with your families. Understand? Looking at the five, Takaru reminded them again. Hearing Takaru say this, they quickly nodded. Well, there's still some time. So, let's have you practice here for now. Seeing it was still relatively early, the still concerned Takaru decided to have the five little ones undergo simple special training at home. The increase in strength wasn't actually that massive. The main issue was that they were children, whose original strength was already a bit lacking. Now, suddenly having strength greater than many adults, it led to some uncontrollable situations. In less than an hour, they could perfectly pick up the tofu. This training session was considered over. Of course, the most important thing was that in their daily lives, they needed to control their strength well. After admonishing them a bit more, Takaru once again sent them home. This time, Takaru didn't greet their parents. After dropping them off at their doors, he waved goodbye. Nei-chan, I'm home. As soon as she got home, Hinata rushed energetically towards the second floor. In her excitement, she even forgot about her increased strength, directly causing a big commotion in the house. Watching Hinata quickly appear and enter her second-floor room, Miyako, who had been at home contemplating clothing designs, looked at Hinata in confusion. Seeing Miyako, Hinata excitedly pounced and tightly hugged her neck. Hinata, I can't. Feeling the power Hinata exerted, Miyako cried out in pain. Hearing Miyako's voice, Hinata nervously released her arms. Nei-chan. Nei-chan, are you okay? Don't die. Hinata anxiously looked at the pained Miyako, then quickly grabbed her clothes and started shaking her. Faced with Hinata's actions, Miyako was tossed around like a doll. Hinata, St. Stop, I can't take it anymore. Being shaken rapidly by Hinata, Miyako's eyes became swirls. Hearing her words, Hinata blankly stopped shaking and looked at the suffering Miyako. I'm sorry, Nei-chan. After a while, realizing she had made a mistake, Hinata sat opposite Miyako and apologized. It's okay, Hinata. But you absolutely cannot do this again. I really couldn't handle it. Seeing Hinata's dejected look, Miyako said helplessly. Yes, I'll be careful from now on. Hearing Miyako forgive her, Hinata spoke again. But come to think of it, Hinata, your strength seems to have increased again. Did something happen? Calm down, Miyako looked at Hinata with curiosity. Hee, of course it's Master. Oh, right. Master told us not to tell. Hearing Miyako's words, Hinata was about to boast but quickly remembered that her master had told them to keep it a secret. It's your master, right? I see, I understand. Hearing Hinata mention master, Miyako thought of Takaru, whom she had met a few times, and showed an understanding expression. Oh, right, Nei-chan. Suddenly, Hinata seemed to think of something and came to Miyako's side. Then, under Miyako's surprised gaze, Hinata directly picked Miyako up. The young Hinata holding up the larger Miyako looked very incongruous and strange. However, Hinata didn't seem to find it too strenuous. Hinata, WH. What are you doing? Sensing Hinata's action, Miyako, worried that struggling might burden Hinata more, could only ask nervously. Nothing much. I've wanted to pick up Nei-chan for a while now. Now Hinata can finally do it. Hearing her words, Hinata said excitedly. All right, Hinata, stop fooling around. Put me down now. Hearing her words, Miyako felt a bit helpless and quickly said, I understand. Seeing Miyako seemed a bit nervous, Hinata had no choice but to put her down. Hinata, listen to me. From now on, you absolutely cannot pick me up without my permission, understand? After being put down and sighing in relief, Miyako remembered something and spoke seriously. Hearing Miyako's words, Hinata couldn't help but pout. Remember, or I'll ignore you. Seeing her expression, Miyako said seriously, I understand. Hearing her say that, Hinata quickly nodded. Seeing Hinata agree, Miyako lightly sighed in relief. Naturally, Takaru, who had gone home, was unaware of the incident at Hinata's place. Giving them the potion this time was something Takaru had thought through. He was very fond of the 5 little ones, so with an ample supply of potions, he didn't mind giving them some. Besides the 5, Takaru also gave a beginner enhancement potion to Ebina. After learning of the potion's value, she was deeply moved. In the blink of an eye, 4 more days passed. During these 4 days, Risa had helped Takaru look at quite a few villas, but none were ideal, so Takaru hadn't purchased any. Regarding a car on Thursday, Takaru did take Karen and the others to buy one, a relatively spacious SUV for getting around in the city. For today, Risa said there were more properties to view. The viewing time was set for noon. After confirming the time and location, Takaru planned to go. Since it was the weekend, Takaru could also properly introduce Mia and the others to Emilia and Ram. It's worth mentioning that Emilia and Ram had become relatively proficient in reading the language of this world over the past few days. As the time arrived, Rika, the Hirasawa sisters, Hinata, and the others arrived at Takaru's house on time. All right, is everyone ready? Looking at them, Takaru directly asked. Hearing Takaru, they nodded directly. Then, let's go. Saying this, Shambhala activated. Takaru directly took everyone and disappeared from the spot, reappearing on the familiar monster island. Chapter 328, Chapter 328 Reunion with Renge. 1258 words. Because Takaru often conducted activities here, he had used earth release combined with earth magic to establish a special base. There were also 2 tall, magnificent buildings, giving them a very ancient and luxurious feel. This is... Looking at the 2 massive structures before them, Yui said blankly. Houses I made using earth release and earth magic. Not bad, right? Seeing their astonished expressions, Takaru directly said. Earth release and magic can do this. Looking at the thick yet exquisitely crafted walls, Rika was also somewhat surprised. Earth magic is the foundation of construction. I also used yang magic to manifest some things. Do you want to go inside for a tour? Seeing they seemed very interested, Takaru directly asked. I want to tour. Hearing Takaru's question, Yui excitedly raised her hand. Seeing this, Takaru used a clone to lead everyone on a tour, while his main body disappeared from the spot, went to the hotel, and then brought Emilia and the others to the castle as well. Seeing Takaru bring another group of unfamiliar girls, Mia was stunned, while Yui looked at Emilia and the others in surprise. What's wrong? Does Betty have a problem? Seeing the dazed Yui, Betty frowned slightly and spoke. Emilia, Ram, Rem, Beatrice and Felt. Looking at the 5, Yui hesitantly said their names. You know us. Hearing Yui immediately name them all, Emilia asked, puzzled. Betty is certain she has never seen you. Hearing her words, Beatrice said seriously. Big sisters, hello. I'm Hirasawa Yui, and this is my older sister Hirasawa Yui. This should be our first time meeting, but we've learned about you before through other means. Hearing Beatrice's words, Yui quickly explained. Other means? Seeing Yui's expression, Beatrice instantly understood, then directly nodded. She clearly had an idea of what the other means were. Takaru had previously mentioned something about reincarnators, or so-called parallel worlds to them. Emilia and the others also quickly understood and nodded to Ui. Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Emilia, you can call me Lia. I'm Felt. Ram is my sister. I'm Felt. After a round of introductions, they quickly became acquainted. So Takaru NII, do you have that many character manifestation cards? Looking at Emilia and the others, Ui came to Takaru's side and asked. Yeah, I obtained some before, and this mission I got 3 more. Hearing Ui's question, Takaru directly replied. Hearing this, Ui nodded understandingly. After chatting for a while, Takaru began leading everyone in training. Besides basic exercises, Takaru manifested some magical beasts for Karen and the others to spar with, enhancing their practical combat abilities. Soon, as time passed, it was noon. Seeing the time was about right, Takaru left a clone behind, and his main body directly returned home, planning to drive from home to see the house. Just as he returned home, Takaru noticed something was off because there were 2 people waiting for him outside his door. After clearly seeing who they were, Takaru was taken aback, then quickly went to the entrance and opened the door. The 2 outside, Mayachi Kazuho and Mayachi Renj, startled by the sudden opening, jumped a little. Renj, you came. After opening the door and seeing Renj's familiar face, Takaru crouched down slightly and spoke to her. Takaru NII. Seeing Takaru, the usually expressionless Renj revealed a clear smile. And this is? Looking at the woman beside her, Takaru asked, puzzled. Hello, I'm Mayachi Kazuho, Ren's older sister. Regarding the previous incident, thank you so much. Thank you for saving Renj. Hearing Ren's form of address, Kazuho reacted. Though surprised by Takaru's youth, she spoke gratefully. Hello, I'm Nara Takaru. You can call me Takaru. As for thanks, it's not necessary. Renj helped look after some children before. She's a very well-behaved child, and helped me a lot. Hearing her words, Takaru lightly laughed and shook his head. Takaru NII, this is for you. Then, Renj directly handed Takaru a special snack gift bag. Thank you. Noticing it wasn't anything very expensive, Takaru smiled and accepted it. And this. Seeing Takaru accept Renj's gift bag, Kazuho quickly took out the already prepared gift. Renj's gift is more than enough, Kazuho-san. Looking at the seemingly expensive gift Kazuho offered, Takaru declined. Seeing Takaru refuse, Kazuho was at a loss. Right, please come in and sit down first. Have you been waiting long? Seeing the somewhat flustered Kazuho, Takaru invited them inside. Yes, about an hour and a half. After entering, Renj directly said. Is that so? I'm truly sorry, I just got back. Hearing they had waited that long, Takaru felt a bit embarrassed. Takaru NII wasn't home just now. Hearing Takaru's words, Renj asked curiously. That's right. Hearing this, Takaru nodded with a smile. Is that so? Hearing Takaru say this, Kazuho was also a bit surprised, mainly because Takaru had indeed just come from inside the house. But earlier they had rung the doorbell many times, and it did seem like no one was home. Well, I was somewhere else just now. I have something to attend to shortly. Since it's lunchtime now, if you don't mind, I'd like to treat you somewhere else. Then, Takaru noticed the time and spoke to them. Takaru-san, is it inconvenient? In that case, we should head back. Hearing Takaru say this, Kazuho felt she might be imposing too much. Hearing Takaru was about to leave, Renj felt slightly disappointed. I have an appointment to see a villa. Since you've come all this way and waited so long, please don't stand on ceremony. Seeing Kazuho about to bid farewell, Takaru insisted. Hearing Takaru say this, Kazuho looked at Renj. Normally, she wouldn't accept an invitation from someone she just met. But Takaru was Renj's savior, and Renj had been looking forward to today for a long time. Leaving right after meeting seemed like it would disappoint Renj too much. Can you stay, Renj? My clone and my sister will take good care of you. Oh, AI-chan is also there. Takaru naturally noticed Kazuho's expression, and looked directly at Renj. Hearing Takaru say this, Renj was surprised. I want to stay. Hearing Takaru say this, Renj looked at Kazuho and whispered. I understand. Then we'll trouble you, Takaru-san. Seeing Renj's expectant look, Kazuho couldn't bring herself to take Renj away immediately. Please put your shoes back on. I'll be back as soon as possible. Seeing they agreed, Takaru had them put their shoes back on. Hearing this, Renj directly nodded. All right, let's get going. Seeing they were both ready, Takaru took out Shambhala. Then, under Kazuho's shocked gaze, they were instantly teleported to Monster Island. Seeing they had gone from the apartment to a huge castle location, Ren's eyes widened in wonder. Kazuho was also astonished. Although she knew Takaru wasn't an ordinary person, instantaneous teleportation was beyond her comprehension. Oni-chan, who are they? Seeing Takaru return with two more girls shortly after leaving, Mia was somewhat confused. Well, let me introduce you. This is Mayachi Kazuho, and this is Mayachi Renj. This is my sister, Takanashi Myo. After a brief introduction, Takaru directly created a clone, left it behind, and his main body disappeared. Then, the clone explained to Myo and the others the reason for the two's visit. Kazuho then truly understood how popular Takaru was, surrounded by so many girls. She also noticed Yui, and Rika, who had been very active during the previous disaster. Chapter 329. Chapter 329 Recreating the White Whale 1389 words. After getting to know each other, everyone sat together and had lunch. Feeling the delicious dishes, Kazuho felt like she was in a dream. Renj also found Hinetsuru and quickly became good friends with Myo, Hinata, and the others. Upon learning that Hinetsuru and the others had become Takaru's disciples, Ren's eyes lit up, and she looked at Takaru expectantly, also wanting to become his disciple. Seeing this, Kazuho also asked Takaru to accept Renj. The monster invasion incident she experienced last time made her understand that this world was no longer the same as before. They had been lucky last time, as not many monsters came their way. It seemed they had attacked other places first, so the ones that arrived didn't cause much slaughter, and just captured a few children before leaving. However, the subsequent disaster reports showed that a small village in the distance had been almost completely wiped out. Takaru's clone hesitated for a moment before nodding and accepting Renj as a disciple. Returning to the main body, Takaru drove towards the edge of Chiba City. After driving for nearly half an hour, he arrived at the destination. There he saw a man in a suit waiting politely. Upon seeing Takaru arrive, the man bowed respectfully. Hello, are you Nara Takaru-san? The man then politely inquired. My name is Nakasora Shunta, from Gonnan Real Estate. As instructed by Risa-san, I'm here to show you several of our company's villas today. Seeing Takaru nod, Shunta spoke respectfully. I'll be in your care then. Hearing him say this, Takaru nodded with a light smile. First is the one before us. Although it's a bit far from the city center, transportation is convenient. There's a train station not far away, and it takes about 40 minutes to get to school or work in the city center. The environment here is beautiful, and as per your requirements, the villa and garden are relatively large. While talking to Takaru, he opened the gate and led Takaru inside. Entering, Takaru noticed the garden was full of flowers and plants, obviously meticulously trimmed. In the middle of the garden was a fish pond with flowing water, but there were no fish inside. Clearly, since no one lived here, no one took care of it. Surprisingly, there were 2 cherry blossom trees planted on either side of the garden path, looking quite old. These 2 cherry blossom trees were planted when the villa was built, over 10 years ago now. Seeing Takaru looking at the cherry blossom trees, Shunta timely explained. Hearing his words, Takaru nodded understandingly, then looked at other areas. The location was indeed very spacious, enough for simple training. It also included several garages, capable of holding about 10 cars normally. Let me show you the interior decoration. Then, Shunta led Takaru inside to see the configuration. The decoration leaned towards cozy and slightly luxurious. The room design was excellent, and all kinds of furniture were complete. The house had 3 floors, totaling 12 rooms. Besides 2 entertainment rooms, 10 rooms could be used for living. Additionally, there was a large rooftop terrace planted with many plants and even some crops. Takaru even saw traces of animal husbandry at the edges, showing the previous owner knew how to enjoy life. Besides that, there were facilities like swings on the terrace. Looking out from the terrace, one could see the surrounding scenery beautifully. There were also ordinary residential areas nearby, and a small market not far away. One could drive out to buy supplies, which wasn't too far. Overall, after the full tour, Takaru was quite satisfied. The price was 240 million yen, and Takaru naturally knew this was likely a discounted price. By the way, if Takaru-san needs it, you can also purchase the surrounding land. We can offer you a preferential price for that as well. Finally, Shunta said seriously. Alright, let's go see the other villas first. Hearing his words, Takaru nodded understandingly. Then, Takaru followed him to see other places. Although some locations might be closer to the city center, they didn't meet Takaru's requirement for spaciousness. So, after comparison, Takaru chose the first villa he saw. He also purchased a piece of surrounding land along with it, spending a total of 290 million yen. Takaru's available funds sharply dropped to less than 20 million yen. Slightly sighing, Takaru didn't dwell on it too much. This was fine. He could earn money later. But having a villa of his own felt very good. In his previous life, Takaru didn't have the capability. In this life, having the ability, he naturally wouldn't be too stingy with himself. Although he could live on Monster Island year-round and come and go using Shambhala, that was only convenient for him. It was inconvenient for Myo, Karen, and the others. Moreover, although Monster Island was uninhabited, it ultimately didn't belong to him unless he applied to the military to purchase it or obtain usage rights. The country might agree to curry favor with him, but that would lead to complications later. If living in this villa, Takaru planned to have Karen and the others learn to drive. With their abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult. Then, they could drive him and Myo to school daily, so a half-hour commute wasn't a big deal. Or to avoid hassle, they could continue living in the previous apartment from Monday to Friday, as Takaru didn't plan to sell that place. After settling everything, Takaru contentedly took the keys and drove home. When Takaru returned to Monster Island, it was past 3 p.m. On the island, everyone was diligently exercising in unison. Even Kazuho and Renj were following along, though struggling. Of course, compared to Renj's liveliness and excitement, Kazuho felt utterly exhausted. Her stamina was only average, and more importantly, she didn't want to train so hard. However, just experiencing it once wouldn't scare her off completely. Noticing Takaru's arrival, those exercising nodded at him but didn't stop their training. Seeing everyone training, Takaru didn't disturb them. He also began exercising his creation ability nearby. Speaking of which, although Takaru's creation could now create witch beasts, they were relatively weak. He couldn't create the 3 great witch beasts created by the Witch of Gluttony. Takaru understood he wasn't lacking in magic knowledge, and what he lacked was deeper comprehension of yang magic. Also, to create that type of witch beast, it was best to have some special materials. For example, Takaru could use the corpse of the white whale to recreate one, but there would be some weakening in certain aspects, mainly because Takaru didn't possess the authority of gluttony in this world to grant the white whale the ability to erase human existence. Of course, Takaru could adjust based on his own abilities, granting the white whale other capabilities. While pondering, Takaru decided to create a big one. He took out most of the white whale's fur, horn, and a large portion of its corpse. After selecting the materials, Takaru began using creation magic. First, he transformed the fur, horn, etc. into necessary elements. Then, he supplemented the remaining parts with his own mana, finally arranging and adjusting. During this process, Takeru's surroundings were enveloped in a dazzling light, astonishing those in the distance. However, knowing Takeru was doing something, they hesitated and didn't approach to disturb him. As the new white whale continuously materialized, Takeru's internal mana sharply decreased. Simultaneously, Takeru began bestowing abilities upon the white whale. Although he didn't have the authority of gluttony and couldn't grant the lion's heart authority, Takeru possessed other special abilities like telekinesis, and the special observation and armament haki. Thinking of this, Takeru began transmitting these abilities to the forming white whale. However, during transmission, Takeru found that the white whale could absorb some abilities but couldn't comprehend others. Takeru didn't mind, continuously imparting knowledge. Besides knowledge, he also transmitted his own mana, recovery ability, and usable magic. Besides levitation magic, Takeru made the white whale master wind magic, allowing it to soar freely in the sky. Takeru's intention was for it to become a terrifying biological battleship, his own unique magical beast. Besides wind magic, he also transmitted some high-power fire magic. After all, how could a battleship be called one without firepower output? Chapter 330, Chapter 330 The Birth of the New White Whale. The shocked crowd 1066 words as Takeru continuously transmitted. The white whale gradually took form, and Takeru's stored mana flowed rapidly like water into the forming creature. After about an hour, Takeru's mana reserves had decreased by nearly 100,000 units, leaving him with less than 50,000. But it was all worth it. A white whale, slightly smaller than the original, appeared before him. Compared to the previous 50-meter-long white whale, this one was only 36 meters. However, compared to the original, Takeru's creation was more agile. Its back had a specially designed activity space for carrying people. Moreover, its scales, though fine, were much harder and possessed rapid regeneration. Through Takeru's ability infusion, it could easily use auxiliary wind magic and powerful fire magic. Its own mana capacity reached 50,000 units, capable of slow self-recovery or manual replenishment. Besides mana, the white whale possessed Nen, as Takeru incorporated Nen abilities during creation. So it wasn't just a magical beast but also a Nen beast. The white whale could use Nen for simple self-defense or, during basic charges, use Nen to cause damage. It also had armament haki, though its application was weaker compared to magic or Nen. It could use it simply, but not observation haki, as it couldn't comprehend it. Although regrettable, Takeru was very satisfied with its current abilities. Most importantly, Takeru added mimicry, making the white whale less conspicuous while flying and hard to detect at night. Circling the white whale, sensing its power, Takeru smiled. The white whale also felt joy upon noticing Takeru. Created by Takeru, its loyalty was absolute. Its intelligence was decent, and though it couldn't speak, it understood language through Takeru's infusion. Takeru named it T/N. The name is Big White in Ra, but I changed it to Hakuto, which contained white as the translation. Hearing the name, Hakuto seemed extremely happy. Takeru, what is this? As Takeru interacted with Hakuto, Yui, Ui, and the others, having finished training, quickly came to Takeru's side. Seeing the behemoth, they were awestruck. Even Rika, accustomed to otherworldly sights, was amazed, let alone Mio and Hinata. Only Beatrice, Ram, and the others remained calm, having seen the even larger original white whale. Though large, this one was smaller and looked familiar. Takeru, is this the white whale? Sensing the terrifying mana and Nen within, Ram asked, puzzled. I created it using part of the previous white whale's remains. From now on, it's our exclusive transport. Hearing her words, Takeru said lightly. Exclusive transport. Looking at the threatening and oppressive white whale, Rika, Yui, and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. Yui smiled wryly. She thought she was catching up to Takeru, but now the gap seemed even larger. Just casually creating a magical beast, if it went all out, it could easily be an S-class disaster. They couldn't handle it. As for the country, after powerful firearms failed, ordinary guns probably couldn't pierce the white whale's defense. So, want to ride it? Looking at everyone, Takaru directly suggested. I want to try. Hearing Takaru, Hinata was the first to step forward excitedly. I want to ride too. Mio said expectantly. She wasn't afraid of Takaru's creations. Under Takaru's instructions, Hakuto memorized the auras of Mio and the others. Though it might not obey their commands, without Takaru's orders, it wouldn't be hostile. Alright then, let's go up. Seeing everyone's intense curiosity, Takaru said with a light laugh. Takaru had specially modified Hakuto's sides to have stair-like structures. When stopped, people could easily climb up using these, complete with handrails. So, even at over 4 meters high, ordinary people could ascend. Of course, Hinata and the others, enhanced by primary potions and intense training, could easily climb without these structures. But for young Renge, it was difficult. Renge, let me carry you up. Seeing Renge's shining eyes, Takaru directly said. Hearing Takaru, Renge happily nodded. Kazuho, initially hesitant about contact with such a large monster, saw Takaru carrying Renge and effortlessly jumping onto it, so she followed the others, climbing the stair-like structures on Hakuto's side. On its back, there was a recessed area with seats and securing mechanisms, astonishing her. All right, everyone, sit tight. I'll have Hakuto take us to the new home. Seeing everyone still exploring, Takaru directly said. On Hakuto's massive back, over a dozen people weren't crowded at all. The fur on its back wasn't uncomfortable, on the contrary, it felt very pleasant. Oni-chan, won't it be too conspicuous? Hearing this, Mio worried. Don't worry. If anyone sees, I'll handle it. Hearing her words, Takaru said nonchalantly. Seeing Takaru's confidence, Mio said no more. She also wanted to experience being carried by such a creature, definitely incomparable to Kokuo. Alright, Hakuto, take off. Head west. Seeing everyone seated, Takaru directly said to the white whale. Woo! With a long, drawn-out sound from Hakuto, those on its back felt a slight tremor, and a sense of weightlessness, mainly due to the acceleration as Hakuto rose. Wow, we're flying. Seeing their position rise higher, Hinata excitedly shouted. The others also felt a novel experience. As Hakuto flew, everyone saw a transparent barrier envelop it, a simple wind magic shield to reduce air resistance and protect those on its back from strong winds, also preventing falls. However, its strength was only about bulletproof glass level, insufficient for combat. After reaching a certain altitude, Hakuto began moving forward. Master, can I go to the edge to look? As Hakuto moved, Hinata eagerly raised her hand and asked Takaru. Alright, go to that observation deck. And don't touch the shield randomly, understand? Although Hinata couldn't break the shield, Takaru still said. Hearing Takaru, Hinata excitedly went to a protruding area at Hakuto's edge. Standing there, holding the bone-like railing, she looked down. Besides the island they left, the vast, magnificent sea below excited Hinata greatly. I want to see too. Seeing Hinata's excitement, Mio left her seat, and went to the observation deck beside Hinata. She was quickly captivated by the scenery below. Viewing the earth from high altitude was indeed shocking. Seeing them, Hinetsuru and the others followed suit. Even Karen and Mickey couldn't resist going to look. Of course, besides those excited, some were afraid of heights. Hana, Koyori, Kazuho, and Ebona felt fear and dared not leave their seats. Seeing this, Takaru lightly shook his head, not forcing anyone. Chapter 331, Chapter 331 The New Villa, and the 61123 words, Master, there are giant bird monsters trying to attack Hakuto. Soon, those admiring the scenery noticed two eagle-like monsters, about 4 to 5 meters in size, attempting to attack Hakuto. Don't worry, Hakuto can easily defeat such monsters. Seeing their nervousness, Takaru said with a light laugh. Woo! As the eagle monsters attacked, Hakuto's eyes turned fierce. Its massive maw opened, making the 4 to 5 meter monster seem minuscule beside it. Then, a blast of scorching flame shot from Hakuto's mouth, splitting into 6 at incredible speed, and striking the unprepared eagle monsters. Under the intense flames, they were quickly obliterated. Witnessing the entire scene, Kazuho's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, utterly speechless with shock. Hakuto is so strong. Only Hinata and the others were excited. After the minor incident, the journey proceeded smoothly. Hakuto was fast, taking about an hour to reach the villa according to Takeru's directions. With mimicry activated, Hakuto blended into the blue sky and wasn't too conspicuous. Upon arrival, following Takeru's signal, Hakuto slowly descended into the spacious garden. Fortunately, the garden was large enough, though 2 big trees were crushed upon landing. Seeing this, Takeru felt helpless but didn't mind too much. They were just ordinary trees, and could be cleared later. After landing, Hakuto remained about 20 to 30 centimeters above the ground to avoid damaging the area, which would be troublesome to repair. After everyone disembarked, Takeru signaled Hakuto to return to the island and await his summons, keeping mimicry active normally and avoiding attacking humans. Hearing Takeru, Hakuto let out a low cry of understanding and slowly left the villa. "Oniai-chan, is this the villa you bought?" As Hakuto departed, the villa's full appearance came into view, astonishing Myo. "Yes, what do you think?" "Not bad, right?" Seeing Myo's amazement, Takeru said directly. "Oniai-chan, do you have that much money?" Looking at everything, Myo asked suspiciously. "Of course." Hearing her doubt his money-making ability, Takeru rolled his eyes. Although he was almost out of funds now, money wasn't hard for Takeru to obtain. After learning the magic collected by Echidna, turning stone to gold wasn't difficult. However, introducing too much gold into the market would cause a huge impact. But if he's really short on money, Takeru wouldn't mind creating some gold. For now, he could consider taking on a few missions. But that could wait. The most important thing now was to give everyone a tour. Since the villa was fully furnished, it was essentially move-in ready. So they could stay here tonight. "Master, will we live here from now on?" Looking at the huge villa, AI asked curiously. T/N, changing Hinatsuru to AI, since everyone else already used the given name, not surname. Hearing her, Takeru nodded directly. "Takeru, are you moving?" Hearing Takeru, Ebona belatedly asked. "Yes, but not completely. I'll still go to the apartment, just stay there less. Of course, for school, we'll go from there." Hearing her, Takeru explained directly. Hearing Takeru, Ebona was somewhat dazed. "Then, Master, can we stay here tonight too?" Suddenly, Hinata said excitedly. "You want to stay here?" Hearing her, Takeru was caught off guard. "I want to stay here too." Soon, now also said directly. "I understand. But call your parents first. If they agree, then you can stay." Seeing their excited faces, Takeru said directly. Seeing them so happy, Takeru didn't want to dampen their spirits, but it depended on their parents. Ui, and Rika hesitated but decided to leave. Kazuho and Renj also needed to go home, as Ren's other older sister, Hikage, was waiting. Takeru told them to stay a bit longer, and he'd take them back to the village later. Considering Takeru's capabilities, Kazuho thanked him with a nod. Soon, Hinata and the others contacted their mothers and got permission. Excitedly, they explored the villa. With 10 bedrooms, besides 2 master suites, there were 8 rooms. Takeru let everyone choose. Takeru, Miki, Karen, Myo, Emilia, Ram, Rem, Beatrice, and Felt made their selections, leaving 3 rooms as guest rooms. Miki and Karen, used to sharing, chose 1 room. Ram and Rem also shared a room. Myo, though reluctant to part with Takeru, chose a room as her own. Compared to Myo, Miki, and others, AI wasn't considered family, so her room was designated a guest room, though Takeru wouldn't usually let others use it. Emilia, Beatrice, and Felt naturally chose rooms. Though they didn't mind sharing, with conditions permitting, they preferred some personal space. Takaru didn't mind. After selecting rooms, everyone finished their excited tour and began planning. The garden didn't need immediate changes, but indoor rooms could be personalized. The rooftop for growing food interested Mio, Rem, and others. They started thinking about what plants to grow and what animals to raise. In fact, Takaru could even create functional animals now. After the tour, Hina, Mickey, Rem, Ui, and others started preparing dinner, using ingredients Takaru had stored in his item slots and leftover white whale's meat. With rare leisure, Takaru began creating again. Suddenly, an idea came to mind and he smiled. Taking out some white whale's fur, he started creating the creature in his mind. As he shaped the magical beast and its abilities, his mana rapidly decreased again. About 5 minutes later, under Yui and the others' gazes, a small, four-legged, fox-like magical beast appeared. It was snow white with fluffy tails, eyes gradient from blue to white, deep blue inside its ears, two thick tufts outside, and light blue paws. If someone from that original world saw it, they'd be shocked. Takaru had manifested a highly popular anime creature. The six-tailed fox. Not the ordinary fire-type Vulpix, but the special regional ice-type Alolan Vulpix. To make it more potent, Takaru infused it with fire magic and shared some of his demon's extract ability. So despite its cute, harmless appearance, if provoked, it could easily eliminate many ordinary adults. At full strength, even Mio might not be its match now, as Mio lacked combat experience. Their base stats were similar, with the difference being Nen and fire magic. This ice Vulpix cost Takaru nearly 8,000 mana. As Vulpix appeared, everyone's attention focused on it. Though Karen and the others didn't speak, their eyes showed intense interest. Facing their gazes, Vulpix showed a wary look, then jumped into Takaru's arms, nuzzling him affectionately. Takaru gently stroked Vulpix, feeling its soft fur, and smiled. "Takaru, what is this? Can I hold it?" Seeing the adorable Vulpix, Yui excitedly asked. "Oni-chan, what's its name?" Mio directly inquired. "It's called Vulpix. You could call it a spirit or a Pokemon." Seeing their keen interest, Takaru didn't keep them in suspense and directly said. Chapter 332. Chapter 332 A New Source of Delicacies 1111 words. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone was taken aback. "All right, Vulpix, say hello to everyone." Looking at Vulpix, Takaru said softly. Vulpix, hearing Takaru, Vulpix lightly called out to everyone but still didn't leave Takaru's embrace. Seeing Vulpix's behavior, Takaru smiled and shook his head, not forcing it. "Oni-chan, can I pet it?" Seeing Vulpix's proud demeanor, Mio asked again. "Vulpix, that's my little sister. Go to her for now." Seeing the anticipation in Mio's eyes, Takaru directly said to Vulpix. Hearing Takaru, Vulpix stood up, sniffed Mio's scent, then somewhat reluctantly left Takaru's arms and went to Mio's side. Seeing Vulpix's actions, Mio excitedly picked it up, being careful not to scare or hurt it. Feeling its soft fur, Mio smiled contentedly. As Mio held Vulpix, everyone gathered around her. Seeing everyone surrounding Mio, Takaru began thinking again. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He took out the few remaining Spider Eagle's eggs from his inventory and began manifesting the next Pokemon. Soon, with Takaru's mana, another Pokemon slowly appeared. However, compared to the cute Vulpix, this one was relatively plain. A large egg-shaped body, pink on top, white below. It had some curly, hair-like growths on its head, and white wing-like appendages connecting its arms to its body, encircling it. It also had a kangaroo-like pouch carrying an egg. This was Chansey. Takaru didn't focus on combat abilities for it. Instead, he gave it water-based healing and light healing abilities, along with a gentle personality. Most importantly, it had the ability to lay eggs. Creating Chansey consumed more mana than Vulpix. 11,000 units. Once Chansey's consciousness fully formed, it happily cried out. This one is cute too. Though not as cute as Vulpix, for Yui and others seeing a Pokémon for the first time, it was still shocking. Compared to Vulpix, Chansey was very gentle. Facing everyone's curiosity, it showed a gentle smile. Takaru, what is this one called? Stroking the well-behaved Chansey, Yui asked curiously. It's called Chansey. Its ability is healing. Hearing her question, Takaru directly replied. Is that so? Hearing Takaru, Hinata, and the others curiously petted Chansey for a while. Also, its eggs are very delicious. Chansey, can you give me a few eggs? Saying this, Takaru directly asked. Hearing Takaru, Chansey smiled, narrowed its eyes, and nodded. Using its ability, several eggs, larger than ostrich eggs, appeared before everyone. Takaru, are we going to eat its eggs? Isn't that bad? Looking at the eggs, Yui hesitantly said. Before Takaru could speak, Chansey waved its hands, indicating it didn't mind. Thank you, Chansey. Seeing this, Takaru hesitated, then used telekinesis to float the eggs. He surrounded them with water and heated the water with fire from the outside. Watching Takaru's hardcore boiled eggs, everyone was stunned. Hinata clapped excitedly, while Hana, a seasoned foodie, instinctively swallowed saliva, sensing these eggs would be incredibly delicious. Not keeping them waiting long, with Takaru's precise flame control, the eggs were perfectly cooked and taken down. Since dinner is soon, let's have a simple taste. Saying this, Takaru lightly cut the 4 Chansey eggs into 6 pieces each, placing them on plates he manifested. Everyone eagerly picked up a piece and took a bite. Then they felt an ultimate deliciousness. Mio found it even more delicious than Spider Eagle's eggs. Actually, it was more than that. Due to Takaru's settings, besides deliciousness, the eggs had effects similar to magical beast meat. Long-term consumption could enhance physical fitness and significantly improve mana. However, using the egg-laying skill was taxing for Chansey. At full strength, it could produce about 10 eggs at once before its mana was depleted. Recovery took about 5 hours to fully restore mana. So, producing at full capacity daily, it could yield less than 50 eggs, around 40-something. Eating the eggs, Hana showed a blissful expression, looking extremely cute. Kazuho was also astonished. Although she had marveled at the magical beast meat at lunch, tasting these eggs left her speechless. In short, today's trip was amazing. If Hikage knew she and Wrench had eaten such delicacies, she'd be envious. Thinking of Hikari's envious look, Kazuho chuckled lightly. Naturally unaware of Kazuho's thoughts, Takaru sensed that Yui and the others needed about 10 more minutes. He then took out a special type of milk and a piece of beef. These were recently sent by the military. According to Nicholas, the milk came from a special cow in a secret realm, highly nutritious, with delicious meat that also strengthened the body. The only downside was low milk yield, and there were less than 20 such cows in the realm. Taking out the 2 materials, Takaru thought for a moment and also took out a piece of white whale's meat to manifest another magical beast. Soon, after consuming 10,000 mana, a red cow Pokémon with a black ball at the end of its tail appeared before everyone. Seeing the upright cow, they understood its purpose without Takaru explaining. What's this one called? Looking at the gentle, well-behaved Miltank, Emilia asked again. Saying softly, Takaru directly manifested a milk bottle and began milking it. Miltank cooperated fully. After collecting about 10 liters of Moo milk, Takaru sensed Miltank's mana was significantly depleted and stopped. He divided the 10 liters into 10 1-liter bottles, stored a few, and took out 2 for everyone to share. Tasting the exceptionally mellow and fragrant milk with its unique texture, everyone found it sweet and fragrant, more delicious than any drink they'd had before. Everyone, dinner is ready. Just as everyone enjoyed the Moo milk, Ui and Rem came to the rooftop to call them. What are you all eating? And what are these? Seeing the eggshells on the ground, the Moo milk in their hands, and the 3 unfamiliar animals, Ui was stunned. Ui, Rem-chan, this is really good. And those eggs are very delicious too. Seeing Yui and Rem arrive, Yui handed her milk to Yui. One each on. Seeing Yui offer the milk, Yui instinctively took it. All right, thank you for your hard work. Let's head down now. Chansey, Miltank, Vulpix, will you come down with us? Seeing Yui and Rem, Takaru stood up and directly said. Hearing Takaru, the three Pokemon called out and followed downstairs. Upon reaching the lower floor, they were greeted by the aroma of food. Seeing the delicious dishes prepared by Yui and the others, they couldn't help but swallow. Then, everyone thanked Rem and the others and began enjoying the meal. With the addition of moo milk and various delicacies, everyone had a delightful time, hosts and guests alike. Chapter 333. Chapter 333. The well 11:29 words after dinner, despite their reluctance, everyone had to part ways for a while. Takaru first took Yui, and Rika back to the apartment. Ebona expressed her wish to stay at the villa overnight with Hinata and the others. After sending the three home and bidding them farewell, Takaru created a clone to go to the hotel and handle the checkout procedures. His main body directly used magic gate to return to the villa. Compared to Monster Island, the villa wasn't far from the apartment. Since he had left a magic marker to enhance his perception, Takaru could easily teleport using the magic gate. As the sky darkened, Takaru simply manifested a griffin magical beast. Then, with the excited Renj and somewhat fearful Kazuho, they flew towards their village. Using magic to conceal themselves and under the cover of night, they were inconspicuous. Soon, with the griffin's high speed, they arrived at a small village. Though dark, Takaru's observation haki allowed him to perceive the village's layout clearly. The village's facilities and communications seemed somewhat backward, but the scenery was very beautiful. Takaru found a spot for the griffin to land. Kazuho, Renj, where is your house? It was Takaru's first time here, so naturally he didn't know. That way, then right at the second intersection, and straight ahead for a bit. Compared to the still nervous Kazuho, Renj quickly gave directions. I see, I understand. Hearing Renj's directions, Takaru signaled the griffin to proceed. This time, running on the road without flying. Though in the countryside, there were street lights. While the griffin ran, they encountered a patrolling police officer at night. Seeing his shocked look, Takaru directly cast a genjutsu on him, making him forget their presence. Which way now? After a while, Takaru asked again. The house over there is mine. Looking around, Renj pointed directly at a house. Arriving at the house, Takaru lightly jumped off the griffin's back, then helped Renj down, along with the still-dazed Kazuho. Thank you, master. After getting down, Renj gratefully said to Takaru. It's nothing. Next Saturday, I'll come to pick you up on time. Be prepared. Bending slightly, Takaru smiled and patted Renj's head. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Renj nodded excitedly. Oh, this is for you. Suddenly remembering something, Takaru took out 3 bottles of moo milk and gave them to Renj. Each bottle contained 1 liter. Takaru, we can't accept this. Seeing the milk, though not rare for Takaru, Kazuho knew it was precious. This is for Renj. The milk contains special mana that can strengthen the body. Training under me is tough, so Renj needs to work hard. Real training starts next week. Hearing Kazuho, Takaru lightly shook his head. Yes, I'll work hard. Hearing Takaru, Renj said with full determination. I'll head back now. Goodbye, Kazuho-san, Renj. Saying this, Takaru didn't give them a chance to persuade him to stay. He used gate and disappeared. Watching him leave quickly and seeing the leftover milk, Kazuho felt somewhat relieved that Takaru had finally accepted their gift. But compared to this functional, delicious milk, their gift seemed too ordinary. However, seeing Takaru's affection for Renj during this meeting, Kazuho thought of her junior, the village shop's owner. Kageyama Kid. Thinking this, she felt completely at ease leaving Renj with Takaru. Then, Kazuho and Renj walked home with the moo milk. We're home. Upon returning, Kazuho and Renji called out softly. One-chan, Renji, you're so late. Hearing them, Miyachi Hikage came out and complained. Luckily, she had mooched 2 meals at the Koshigaya house today, or she'd have been starving. Something came up. Hearing Hikage's complaint, Kazuho said apologetically. Today, we rode Hakuto and a griffin and ate lots of delicious food. Looking at Hikage, Renji said happily. Delicious food. Though unsure what they experienced, Hikage instinctively felt their day was fulfilling and enjoyable. This made her scratch her head in frustration. If not for One-chan, I could have gone too. Is this my gift? Suddenly, seeing the milk in their hands, Hikage asked curiously. Wait, this was given to Renji. It's very important. You can't sneak a drink. Noticing Hikage's gaze, Kazuho quickly said. It's just milk. One-chan, you're overreacting. Seeing Kazuho's nervous look, Hikage felt she was making a big deal. Anyway, if you want milk, I'll buy some tomorrow. But you absolutely cannot touch this. It's very important for Renji. Hearing her, Kazuho emphasized again. So this looks like milk but is actually something special. Seeing Kazuho repeatedly emphasize made Hikage even more curious. Hearing Hikage pierce the milk's secret, Kazuho was speechless. It's okay. Here, this one's for you. Seeing Hikage's excitement, Renji lightly shook her head, and directly gave Hikage a bottle of moo milk. Renji, thank you. Seeing Renji's gesture, Hikage quickly took the milk and hugged her. Seeing Renji's serious gaze, Kazuho lightly sighed. 1 bottle is too much. Drink just 1 glass tomorrow. Seeing this, Kazuho said seriously. Then she emphasized to Hikage again that this was valuable and shouldn't be wasted. Besides Hikage, Renji also planned to share the remaining milk with her village friends. Renji knew Takara gave it to her, but how she used it was up to her. Takara wouldn't question it. Naturally unaware of what happened later, Takara returned home to find everyone gathered and playing. Oni-chan, can you make another Vulpix? I want one too. Seeing Takara return, Mio excitedly came over. Master, I want one too. Hinata and the others also looked at Takara expectantly. We'll see later. My mana isn't very sufficient right now. Hearing them, Takara lightly shook his head. Is that so? Hearing Takara, Mio nodded lightly. But I can add another Chansey and Miltank. Looking at the 2 Pokemon beside him, Takara took out his last remaining materials. After manifestation, his reserve mana was completely depleted, though he still had a few thousand mana left. Takara-sama, do you need mana replenishment? After Takara finished manifesting the 2 Pokemon, Ram came to his side and asked. Yes, let's go outside. Hearing their question, Takara directly nodded. Oni-chan, I'll help too. Felt also directly said. Facing her kindness, Takara didn't refuse. Mio and the others looked at Takara and the others curiously, unsure what mana replenishment entailed. Then, everyone moved to the garden. Though the garden lights weren't bright, under Takara's lighting spell, it soon became as bright as day. Looking at everyone, Takara directly said. Betty will go first. Looking at everyone, Beatrice stepped forward first. Mio and the others curiously looked at Beatrice, who appeared younger than them. They had heard Beatrice was a spirit, born far earlier than they could imagine. Chapter 334, Chapter 330 for Mana Replenishment and Manifestation Rules 1171 Words, El Minya. After a slight charge, a mana arrow resembling a purple ice spear appeared behind Beatrice. Then, under Mio and the others' shocked gazes, the mana arrows rapidly shot towards Takara, aimed at his palms. Gluttony. Placing his hands in front, Takara completely devoured the incoming mana arrows. His depleted mana reserves began to increase rapidly. Oni-chan and Beatrice, what are they doing? Seeing this, Mio went to Emilia's side and asked, puzzled. Well, according to Takaru, this is his special ability. He can absorb mana this way. Hearing Mio's question, Emilia quickly explained. Is that so? Hearing Emilia, Mio nodded blankly. She was completely unaware of Takaru's full strength, but every time he displayed even a fraction of his abilities, it astonished her, especially this time. Directly creating special life forms. As for Beatrice, after continuously releasing for over 20 minutes, she stopped the high-intensity mana arrow barrage, panting. Takaru's mana reserves reached 14,000. Then, Takaru used a shadow clone to take Beatrice aside and transferred mana to her, helping her recover quickly. Next is us. Then, Ram and Rem stepped forward. They closed and opened their eyes, instantly turning red, with a special Oni horn appearing on each of their foreheads. Then, sharp wind blades and cold ice spears materialized out of thin air, shooting towards Takaru. He smiled lightly and absorbed all their skills. Though Ram could release a more powerful tornado hurricane, its range was too large, and Takaru couldn't perfectly absorb it. So she used smaller wind blades for Takaru to devour completely. After about 10 minutes, Rem's mana ran low, and she stepped back. Ram, however, seemed still quite composed. This was normal, as their mana capacity and magic intensity were on different levels. After Rem stepped back, Emilia took her previous spot. After a charge, a huge, sharp ice pillar appeared before her, thrusting towards Takaru. Upon contact with Takaru's right hand, it was similarly devoured and converted into mana. Seeing her ice pillar devoured, Emilia showed no surprise. Instead, she continued channeling her mana, extending the ice pillar rapidly for Takaru to devour freely. So amazing. Watching from the side, Hinata, Hana, and the others felt a yearning. AI will help Master in the future too. AI thought seriously. When Ram and Emilia's mana was nearly depleted, Felt and Karen also offered their power. After about 2 hours, Takaru's mana reserves reached over 180,000. Seeing everyone's exhaustion, Takaru stopped absorbing. Though he replenished their mana after depletion, continuously consuming mana at high intensity was tiring for them. With 180,000 mana, Takaru had enough for a while. Daily mana replenishment sessions would allow his reserves to grow rapidly. After stopping, Takaru took everyone to a large swimming pool in the backyard. Using magic to clean the pool with water, he then created some hot water for everyone to bathe in. Oni-chan, join us. Seeing Takaru about to leave, Mio said with a light laugh. Master, join us. Hinata and the others also excitedly called. Seeing everyone was somewhat shy but not resisting, Takaru didn't hold back and nodded with a light laugh. An hour later, Takaru left the pool first and returned to the rooftop. He searched through his inventory items. Besides the dwindling white whale and snow ape's corpses, there were only some mutated animals hunted on Monster Island. Besides animal corpses, there were nearly 5 tons of magic ore. Although ordinary animals could also be transformed into Pokémon, their strength and functionality would be much weaker. After some selection, Takaru combined a previously hunted mutated rat with magic ore, supplemented with his own mana and his lightning abilities. Soon, a yellow electric mouse appeared before him. Pika Pika. Soon, the electric mouse began calling softly. This was the extremely well-known Pokémon from Takaru's previous life, Pikachu. Its fur was yellow with 2 brown stripes on its back. Its tail was shaped like a jagged lightning bolt, its cheeks had red electric sacs, and the tips of its long ears were black. Gently stroking Pikachu, it showed great affection towards Takaru. Despite its small size, its combat power was very strong. As a battle-oriented pet, it cost Takaru 12,000 mana, more than the functional Chansey and Miltank. Its main combat style relied on electricity, as Takaru had infused it with a trace of the origin from the Taigu, a Dramalek, allowing it to easily control and release lightning. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on me. Putting it down, Takaru seriously said to Pikachu. Hearing Takaru's request, Pikachu was stunned. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Use it on my palm with your strongest power. Seeing Pikachu's nervous look, Takaru directly extended his right hand. Pika Pika. Yes, use it directly. Hearing its confirmation, Takaru nodded seriously. Hearing this, Pikachu jumped about 2 meters away, crouched slightly, and electricity sparked on its face. Pikachu. As Chu sounded, a blue-white electric ball appeared before it, then shot directly at Takaru's right arm. The thunderbolt made contact and was devoured. Seeing the thunderbolt ineffective, Pikachu looked bewildered. Takaru ignored the confused Pikachu and checked his mana reserves. That one attack had increased his mana by nearly 500 points, which is quite powerful. Can you use Thunder Dragon's Roar? Then, Takaru looked at Pikachu and asked. Pika Pika. Hearing Takaru's question, Pikachu proudly nodded. Alright, use it on me again. Don't hold back. Seeing its expression, Takaru said with a light laugh. Pikachu. Hearing this and remembering Takaru's special ability, Pikachu directly nodded. After charging, Pikachu opened its mouth, releasing a terrifying beam of lightning that entered Takaru's hand, lasting 7 or 8 seconds before stopping. Mio and the others, who had just arrived on the rooftop, witnessed Pikachu's attack. Under the lightning's glow, Pikachu's cute appearance was fully revealed. But besides its cuteness, everyone was more concerned with its terrifying power. As for Takaru, after completely absorbing the Thunder Dragon's roar, he was surprised to find it had increased his mana by over 4,700 points. Seeing Pikachu panting, it could probably release one more round. Alright, Pikachu, you did well. Come back now. Looking at Pikachu, Takaru beckoned. It nodded and nimbly jumped onto Takaru's shoulder. Oni-chan, what is it? Seeing Pikachu's well-behaved appearance, Mio asked again. That's its name. Pika Pika. Looking at Mio and the others, Pikachu showed a smile. So amazing. Looking at Pikachu, Karen directly exclaimed. Even she couldn't think of how to block that attack. In terms of pure destructive power, she was completely outmatched. Seeing everyone's fondness, Takaru chuckled lightly. In the future, he could give each of them a Pokemon companion. But for now, it wasn't possible due to insufficient materials. Although Takaru could manifest from scratch, doing so would not only consume vast mana, but also result in average strength and abilities. Having suitable materials saved effort, especially if the materials were high level, and had good compatibility. Also, generally, the more mana consumed during manifestation, the stronger the manifested Pokemon's abilities or power would be. Chapter 335, Chapter 335 Ability User Organization Mission Acceptance 1144 Words afterward, Takaru collected some Chansey eggs and Miltank milk, then led everyone in meditation. Wanting to gain power quickly, and with everyone around them training, everyone closed their eyes and meditated. Besides meditation, Takaru manifested a clone that went to each room and manifested mattresses and bedding. Although the beds existed, these items were missing. But for Takaru, these were easy to manifest with a bit of mana, and they were very luxurious and comfortable. With these prepared, Takaru noticed the rooms lacked desks and wardrobes, so he manifested those as well. Also, for everyone's clothes, Takaru wasn't sure what styles they liked. Based on what he thought looked good on them and some clothing he'd seen while shopping, he equipped a wardrobe with everything from pajamas to evening gowns. After finishing everything, Takaru's clone stopped working, and began calmly training in mana control. Soon, as time passed, those training slowly fell asleep. Takaru, still training, opened his eyes and gently carried the sleeping Nao and Kanon to guest rooms, placing them on the already prepared futon. Carefully covering them with blankets, Takaru went downstairs again. He saw Hana also seemed asleep, but when he picked her up, she groggily woke up. Sorry, did I wake you? Looking at Hana rubbing her eyes, Takaru said softly. Where is this? Looking at the changed surroundings, Hana said, puzzled. This is the second floor. I'm taking you to the guest room now. Hearing her question, Takaru said quietly. Hearing Takaru, Hana let him carry her to the guest room. Good night. After placing her next to Nao, Takaru said softly. Good night. Hearing Takaru, Hana waved her hand. Afterward, Takaru took Ai, Hinata, and the others to their rooms. After settling all 6 children, Takaru woke the others and told them to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. After enjoying the sumptuous breakfast prepared by Rem, Ai, and the others, Takaru first returned to the apartment. He picked up Yui, and Rika, who had arrived on time, and took them to the island. Leaving a clone to inform everyone, Takaru directly flew towards the Ability User Organization's headquarters. Takaru had only been to the headquarters twice before, and this was his 3rd visit, so he was relatively unfamiliar. Now, with the new villa, the headquarters was about a 30 to 40-minute drive away. At Takaru's normal flight speed, he could arrive in about 10 minutes. Arriving outside the headquarters, Takaru found a concealed spot to land and walked towards the main gate. However, the guards stopped him. Excuse me, sir. May I ask your business? This is a restricted area and not open to the public. Looking at Takaru, the guard said politely. Hey, kid, this place isn't for ordinary people like you to come and gawk at. Before Takaru could speak, a luxurious car pulled up beside him. As the window rolled down, a man with flashy hair looked at Takaru disdainfully. Please enter, Maikawa-san. Looking at the man, the guard bowed politely and let him pass. The man cast one more mocking glance at Takaru as he left. Takaru remained expressionless. Although the man was somewhat rude, Takaru didn't plan to do anything about it based solely on that, unless he continued to cause trouble. Here is my identification. Saying this, Takaru directly took out his Ability User Organization's ID from his inventory. This is... Our apologies, Nara-san. Please come in. Seeing the large A-rank certification on the ID, both guards became respectful. As the only A-rank ability user, Takaru was the most mysterious here. Though everyone knew his name, very few had seen his face. Risa and Hazama wouldn't circulate Takaru's image without his permission. Hearing their words, Takaru calmly retrieved his ID and walked slowly inside. Is that the nation's strongest? I didn't say anything rude just now, did I? After Takaru left, the 2 guards were somewhat excited and nervous. Even ordinary C-rank ability users were beyond imagination, and the sole A-rank was undoubtedly a suppression class combat power. Takaru heard their words but said nothing, continuing inside. Surprisingly, the large outer courtyard had been transformed into a special training ground. Several people were training hard, including Mai, whom Takaru had met a few times. Sensing someone's gaze, Mai, who was attacking a target, frowned and turned. Seeing Takaru, she showed a surprised expression. Seeing her look at him, Takaru greeted with a light laugh. How rare. This is the first time I've seen you here. Looking at Takaru, Mai said directly. Yes, including today, this is my 3rd time here. Hearing her, Takaru said calmly. Actually, it wasn't just Takaru. His team members didn't come here often either. Yukino and the others would accept missions to train themselves, and often posted mission details in the group chat. Is that so? I thought you hadn't even registered here yet. Hearing Takaru, Mai said softly. Haha, enough about that. I'm here to see if there are any missions. By the way, where do I accept missions? Suddenly, Takaru realized this was his first time accepting missions here. His previous 2 missions were directly assigned by Risa. I'll take you there. Hearing Takaru, Mai rolled her eyes and took the lead. Soon, they arrived at a room inside the building. Several female staff sat by computers, waiting. There, tell them you want to inquire about or accept missions. Then, Mai pointed to the 2 girls ahead. Is that so? Hearing her, Takaru walked forward. Hello, are you here to accept a mission? Seeing Takaru approach, one girl said somewhat nervously. Compared to Takaru and the others, these staff were ordinary people. Being able to work here was fortunate. Of course, their attitude toward ability users was also important. However, as long as they performed their duties and maintained proper conduct, they were protected by the state. Ability users couldn't attack ordinary people arbitrarily. Yes, I'd like to view the missions. Hearing her question, Takaru directly said. Apologies, but we need to see your identification before we can provide the corresponding mission list. Hearing Takaru, the girl said politely again. Is that so? I understand. Hearing her, Takaru directly took out his ID. The girl respectfully took Takaru's ID, but upon seeing the information displayed, she froze and stared blankly at Takaru. What's wrong? Seeing the girl frozen, Takaru asked, puzzled. No, it's nothing. Please wait a moment. Hearing Takaru, the girl snapped out of her shock and said somewhat nervously. She quickly entered Takaru's ID number, and his information fully appeared. Confirming it was him, she hurriedly printed out all the missions. Because Takaru was an A-rank ability user, all missions were available to him. Then, everyone watched as the printer continuously worked. Seeing this, Takaru began reviewing the printed missions. Chapter 336. Chapter 336 Mission Grading 1227 words. The ability user organization's missions were meticulously divided into 6 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E. S level was the highest, E level the lowest. In principle, ability users could only accept missions of their corresponding level or lower. Also, although the highest mission level was defined as S, in reality, S-level missions had never appeared. Even A-level missions had only occurred twice, and Takaru had personally participated in both. Besides that, the highest was B-level. There weren't many B-level missions either. The majority were defined as C or D-level missions. E-level missions were basically investigation missions or simple subjugation tasks. So-called investigation missions were usually reports of monster-like existences appearing in certain areas. The person accepting the mission only needed to investigate. Of course, if they discovered a threatening existence and thought they could handle it, they could also hunt it. Afterwards, submitting the mission with proof would allow the mission level to be raised based on the monster. Generally speaking, the most dangerous weren't the high-level missions, but the inconspicuous E-level investigation missions. However, for those with special talents who wouldn't force themselves to show off, investigation missions were quite simple. After reviewing them, Takaru found the highest available was an A-level cleanup mission. The mission location was quite far from Chiba Prefecture, very similar to the previous Monster Island. However, compared to the previous Monster Island, this discovered island was somewhat distant from human living areas, relatively less urgent. That was probably why Risa hadn't directly told Takaru about it. I'll accept this mission. And these 2 sea-level cleanup missions near the island as well. Can I directly accept these 3 missions? Pulling out 3 mission sheets, Takaru directly said. You're accepting an A-level mission alone. Looking at the mission sheets in Takaru's hand, the girl asked nervously. Is it not allowed? Hearing her surprised tone, Takaru asked, puzzled. No, it's not that. But A-level missions usually face large numbers of mutated animals, possibly including B-level ones, and even A-level monsters might exist. Hearing Takaru, the girl said nervously. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Seeing her nervous, hesitant expression, Takaru said with a light laugh. I understand. I'll process the procedures for you right away. May I ask when you plan to depart? I'll arrange a helicopter for you. Looking at Takaru, the girl directly said. Takaru said without hesitation. I understand. Please wait a moment. I'll arrange it immediately. Hearing Takaru, the girl said respectfully. Takaru waited calmly. Although helicopters were much slower than his own flight, he didn't know the way, so having a helicopter take him was quite convenient. Mai, curious, had stayed behind to see what mission Takaru would accept. Seeing him accept an A-level mission alone, she was stunned. You're the only A-rank ability user. Looking at Takaru, Mai said blankly. What's wrong? Facing her shocked expression, Takaru was very calm. Rather than what's wrong, it's more like it's just too surprising. Looking at Takaru's calm demeanor, Mai helplessly held her head, her expression full of complexity. She had imagined what the so-called A-rank ability user would be like, at the very least, surrounded by numerous attendants, using the most luxurious transportation, exuding authority. But Takaru didn't seem to possess any of that. On the contrary, he was very. And remembering their first meeting in the mission world, where he appeared as an elderly man, Mai felt Takaru was probably a rather sly person. But you're planning to complete an A-level mission alone. That should be a very large-scale mission, right? Even a team would probably need 2 or 3 days or more. Looking at Takaru, Mai asked again. Not that long. Hearing her, Takaru said confidently. Seeing Takaru's confident expression, Mai opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. After all, she had only barely passed the C-rank assessment, and was still far from A-rank. She didn't know what level of strength was required to be called A-rank. Noticing Takaru showed no intention of inviting her along, Mai chatted briefly before taking her leave. Takaru smiled and nodded to her, then continued waiting calmly in the lounge. It didn't take long. A helicopter landed directly beside the courtyard. Several military officers quickly arrived, and, learning Takaru had accepted the mission, respectfully saluted him. Although the mutated animals on the island rarely came out, substantial military forces were still deployed nearby to guard the island, needing to continuously eliminate creatures attempting to land. Takaru going to eliminate this threat would also free up considerable military resources. Nara-san, are you going alone? Seeing Takaru by himself, the officer asked again. Yes, just me. Hearing his question, Takaru nodded seriously. Is that so? I understand. Seeing Takaru's serious expression, the officer nodded understandingly. Nara-san, this way please. Then, the two respectfully led Takaru out the back of the ability user organization, through a passage, to a large courtyard where 2 helicopters were waiting. Since Takaru was alone, only 1 helicopter was needed. The pilot was already waiting. As Takaru and 1 officer boarded, the pilot quickly started the helicopter. With the helicopter underway, Takaru calmly trained Chakra to pass the time, waiting for their destination. This mission was a pleasant surprise for Takaru. New mutated animals meant new materials he could use to create new Pokémon. As time passed, about 3 hours later, Takaru sensed the helicopter had arrived at the edge of a city and stopped. Nara-san, I apologize. The target island is about 10 kilometers ahead. However, entering recklessly by helicopter risks attacks from numerous flying monsters. We'll need to switch to a speedboat. After stopping, the officer said seriously to Takaru. Directly ahead. Hearing him, Takaru calmly asked. I understand. I'll go alone from here. Hearing him, Takaru directly said. You're going alone? Hearing Takaru, the officer was startled. Saying this, Takaru flew directly into the air, rapidly heading in the direction indicated, disappearing from sight. Only after Takaru left did the officer react. He realized that the circulating video was indeed Takaru himself. Perhaps only Takaru, as the A-rank ability user, possessed such power. In less than 5 minutes, under Takaru's super speed movement, a giant island appeared within his perception range. What most concerned Takaru was the large number of powerful life forms inhabiting the island. This was clearly the target island. As he approached, several mutated stellar sea eagles locked onto Takaru. Seeing these eagle-type animals, basically 4 to 5 meters in size, Takaru showed a smile. How enthusiastic. Although the sea eagles didn't understand why Takaru could fly without wings, they clearly knew he wasn't one of them. So they immediately regarded Takaru as prey. Seeing one attacking with its sharp beak, Takaru showed no mercy. The instant it flew at him, he sidestepped and landed on its back. Before the sea eagle could react, powerful electric current surged from Takaru, instantly paralyzing the eagle beneath him. Shortly after, it lost its life. The moment it died, Takaru directly stored it in his inventory. He repeated the process with the remaining 3, easily killing them. After killing the sea eagles, Takaru slowly descended into the forest below. He casually manifested a large box, stuffed the eagle corpses inside, then stored the box in his inventory. This allowed more efficient use of his inventory space. Chapter 337, Chapter 337 Mission Complete 1381 words. The sea eagles were just an appetizer. Shortly after Takaru landed, many mutated animals, sensing his unfamiliar scent, began to grow restless. Perceiving the number of mutated animals on the island, Takaru was somewhat surprised. There were simply too many, and the variety was also very diverse. At this moment, a pack of mutated forest wolves surrounded Takaru. Watching the wolves quickly encircling him, Takaru noticed these wolves could no longer be called ordinary wolves. The leading wolf king had grown numerous hard exoskeleton protrusions on its body, looking extremely fierce. Seeing the uninvited guest Takaru, the wolf king directly let out a loud howl. Immediately, 7 or 8 purple figures darted out from the surroundings. The emerging wolf pack, eyes flashing red, attacked Takaru. Too slow. Watching the rapidly approaching forest wolves, Takaru revealed a relaxed smile. With light finger taps, all the attacking wolves fell to the ground under his seemingly weak strikes. The Wolf King, seeing this, realized something was wrong and, without hesitation, howled, preparing to retreat. "Sorry, but I can't let you escape." Saying this softly, Takaru stomped his foot. Instantly, with Takaru as the center, a thick earthen wall rose within a 200-meter radius, completely trapping the forest wolves. Seeing the suddenly appearing earthen wall, the forest wolves were bewildered. Without thinking, they charged directly at it. However, even their powerful exoskeletons could only slightly pierce the dirt, and the recoil left many of them dazed and disoriented. Seeing this scene, Takaru chuckled. Several ice spears materialized out of thin air and rapidly shot at the remaining forest wolves, killing them all, including the Wolf King. After easily dealing with the forest wolf pack, Takaru continued his actions. Afterwards, mutated skunks, foxes, and even the originally harmless sheep and rabbits all displayed extremely ferocious sides. Facing them, Takaru showed no mercy. Wherever he went, all animals were directly killed and stored in his inventory. Besides these ordinary animals, there were also mutated insects, killer bees and beetles, as well as originally fierce crocodiles and giant pythons. All were killed by Takaru, including a large mutated lizard. Of course, aside from the mutated animals, ordinary animals still existed on the island. These animals were basically prey for the mutated ones, and Takaru had no intention of killing them. After all, Takaru's mission was to clean up the mutated animals. And this so-called cleanup didn't require him to eliminate them all, just to reduce their numbers to a certain level. Even ability users couldn't cover everything and truly kill every mutated animal on a huge island. Besides the monsters on the island, there were also many mutated animals in the surrounding sea areas, ferocious giant turtles, octopus-type monsters, crabs, special fish, and even mutated sharks in the coastal waters. While cleaning up, Takaru sensed the island probably contained some special substance that increased the mutation rate and speed of plants and animals. Yes, besides animals and insects, some plants were also not to be underestimated. However, they posed no obstacle to Takaru either. He easily destroyed them and collected them as rare materials. In about 3 hours, Takaru had conducted a major cleanup of the island. The survivors were either ordinary animals, and the remaining mutated animals were basically very weak existences. Takaru's inventory was now filled with over a dozen large crates, each packed with mutated animal corpses. Of course, there were also plants and some special fruits. With these gains, even without payment, it was well worth it for Takaru. Carrying his bountiful harvest, Takaru checked the time, it was already past 4 p.m. He directly returned to the city he had come from. Nara-san. The officer who had been waiting for Takaru, upon hearing his subordinates report Takaru's return, immediately came out to greet him. I've cleaned up the mutated animals. Looking at him, Takaru directly said. Hearing Takaru's words, the officer was stunned. Take a look at this. Seeing his surprised expression, Takaru directly took 2 crates filled with mutated animal corpses from his inventory. Standing above the crates and seeing the large quantity of mutated animal corpses inside, he couldn't help but swallow. This efficiency was simply terrifying. What he didn't know was that if Takaru hadn't investigated and collected the corpses, he would have finished long ago. After giving him a look, Takaru directly stored the crates back. Seeing Takaru casually store away crates of nearly 100 cubic meters, the officer was somewhat in awe. Thank you very much for your assistance, Nara-san. Tomorrow, we will conduct another investigation of the island and then report to the Ability User Organization. Although he believed Takaru's words, procedures were still necessary. Hearing him, Takaru nodded understandingly. By the way, Nara-san, would you like to rest here tonight, or shall we send you back now? Then, the officer inquired. I still have 2 more missions. They're also in this city, right? Hearing him, Takaru directly took out 2 mission sheets. Do you need us to take you there? Because Takaru had completed an A-level mission in just a few short hours, the officer's gaze towards Takaru became even more respectful. Yes, please. Hearing him, Takaru didn't refuse and directly said. Please don't mention it. I'll arrange it immediately. Hearing Takaru say this, he quickly replied. Seeing his respectful demeanor, Takaru calmly nodded and let him arrange a car to take him. The first location was a cemetery. According to reports, terrifying ghosts or similar entities appeared at night, and those who came to pay respects were greatly affected. Those with weaker constitutions would basically fall ill, while even the strong and robust would become weakened. As a result, the area was now sealed off. When the police car brought Takaru here, he quickly perceived several ghosts floating above the cemetery. These monsters could no longer be called simple ghosts, they had become vengeful spirit. Because Takaru arrived in a police car, the personnel at the cordon quickly let them through. The car drove directly through the barrier to the front of the cemetery. At this point, the officer driving dared not go further. Previously, during investigations, several officers had entered and fallen seriously ill that very night. Seeing his fearful expression, Takaru didn't insist. He got out of the car and casually walked inside. As Takaru stepped through the cemetery gate, the nearby ghosts behaved like starving beggars seeing a feast of delicacies. Of course, one ghost sensed Takaru seemed dangerous and instinctively kept its distance. The 3 ghosts that approached Takaru were directly punched by him. With his fist coated in armament hockey, they were easily shattered. Seeing these ghosts heavily struck and dispersed into the air, Takaru paused. An idea struck him. Then, looking at the 3 ghosts nearby that appeared extremely terrified, Takaru used telekinesis to pull them to his side. Looking at these grotesque spirit beings, Takaru directly employed yang magic. Then, with Takaru's mana surging, he completely engulfed the ghosts, purifying them into the purest spirit matter. Afterwards, according to Takaru's ability infusion, 3 special monsters appeared before him. The first was a black, spherical body composed of purple smoke like mist surrounding a ghostly substance or gas, with white eyes, very small pupils, and a mouth containing a pair of fangs. The second was a purple, ghost-like Pokemon. It had a round body with a pair of hands detached from it, 3 fingers floating before its body like wandering spirits. On each side of its face were 3 spike-like protrusions in a cluster, and it had triangular, white eyes. The last one had a hairstyle resembling ghost fire, red irises, and a conspicuous string of red beads around its neck. These 3 Pokemon were Ghastly, Haunter, and Misdreavus. Takaru infused Ghastly and Haunter with Een magic and fire magic respectively, while Misdreavus received Een magic and telekinesis. Ghastly, Haunter, Misdreavus, hide in my shadow for now. Looking at the three Pokemon, Takaru directly said. Gast. Ms. Hearing Takaru's words, although the three Pokemon still wanted to be affectionate with him, they obediently followed his instruction and concealed themselves within Takaru's shadow. Perhaps because they were themselves composed of souls, they could easily use this concealment ability. Chapter 338. Chapter 338. The roll of wood release 1352 words. Checking the time, Takaru saw that over 10 minutes had passed. The three Pokemon had cost him 28,000 mana. Although Haunter was the evolved form of Ghastly, the Pokemon Takaru manifested weren't divided by such evolutionary stages. Their strength was based on the materials used during manifestation and the mana consumed. Both Pokemon consumed about 9,000 mana each. The intensity of the spirit bodies used was also similar, so the strength of the two Pokemon was roughly equal. Misdreavus cost 10,000 mana, and its spirit body was slightly stronger than Ghastly and Haunter's, making it a bit more powerful than the other two. After dealing with matters here, Takaru directly returned to the police car. Nara-san, is it already done? Seeing Takaru approach, the officer asked hesitantly. Yes, 6 ghostly entities have been eliminated. Hearing his question, Takaru directly said. I understand. Shall I take you to the next mission location now? Hearing Takaru say this, the officer sighed in relief, and then continued to inquire. Yes, thank you for your trouble. Hearing him, Takaru directly nodded. Then, the next mission location was also not far from here. Takaru resolved the issue in less than 10 minutes, then bid farewell to the officer, and directly used Shambhala to return to the villa. By now, it was already past 5 o'clock. When Takaru returned, Rem and the others had just finished preparing dinner. Oni-chan, where did you go? Seeing Takaru return, Mio came over holding Vulpix and asked, puzzled. I went to take care of some small matters. Hearing her question, Takaru said calmly. Today's harvest was extremely bountiful. With these large quantities of materials, he could manifest quite a few Pokemon. Takaru really liked Pokemon, cute yet combat capable. Having some Pokemon around would prevent boredom on ordinary days. Is that so? So mysterious. Hearing Takaru, Mio directly said. Takaru nii, something seems to be hiding in your shadow. At this moment, Ui came to Takaru's side, raised an eyebrow and said. You noticed. Come out, Ghastly, Haunter and Misdreavus. Hearing Ui's words, Takaru directly let the 3 Pokemon emerge. What is this? Rika, who had been curious, froze. Hannah began trembling all over, she was most afraid of things like this. Ai also felt somewhat scared. Hinata and Yui, however, directly exclaimed. Amelia, Ram, and the others didn't really have a concept of ghosts. Or rather, Ram and Rem were Oni themselves, so they felt no fear towards these things at all, only curiosity. Oni-chan, you went to get these 3 things today. Although Ghastly and Haunter's appearances were somewhat frightening, having experienced many things and being by Takaru's side, and knowing these were Takaru's creations, Mio felt no fear. There was also no reason to be afraid. Of course not just these things. You'll know later. Lightly shaking his head, Takaru didn't elaborate. Then, Takaru directly went to the dinner table, and began enjoying the meal with everyone. Watching everyone happily eating the dishes, the corners of Takaru's mouth slightly lifted. This kind of scene felt very good to him as well. After enjoying dinner, it was time to send everyone home. To avoid the long journey, Takaru first teleported Ui, and the others back to the apartment, then took Hinata and the others home. At their parting, Takaru gave each of them 2 1-liter bottles of moo milk. He told them to drink a glass every night before resting, which would make them more energetic and increase the effectiveness of their meditation. Naturally, they didn't refuse. Moo milk had an excellent taste and was top tier in flavor, not to mention its body-strengthening functions. After sending everyone home, Takaru received a call from Hinatsuru Akina. Akina informed him that AI's school transfer procedures were complete, and she could report to the new school tomorrow. She called to ask Takaru to take AI on her first day. It wasn't that Akina was unwilling to come take AI herself, but AI had directly expressed she didn't need them to come, as it would be too troublesome. Takaru directly nodded regarding this small matter, indicating he understood. After handling these things, Takaru returned to the villa area. After Hinata and the others went home, the atmosphere was slightly calmer than before, but with Emilia, Karen, and the others still living in the villa, it wasn't too quiet. The first thing upon returning, after greeting everyone, Takaru directly went to the rooftop. Today, Takaru discovered his Senjutsu chakra had awakened a new ability. It was the first Hokage's would release. While fighting the mutated plants, Takaru found he could use Senjutsu chakra to simply control and influence them. Afterwards, upon testing, he found that using Senjutsu chakra according to his will allowed him to rapidly grow plants, and have them attack or bind enemies. This discovery surprised Takaru but also delighted him. Although Takaru's strength didn't lack would release ninjutsu attacks, would release itself could accomplish many things, especially conveniently improving the environment. Takaru himself wanted to transform this villa to be more natural and harmonious. With wood release, achieving this would be much more convenient. Thinking this, Takaru took out the pit of a green spirit fruit, and planted it in the rooftop soil. His Senjutsu chakra began to surge. Nourished by the sage chakra, the pit quickly sprouted and slowly grew. Mio, Karen, and the others nearby, who had been curious, watched Takaru rapidly catalyze a spiritual vine with curiosity. Takaru didn't pay much attention. He had the green spirit fruit's vine quickly climb along the pre-prepared trellises, soon covering 2 racks. The dense leaves also filled the gaps between them. Furthermore, it rapidly bloomed, then the flowers withered and began to bear fruit. In total, in less than 20 minutes, a green spirit fruit's pit completed the entire process of growing, blooming, and fruiting. Oni-chan, can this be eaten? Looking at the green, tempting green spirit fruit, Mio asked curiously. Of course. Hearing her, Takaru smiled and nodded. The so-called green spirit fruit was a type of mutated fruit. Its tree was a vine type, with top-tier taste and texture. It was extremely nutritious, refreshing the mind and body when consumed. Long-term consumption could enhance physical fitness and boost immunity. It was a very precious fruit with extremely stringent growing conditions. Previously, although Takaru had received some from the country, the quantity was small. Within 2 or 3 days, Takaru and Mio had finished them all. During this trip to the island, Takaru had discovered 2 green spirit fruits trees. He had picked the ripe fruits but left the trees in place. Now, through Senjutsu chakra, Takaru could easily mass-produce them. Everyone, try some. Looking at the curious crowd, Takaru lightly laughed, picked 10 nearby ripe green spirit fruits, converted a bit of his mana into water to wash them, and then directly handed them to Mio and the others. Mio, receiving one, couldn't wait to take a bite. The sweet and sour juice quickly flooded her taste buds, and even Mio, who had experienced many delicacies, couldn't help but show an enjoyable expression. The taste of this spiritual fruit was no less than the giant strawberries Takaru had picked in the hunter world. Both fruits had their own merits. However, the green spirit fruit was somewhat similar to a combination of an apple and a peach. Its appearance was like an apple, about apple-sized, but at its center was a pit resembling a peach pit. Seeing Takaru and Mio directly consuming them, Emilia, Beatrice, and the others quickly bit into theirs. They also showed amazed expressions. Honestly, the delicacies they enjoyed in this world were incomparable to those in their original world. It felt like their previous lives had been lived in vain. After Takaru tasted the green spirit fruit, and found its flavor not much different from the wild ones, he nodded in satisfaction. Vulpix. Pika Pika. Seeing Takaru and the others enjoying the delicious fruit, the Vulpix in Mio's arms and Pikachu on Takaru's shoulder couldn't help but cry out. Chapter 339. Chapter 339 Mio takes the gene serum 1396 words, Vulpix and Pikachu, do you want some too? Looking at the two little spirits, Takaru asked. Hearing Takaru's question, the two little spirits directly nodded. Seeing this, Takaru picked a few more fruits and gave them to Vulpix and Pikachu. Of course, Takaru didn't forget Chansey, Misdreavus, and the other spirits. After tasting them, the many Pokémon showed delighted expressions. Clearly, they also really liked the green spirit fruit. Seeing this, Takaru collected 3 more pits and catalyzed them as well, completely covering the trellises and forming a green plant corridor. This way, it beautified the environment and provided delicious fruit, definitely very good. After handling the green spirit fruit, Takaru took out a fiery red blaze fruit. He peeled it simply and took out several very small pits from inside. The so-called blaze fruit was actually quite similar to a dragon fruit, but the two were completely different fruits. Dragon fruit's cacti belong to the cactus family, but the blaze fruit's tree is a normal tree. Also, the taste and texture of the two fruits were completely different. The blaze fruit had a fiery red skin and pink flesh inside. Its flavor was refreshingly sweet, with a hint of spiciness. Although the taste was unique, it wasn't unpleasant. On the contrary, it had an exotic deliciousness. In fact, compared to the green spirit fruit, Takaru preferred the blaze fruit. The effects of the blaze fruit were also similar to the green spirit fruit. After extracting the pits, Takaru chose another spot and catalyzed them using Senjutsu chakra. Soon, 4 large trees grew on the rooftop. Due to the effect of chakra, even the limited soil allowed the blaze fruit's trees to grow perfectly, even rooting into the steel and concrete. After handling these 2 fruits, Takaru stopped. Everyone else curiously tasted the blaze fruit. Its unique flavor quickly made them like it as well. After dealing with matters here, Takaru checked the time, and found it was about right, so he led everyone down for meditation or rest. Mio, this is for you. After everyone left, Takaru directly took out a vial of serum, and handed it to Mio. What is this? Looking at the serum before her, Mio asked curiously. A gene serum. It's much more potent than the beginner enhancement potion, but using it also involves great pain. After using it, your strength and Nen ability can be greatly enhanced. Looking at Mio, Takaru said seriously. I understand. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio knew this serum was definitely extremely precious, incomparable to the previous beginner enhancement potion. Thinking this, Mio took a deep breath, then directly took the gene serum and drank it in one gulp. As the gene serum entered her mouth, Mio noticed it had a strawberry flavor. But before she could savor it, the gene serum quickly took effect. Intense pain radiated from her abdomen, then rapidly spread throughout her body. Mio felt as if her entire body was burning, an agonizing pain. Additionally, it felt like someone was constantly stabbing her, then healing her. The pain originating from her cells made her unconsciously clench her fists tightly and bite her lips to keep from screaming. Her face also turned pale. Seeing this, Takaru felt some concern. Then, he quickly used healing and purification magic on her. With Takaru's 2 spells released, Mio felt slightly more at ease. As time passed, Mio didn't know how long it lasted, but the pain receded like a tide. Mio finally relaxed, and with her mental tension released, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Takaru quickly caught her to prevent her from falling. First, he carried Mio back to her room and carefully placed her on the bed. Then, he summoned the reincarnation space, and spent 1,000 points to examine Mio. Name, Takanashi Mio. Race, human. Talent ability, Nen strength, 63, ordinary person 20, constitution, 59 defense, 57 spirit, 74 mana, 0, ordinary person 0. Skills and techniques, none. Seeing her basic attributes, Takaru nodded understandingly. As expected, the gene serum was powerful, directly increasing her basic attributes by about 20 points each, which is absolutely terrifying. It was clear the gene serum was even more valuable than Takaru had imagined. However, Takaru had too many valuable things, and the gene serum was just one of them. As for the remaining bottle of gene serum, Takaru hadn't decided how to use it yet. Whether to give it to Mickey and the others or use it himself, Takaru was somewhat hesitant. But he didn't think it would have much effect on him, so using it on himself would be somewhat wasteful, and it would be better to give it to Mickey and the others. But with only one bottle left, he needed to carefully consider who to give it to. Shaking his head, Takaru stopped overthinking. There was no rush to decide who to give it to. Perhaps he might use it for trading later. Master, is Mione all right? Noticing Takaru carrying Mio to the bedroom, worried about Mio, AI quickly ran over. Yes, don't worry, she's fine. AI, you're going to a new school tomorrow. Are you nervous? Looking at AI, Takaru smiled lightly and patted her head. No, because Mio and Hinata are also at that school. Besides, AI is not weak anymore now. Hearing Takaru's question, AI said seriously. That's true. Hearing her words, Takaru nodded with a light smile. Oh, Master, I can already perceive my own energy, but combining my energy always causes some problems. Suddenly, AI directly said. You can already perceive your physical energy and spiritual energy. Hearing her words, Takaru was stunned. Yes, I could perceive them the day before yesterday, but when I combine them and try to retain them in my body, it always falls short. AI nodded seriously. Good grief, AI, you have more talent than I imagined. Hearing her say this, Takaru didn't doubt it and said with emotion. But AI can't seem to take that final step no matter what. Hearing Takaru's praise, AI felt very excited, her antenna unconsciously swaying. But then she remembered something and became somewhat dejected. Let me explain it to you again. So-called fusion isn't about forcing them together with brute strength, but through circulation, letting them blend. Seeing the somewhat troubled AI, Takaru explained again. Hearing Takaru's explanation, AI entered a special state again, her gaze becoming extremely focused. While listening to Takaru, she began circulating her spiritual energy and physical energy. Within Takaru's observation Haki perception, as time passed, a thread of chakra slowly began to be born within AI's body. AI had finally trained chakra. From now on, she could no longer be considered an ordinary person. Seeing AI so talented, Takaru felt very happy. Besides her talent, this should also include Takaru's regular training of her, and the supply of abundant resources. After refining her first wisp of chakra, AI didn't stop. She maintained her seated posture and continued refining chakra. Takaru didn't disturb her. Sitting beside her, he also began refining Senjutsu chakra. Although he had only discovered would release in his Senjutsu chakra today, it seemed to have awakened earlier, and Takaru just hadn't been aware. Perhaps it was also related to Yang magic, since the first Hokage's would release had a great connection with Yang release. As time passed, after about 2 hours, AI finally regained consciousness. However, she now felt a splitting headache from overusing her spiritual energy, and consuming too much of her spirit. AI's pain sounds woke Takaru, who had been refining chakra. He knew AI had no restraint during her first chakra refinement, or perhaps it was also related to her continuously entering that special state. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Takaru directly used purification to ease her mental burden and simultaneously took out a cup of mumu milk, slowly feeding it to her. Mumu milk was also quite effective for restoring spirit. Under the effects of mumu milk and purification magic, AI slowly fell into sleep. Seeing Mio and AI both unconscious for their respective reasons, Takaru helplessly shook his head. He placed both of them on the bed, then lay down himself. Looking at the dark ceiling, Takaru slowly closed his eyes. Unlike usual, this time Takaru didn't train, but instead fell into sleep. Chapter 340. Chapter 340 AI learns Chakra 1317 words. When Takaru woke up the next day, he felt something tickling his nose. Opening his eyes, he saw Mio teasing his nose with her hair. What are you doing? Looking at Mio, Takaru said helplessly. Oni-chan, you're awake. Seeing Takaru open his eyes, Mio stuck out her tongue and smiled lightly. It would be hard not to wake up. But you actually woke up this early today. Looking at Mio, Takara said calmly. According to his perception, it was only 6:30. Normally, Mio wouldn't wake up until around 7:30. Oniai-chan, I found that my strength seems to have become really great. I feel like I could kill a cow with one punch. Ignoring Takara's teasing, Mio said excitedly. Well, couldn't you already do that before? Hearing her words, Takara said helplessly. I mean using pure strength without nen. Hey Oniai-chan, with that gene serum, if I keep drinking it, can I become as strong as you? Saying this, Mio said expectantly. You're thinking too prettily. I only had 3 bottles of that stuff. I used one myself, gave you one, and now there's only one left. Besides, these things are ultimately external power. If you want to become strong, you still have to rely on yourself. Hearing her words, Takara rolled his eyes. Humph, I was just imagining. Hearing Takara mercilessly deflate her, Mio couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this moment, because of Takaru and Mio's chatting and playing, AI beside them rubbed her eyes and slowly woke up. Ah, sorry AI, did we wake you? Looking at AI, Mio said apologetically. No, it's nothing. Oh, master, I think I succeeded. Hearing Mio's apology, AI directly shook her head and quickly checked her physical condition. Finding a new energy within her body that wasn't there before, AI excitedly exclaimed. Yes, congratulations. Seeing AI's surprised expression, Takara smiled and nodded. Then master, when can AI start learning ninjutsu? Then, AI said expectantly. If you want to learn ninjutsu, even the simplest one, you need at least 20 times your current chakra amount. Hearing her words, Takara directly said. Is that so? I understand. Although somewhat discouraged, AI didn't lose heart and nodded with a serious expression. Oh master, so AI is the second senior disciple now. Suddenly, AI thought of something and directly asked. As for the first senior disciple, Takara had designated that before, and AI didn't intend to compete with Hinata for it. She directly said this. Yes, congratulations. Hearing she cared so much about this, Takara was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. That's great. Hearing Takara's acknowledgement, AI excitedly exclaimed. I'll post about you obtaining chakra in the group later, and also tell Hinata and the others. Seeing how much she cared, Takara directly said. Yes, thank you master. Hearing Takara say this, AI smiled and nodded again. The so-called group was the disciple group where Hinata, Hana, now Kanon, Koyori, and AI were. Of course, Takaru and Mio were also in it. Then master, I'll go prepare breakfast. With a pleasant mood, AI bid Takaru farewell. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Seeing AI's high spirits, Takaru lightly nodded, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm. Alright, since you're awake, train properly. Don't accidentally hurt anyone with your newly strengthened power. Looking at Mio, Takaru said seriously. I understand. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio didn't argue and nodded seriously. Then, Takaru and Mio got up. After washing up in the bathroom, they directly went to the rooftop. Pikachu, Vulpix, and the many other little Pokemon gathered around Takaru upon seeing him. Takaru smiled and patted the heads of the many Pokemon. Since they were created from mana and nen, under normal circumstances, they only needed small amounts of food daily, or even every few days to be completely sustained. Takaru had catalyzed green spirit fruits and blaze fruits. If they got hungry, they could pick and eat them on their own, requiring no further worry from Takaru and the others. Takaru-sama, Mio, good morning. Ram, who was milking, saw Takaru and Mio arrive and politely greeted them. Thank you for your hard work, Ram. Looking at the capable Ram, Takaru smiled lightly. No, compared to before at Roswell's mansion, this work is nothing. Besides, Mickey, Karen, and the others help out. Hearing Takaru's words, Ram lightly shook her head. Is that so? That's good. Hearing her words, Takaru smiled and nodded. Since Ram and the others also had inventory slots, and there were only 2 milk tanks, Takaru usually had them collect milk at intervals and store it. With the inventory slots, there was no worry about spoilage. Even if stored outside, using the bottles Takaru made, the milk could probably be preserved for at least about 10 days. Of course, the exact duration hadn't been truly tested. Takaru estimated this based on 1 day stored outside. Besides milk tank, Takaru also stockpiled quite a lot from Chansey. After all, these were relatively precious and delicious ingredients, and not storing them would be wasteful. Although frequent collection would cause some fatigue for Chansey and milk tank, as long as the quantity was controlled, it was fine. Basically, as long as at least 1/3 of their mana was retained, it wouldn't significantly impact them, and their mana recovery speed wouldn't slow down. That is to say, for milk tank, each one could be milked 4 times a day for a total of 40 liters of moo milk without burdening it. 2 milk tank could provide Takaru with 80 liters of moo milk daily, completely sufficient for Takaru's household's consumption, with plenty left over. As for Chansey's eggs, it was similar. 1 Chansey could produce 28 to 30 eggs daily without any issues. Of course, like the milk tank, it needed to be done in multiple sessions. Takaru and the others treating them as production tools didn't cause Chansey and milk tank any resentment. On the contrary, they were very cooperative, because it meant Takaru needed them, which made them very happy. After greeting them, Takaru applied gravity to Myo to help her adapt to her current strength. Sensing the increased gravity, Myo felt extremely uncomfortable. Although her strength had increased, the gravity Takaru applied this time was also raised a level, changing from the previous 30 kilograms to about 60 kilograms. Although it had doubled, Myo didn't feel unable to move. She began physical training on the spot. Seeing Myo's condition, Takaru turned his attention to the still somewhat empty rooftop. He directly took out a large alloy crate. Then, Takaru flew above it, made a selection, and took out a batch of mutated bee corpses. Then, Takaru looked directly at the mutated bee queen. The mutated queen bee was about 70 to 80 centimeters in size, a truly terrifying existence. Ordinary adult worker bees were also about 10-something centimeters in size. So Myo, who had been curious, looked at the worker bees' appearance and their terrifying features and couldn't help but shudder. She was most afraid of these insect-type things. After taking out the queen bee's corpse, Takaru began manifestation. The queen bee's corpse started to dissipate and transform into special energy, then combined with the mana surging from Takaru's body, rapidly forming a special bee. Bright red eyes, white pupils, with ruby-like structures above the eye sockets. There were pairs of very small wings on the orange parts beside its face. Its hands and body were black, and the lower part of its body had a skirt-like structure that occupied a large proportion of its body. This bee before them was Vespican, the evolved form of calm bee. It stood about 1 meter 20 tall, even larger than the previous queen bee. As its consciousness became clear, Vespican affectionately flew to Takaru's side. Takaru smiled and lightly nodded at it. Afterwards, the other bee corpses were swept up by Takaru's mana, transforming into groups of adorable-looking combi. Chapter 341. Chapter 341 AI's School Transfer 1307 words. A combi has 3 bee faces within its 3 hexagonal honeycomb cells, the 2 upper faces each having an antenna, and each of the 2 upper faces has a wing on its side. BB. Over a dozen combi buzzed around Takaru, appearing very lively. Fortunately, combi looked quite cute. Otherwise, facing so many bees surrounding her, Myo would have felt overwhelmed. Alright, build your hive in the garden's edge area. Your task is to produce honey, understand? Looking at Vespican and the combi, Takaru directly said. BB. Hearing Takaru's words, Vespican and the combi cried out, and flew down from the rooftop to the garden to survey the area. Because Takaru had imbued Vespican with earth magic, building a nest was not difficult. Due to their size, Vespican and the combi naturally couldn't live in wooden boxes, they needed a cave-like nest. Soon, Takaru sensed movement below. An earthen mound rapidly rose, and under Vespikan's ability, it transformed into a small hill. Then, an opening quickly appeared. Since its chosen location was the garden's edge, with some later decoration, its cave could be disguised as a rockery without affecting the garden's appearance. Watching Vespikan and the combi busily working, Takara continued selecting a canine corpse. Under his mana's control, it quickly transformed into a massive dog again. Fluffy beige fur covering its face, its eyes turned brown. Its body had tiger-like black and orange stripes, fur encircling its legs, and a long tail. Most importantly, its size directly reached 1.9 meters taller than Takaru. Looking at Takaru, Arcanine excitedly cried out, then lowered its head, and continuously nuzzled against Takaru. For this Arcanine before him, Takaru had imbued it with fire magic and wind magic, allowing it to run very swiftly and agilely. After manifesting Arcanine, Rem and AI came to the rooftop and told Takaru breakfast was ready. Takaru then realized the time had reached 7:30. Thinking this, he led everyone downstairs. As for Arcanine, due to its size, Takaru had it jump directly from the rooftop to the garden to serve as a guard dog from now on. Hearing Takaru's instruction, Arcanine barked once, jumped down, and dutifully fulfilled its obligation. On Takaru's side, after enjoying a delicious breakfast with everyone, he greeted them and directly took Mio and AI using magic to teleport to their apartment home. So amazing! When will AI be able to have such an ability? Watching Takaru teleport her and Mio from the villa on the city's edge to the apartment, AI said with emotion. That depends on opportunity. Hearing AI's words, Takaru said with a light smile. Within the ninja system, the ability capable of spatial movement was the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Takaru currently didn't know Flying Thunder God technique, and directly exchanging for it from the reincarnation space wasn't cheap. Moreover, its training was said to be extremely demanding. As for other spatial movement abilities, there was Een Magic's Gate and Purer Space Magic. However, Takaru didn't know the latter at all and could only see if there was an opportunity to learn it in future worlds. I understand. AI will work hard. Hearing Takaru say this, AI said with full fighting spirit. Alright, let's head out. Since they had already prepared at the villa, teleporting to the apartment was just to avoid attracting attention. Otherwise, Takaru and the others could have directly gone to school. Just as they stepped out, Takaru saw Ebona already waiting downstairs. Seeing Takaru and the others, Ebona sighed lightly in relief. Although Takaru had previously told her they would depart for school from the apartment, she was still somewhat nervous before seeing him. Morning, Ebona. Looking at Ebona, Takaru greeted her with a light smile. Takaru-kun, Mio, and AI, good morning. Hearing Takaru's greeting, Ebona quickly responded. After briefly exchanging greetings, Takaru and the others headed to school. However, since it was AI's first day transferring, Takaru planned to first take her to school and see how things went. As for skipping a few classes at Sobu High, it was no problem for Takaru. Then, arriving at an intersection, Takaru bid farewell to Ebona and took Mio and AI towards the elementary school. Soon, Takaru arrived at the elementary school. The teacher receiving at the school gate was quite surprised to see Takaru. Takaru-san, may I ask what brings you here? If she only saw Takaru, she would be puzzled, but seeing him appear with Mio cleared all doubt. I'm bringing her to school. Her transfer procedures should be completed. Looking at the teacher before him, Takaru had some impression of her. Although she wasn't Mio's homeroom teacher, she was one of the teachers Takaru had treated during the bat monster invasion. Is that so? I'll take you to the office. The teacher in charge of her class should be there. Hearing Takaru's words, the female teacher quickly said. Yes, then I'll trouble you. Hearing her say this, Takaru didn't refuse her kindness. You're welcome. Hearing Takaru's words, the female teacher shook her head. Just as they entered the school grounds, an excited voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing the voice, Takaru knew it was Hinata without even looking. Soon, Hinata excitedly pounced towards Takaru. Seeing this, Takaru quickly caught her. Hinata, that's dangerous. Feeling the force of Hinata's pounce, Takaru quickly reminded her. He, I was just so happy to see Master that I ran over without thinking. Hearing Takaru's words, Hinata said with a smile. Honestly, didn't we just see each other yesterday? Looking at her smiling face, Takaru said with amusement. Hearing Takaru say this, Hinata just laughed. Alright, I need to take AI to handle some matters now, so we'll be going. Seeing her expression, Takaru patted her head and bid her farewell. Okay, Master, goodbye. Hearing Takaru say this, Hinata nodded and didn't continue to disturb. Mio also left with Hinata. After this small interlude, Takaru led AI to the office with the teacher. In the office, the homeroom teacher for Class 2, Grade 4 had already received notification. Upon learning AI was the new transfer student, she warmly welcomed her. When it was almost time, Takaru waved goodbye to AI. Of course, Takaru didn't leave immediately. He stayed outside and used observation hockey to monitor the situation inside. After waiting an hour or two and finding nothing unusual, Takaru left a clone and headed towards his own school. Arriving at school, looking at the empty campus, Takaru didn't head directly to his classroom. Instead, he leisurely strolled around the campus, then sat down on a bench by the path. Sensing the quiet campus atmosphere, Takaru took a deep breath. Actually, it had been a long time since Takaru had enjoyed a peaceful moment alone. Without the pressure of academics, the campus was more conducive to relaxation than other places. This was also why Takaru hadn't simply withdrawn from school. One reason was that school served as a gathering point for communication with Yukino and the others. Another was that campus life itself was quite pleasant. Thinking this, Takaru calmly gazed at the blue sky and white clouds of this world, sitting quietly as time slowly passed, without training, and without anyone nearby causing a commotion. Ring ring ring. Just as Takaru was sitting peacefully, the school bell rang. The bell's sound signaled the end of class. With the end of class, the quiet campus began to grow lively. Takaru snapped back to reality. Sensing the campus condition, he smiled and shook his head. Peaceful moments were truly fleeting. However, Takaru didn't feel regret. So-called tranquil moments were fine to enjoy occasionally. Compared to tranquility, Takaru still preferred liveliness. Then, watching the youthful and vibrant female students on campus, Takaru didn't linger, and walked directly towards his classroom. Chapter 342, Chapter 342 My Joins, Training Camp Proposal. 1275 words. With Takaru's arrival, Rika, Umaru, and the others directly came over to him. Only Ebina, feeling shy, saw Umaru and the others approach and was too embarrassed to follow. Takaru, are you all right? Surrounding Takaru, Umaru asked curiously. I'm fine. I had something to do today, so I arrived a bit later. Seeing everyone's concerned looks, Takaru smiled and shook his head. I told you, Takaru is definitely fine. Mio, you're making a big deal out of nothing. Hearing Takaru's reply, Ritsu teased Mio beside her. What are you saying? Hearing Ritsu call her out, Mio's face flushed red, and she spoke nervously. Noticing Mio's shy expression, Takaru chuckled lightly and then had everyone disperse. Matters could be discussed later in the club. After all, within minutes of their arrival, they had basically attracted everyone's attention to this side. Although Takaru didn't think much of it, there was no need to keep everyone staring at him. Reminded by Takaru, Umaru and the others noticed the whole class's eyes on them, and then somewhat embarrassedly left Takaru's seat. After this small interlude, time slowly passed. Soon it was 3 p.m., and with the school bell ringing, Takaru ended his meditation. He casually gathered the love letters under his desk, and also those in his shoe locker. Previously, his locker would basically be stuffed full of love letters. However, as Takaru grew closer to Ebina, Umaru, Rika, and the others, these letters slowly decreased. After cleaning up, Takaru changed his shoes and directly headed to the club. Good afternoon, everyone. Arriving at the club and seeing everyone, Takaru greeted them with a light smile. Good afternoon, Takaru. Hearing Takaru's greeting, everyone smiled and greeted him back. Soon, with the arrival of Tsumuji, Shinka, Shizuka, and the others, the club members were all present. T/N, changing Hiratsuka's name to her given name, Shizuka. Takaru, there's something I want to discuss with you. Shizuka, upon arriving, directly handed a piece of paper to Takaru. Takaru took it and saw it was a club application form. The applicant's name was very familiar to him. Sakurajima Mai. She transferred here today. Previously, I experienced a mission world with her. Her character is quite good. Seeing Takaru silent, Shizuka spoke hesitantly. Hearing Shizuka's words, Takaru lightly nodded, and then showed the application form to everyone. Then, everyone just looked at Takaru, as if leaving the decision to him. Seeing this, Takaru paused and then slowly said, I've encountered her before. Even when I transformed into an aged version of myself, she didn't abandon me. Her character is very good. I have no objection to her joining. Since Takaru says there's no problem, then I have no problem either. Hearing Takaru's statement, Yukino directly said, I trust Takaru. Rika followed closely. Having another partner is quite nice. Tsumuji said with a light smile. After that, with Takaru's position stated, everyone unanimously approved. Thus, Mai's club application was passed. Seeing everyone approved, Shizuka sighed in relief and revealed a slight smile. She then directly took out her phone and called Mai. Mai, nervously waiting on the sports ground, quickly received Shizuka's call. Upon learning her club application was approved, she showed a happy smile. Noticing Mai's smile, some students secretly watching her revealed smitten expressions. A few even bumped directly into each other, causing a small commotion. Mai glanced at them briefly and then directly walked towards the location Shizuka had indicated. Knock knock knock. Takaru and the others, who were chatting, soon heard the knocking. Those with observation hockey immediately perceived Mai's arrival, and were somewhat surprised by her appearance. Yukino quickly spoke to her. Excuse me. Hello everyone, I'm Sakurajima Mai, a newly joined member. Please take care of me. Everyone can just call me Mai. Looking at the many people in the room. Although she had mentally prepared herself, Mai was still somewhat surprised. These people here weren't ordinary. They were all reincarnators, basically all her seniors. Usually, even at the ability user organization, she couldn't see so many reincarnators, let alone Takaru and A rank, or B ranks like Yukino and Umaru as well as Yui and others. Actually, what surprised Mai most was Takaru's presence here. Hadn't he just accepted an A rank mission yesterday? Had he completed it in just one day? Although surprised and curious, Mai didn't intend to pry since she had just joined and wasn't familiar with everyone. Seeing Mai's appearance, Yukino was slightly surprised. However, she didn't feel any particular way because she was very confident in her own appearance. The others also spoke one after another. Hello, I'm Yukino Shida Yukino. You can call me Yukino. After a brief welcome, everyone began introducing themselves. Soon, through everyone's self-introductions, Mai briefly got to know everyone. Of course, based on previous videos, Mai already knew most people's names. But after these introductions, she had a clearer understanding. After the brief introductions, Yukino first explained the team's rules and some reincarnation spaces regulations to Mai. Then, everyone curiously questioned Mai, though without involving her abilities, as abilities were considered private. Hearing this, Mai felt extremely fortunate. Joining here was definitely the right choice. She learned quite a bit of information, and in the future, whether in daily life or during reincarnation missions, everyone could help each other. For Takaru and the others, Mai's joining simply meant one more partner to fight and play with in the future. Oh, next week is summer vacation. Does everyone have any plans? Looking at everyone, Sumuji suddenly spoke expectantly. Let's go on a training camp. Hearing Sumuji's words, Ritsu said expectantly. Agreed, agreed. Hearing training camp, Yui excitedly nodded. Wait, you two say training camp, but you're really just going to play. Hearing Ritsu and Yui's words, Mio directly said. She knew both their personalities very well. What do you mean? I'll train seriously. But playing a little is okay too, right? Looking at Mio, Ritsu directly said. Count me in as well, Disuwa. Sylphyn also spun around excitedly. The last training camp had made her very happy, playing with friends. And this time, taking advantage of the holiday, everyone could gather even longer. I want to join too. Looking at everyone's actions, Umaru quickly spoke up. She had felt very regretful about missing out last time. Then, Rika, Yukino, and others all expressed their desire to go. As for Shinka, whether it was training camp or intensive training, both were very meaningful to her, so she naturally nodded. Finally, even Shizuka agreed to the training camp idea. That meant everyone approved. Won't there be too many people? Seeing this, Mio spoke hesitantly. Counting Ui and Taihei, who weren't here, that would be 16 people. With such a large number, finding a sufficiently spacious location would be necessary. Also, considering everyone's special abilities, they would likely train, which would create significant noise. Having ordinary people present might be problematic. What's wrong with that? More people make it more lively. Compared to the thoughtful Mio, Yui didn't overthink. She was just excited about playing with everyone. In that case, how about we set our destination as the island where we previously subjugated monsters? There's plenty of space there, no ordinary people, and accommodation isn't a concern. It's surrounded by sea, the beaches are beautiful, ingredients are abundant, and everyone can go hunting. Seeing the somewhat worried Mio, Yukino, and others, Takaru directly proposed. Hearing Takaru's words, Rika quickly nodded. Moreover, there she could exchange ninjutsu tips with Karen. She believed that if the training camp was on that island, Karen and the others would also come. Chapter 343, Chapter 343 Pidgey at 1244 words, that uninhabited island. Then how do we get there? Hearing Takaru's words, Yukino looked at him puzzled. You can leave the transportation to me. Seeing her concern, Takaru lightly waved his hand, indicating not to worry. That's right, Takaru can take us there instantly. Yui directly said. Hearing Yui's words, Hachiman, Yukino, and the others stared blankly at Yui, because her words indicated she had already been there before. Yes, I have the ability to send everyone directly there, so there's no need to worry. Previously, I've been using it as a training ground, taking Mio and the others there to train. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Takaru didn't hide it and directly said. So Takaru, you've also established living quarters there. Hearing Takaru's words, Yukino reacted and spoke understandingly. Wait, since Yui knows about this too, does that mean you've been training with Takaru all along? Suddenly, Umaru thought of something and said in surprise. Well, it's only been training together on Saturdays and Sundays. Besides me, Yui and Rika have been too. Hearing Umaru's words, Yui continued. Hearing their words, everyone looked at Yui and Rika with complicated expressions, a hint of envy in their eyes. To think they had been training with Takaru. Although Takaru might not directly teach anything, if we had questions during training and asked Takaru, with his abilities, he could basically provide some advice. What's wrong? Noticing everyone's strange gazes, Yui asked nervously. No, it's nothing. Then Takaru, next week is in your care. Yukino took over the conversation and formally said to Takaru. Understood. Hearing her words, Takaru smiled faintly and nodded. It was quite nice to occasionally go out and have fun with everyone. As a team, they needed to gather from time to time to build camaraderie. After briefly discussing the training camp, time was almost up. Although everyone was looking forward to next week's training camp, there was still the reincarnation mission on Thursday. Everyone needed to adjust their condition well and focus on completing this mission properly. Let's call it a day here. I'll be heading back now. Seeing it was about time, Takaru waved to everyone. I'll go back with you too. Hearing Takaru was leaving, Rika followed. Seeing Rika's action, Takaru nodded at her without refusing. Then, at the school plaza, Takaru saw Ebina waiting there. Let's go back, Ebina. Looking at her, Takaru smiled and said. Hearing Takaru's voice, the waiting Ebina showed a happy expression. By the way, Ebina, is it okay for you not to join a club? Looking at Ebina, Takaru directly asked. Hearing Takaru's words, Ebina hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to join a club, but she wanted to join the club Takaru was in. However, her application was rejected every time. Takaru naturally knew this, but even he didn't want to break the club's rules for Ebina. Unless Ebina became a true reincarnator, only then could Takaru bring her into the club. Seeing her expression, Takaru understood she didn't want to join a club full of strangers. As for making friends, she didn't seem to have the courage. Seeing this, Takaru directly changed the subject. Then, everyone returned to the apartment building. After saying goodbye to Rika, Takaru took Ebina to his apartment. I'm home. Excuse me. Takaru and Ebina directly said. Oni-chan, let's go. Mickey and Remne have already prepared dinner. There seems to be new honey-glazed meat, using honey produced by Kombi, and white whale's meat. Seeing Takaru return, Mio said excitedly. I know, you little glutton. Seeing Mio's expectant look, Takaru smiled and shook his head. Ebina, hearing Mio's words, didn't know what Kombi honey was, but she instinctively sensed it was definitely a new delicious dish. Thinking this, she couldn't help but swallow. Since eating at Takaru's place, although she had experienced many delicious baptisms, hearing about new dishes still made her instinctively salivate. Then, urged by Mio, Takaru took Mio, Ebina, and AI directly teleported to the villa. Sensing the mana fluctuations, Emilia, Rem, and the others quickly came out to greet Takaru and the others upon their return. Takaru, Mio, Ebina, AI, you're back. Looking at Takaru and the others, Emilia directly said. Knowing Takaru had special regard for Ebina and AI, Emilia treated them like family. As for Arcanine, Vulpix, and other Pokemon, upon seeing Takaru, they also gathered around. Ebina, suddenly seeing the huge Arcanine, was startled and showed some fear. But remembering where she was and that Takaru and the others were nearby, she took a deep breath and quickly dropped her guard. Everyone, wash up and get ready for dinner. Mickey directly said. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Hearing her words, Takaru said to her. It's nothing. Hearing Takaru say this, Mickey quickly shook her head. Indeed, since Emilia, Rem, and the others arrived, although they had moved to a large villa, her workload hadn't increased much. Rem and Rem were simply too capable, as even this huge villa could be easily and quickly kept in perfect order. Hee, Betty, did you miss me? Suddenly, Takaru noticed Beatrice looking somewhat sullen. He went to her side, picked her up and said. Sensing Takaru's affectionate action in front of everyone, Beatrice appeared extremely shy, but she was also very happy inside. Seeing Takaru hadn't forgotten her, she lightly nodded. All right, let's go inside. Looking at everyone, Takaru revealed a smile. After enjoying the delicious and sumptuous dinner, everyone gathered in the garden, enjoying post-meal spiritual fruits, and playing with Vulpix and the other Pokemon. Seeing the garden was still somewhat quiet, Takaru took out another large alloy crate, and removed 4 mutated Stellar's sea eagle corpses. After some thought, Takaru directly used them as manifestation materials for Pidgeot. Of course, what Takaru manifested wasn't an ordinary Pidgeot but its mega-evolved form. Compared to a regular Pidgeot, the mega-evolved Pidgeot was even more cool and beautiful. It had a larger body and wider, longer wings. Its original cream-colored feathers turned pure white, the tips of its tail and wing feathers tinged with blue. Its head crest was also more gorgeous, with 3 tufts of bright red long feathers growing from a large cluster of yellow feathers, the middle one longer than its entire body. So beautiful. The moment Pidgeot appeared, Meow and the others exclaimed in shock. Pidgeot. As its consciousness emerged, Mega Pidgeot let out a loud cry. Its clear, sharp voice, combined with its majestic stature, appeared extremely mighty. Looking at the Pidgeot before her, Ram showed a surprised expression. Through her perception, she also knew Pidgeot possessed wind magic. What's this called? Looking at Pidgeot circling overhead, Felt asked curiously. She really liked Pidgeot because it could fly, and given its size, it could easily carry 2 adults. Hearing Felt's question, Takaru directly said. After circling a few times, Pidgeot descended again, came to Takaru's side, and affectionately rubbed its head against him. If you ever feel bored, you can ride Pidgeot out for fun. However, it's better to play in uninhabited areas. Looking at Felt, Karen, and the others, Takaru directly said. Hearing Takaru's words, they agreed. Actually, they didn't feel bored, as compared to their original worlds, this world's entertainment was far richer. Besides, they couldn't play all the time, and when it was time to train, they still needed to train properly. Chapter 344, Chapter 344 New World 1303 Words After manifesting Pidgeot, Takaru looked at the remaining monster corpses in the alloy crate before him, and hesitated. Then he directly took out a special mutated giant python, and switching to another crate, he took out some vines and branches from mutated plants. Then, within Takaru's mana, these materials began to dissolve. After expending over 10,000 mana, a green figure appeared before everyone. A long, snake-like, light green body, its forelimbs reduced to only leaves remaining. Near the tip of its tail grew 3 dark green leaves. Yellow patterns adorned its body, resembling royal noble crests. Near its neck, 2 leaf vines curled like the lapels and cuffs of a suit. This was Takaru's newly manifested Pokémon. Superior. Although it was a snake, even Meow and the others didn't find it frightening, rather, they thought it looked somewhat noble. The instant it saw Takaru, Superior slightly bowed its head, showing submission to Takaru, its gaze extremely respectful. Superior, please take care of me from now on. Looking at the over 3-meter-long Superior, Takaru patted its head and said. Superior. Hearing Takaru's words, Superior spoke softly. After manifesting Pidgeot and Superior, Takaru stored the alloy crate away. They had quite a few Pokémon now, so there was no need to manifest more for the time being. Then, Takaru led everyone to a peripheral area, set up a protective barrier, and had them replenish his mana. He only stopped their somewhat breathless attacks after restoring his mana reserves to 320,000. After doing all this, seeing it was getting late, Takaru took Ebona back to the apartment and bid her farewell. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed peacefully. During these 3 days, besides his regular training, Takaru also entered the reincarnation space from time to time, spending a few days in the Akame Ga Kill world with everyone there. He also delivered some Moo Moo milk and Chansey eggs to them. He also created some new Pokémon for Esteth and the others, while collecting some super dangerous beasts from that world to store as materials. Besides these, the rewards from his previous mission were also dispersed. Takaru once again had over 300 million yen in funds. It's worth mentioning that Takaru exchanged for a new batch of beginner enhancement potions and gave them to everyone. However, their effect was only average for Ram, Beatrice, and others whose basic attributes were already decent. But the improvement for Felt, Akame, Mine, and the others was still considerable. Takaru currently still had 9 bottles of beginner enhancement potions left. Also, Hinata and Hana had successfully condensed chakra, so Hana became the 3rd senior disciple. Now, with less than 5 minutes until the new reincarnation, Takaru bid farewell to everyone, and went directly to his single apartment, waiting for the reincarnation space's summons. Before being summoned, Takaru checked his own information panel again. Reincarnator number 3, Nara Takaru race, human bloodline power, Senju bloodline, Mangekyo Sharingan, left eye, rewind, right eye, Kodo Amatsukami. Talent abilities, photographic memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, giant killing, nen, hyper regeneration, lion's heart strength, 565, 425, ordinary person 20, constitution, 602, 8, defense, 1015, 629, speed, 570, 4, spirit, 1033, 38. Mana, 3500, 2066, ordinary person 0, technique, Senjutsu chakra, advanced skills, magic mastery. Evaluation and points, remaining EX rank evaluation X1, C rank evaluation X1, D rank evaluation X2, points 310,500. Somewhat regrettably, he hadn't upgraded his Twilight set in the last world. However, the Re-Zero world was too bizarre, and securing an EX rank evaluation was already quite good. He didn't know what kind of world was next. Hopefully it wouldn't be too excessive. But if it was a somewhat higher level world, Takaru was also looking forward to it. After all, from the worlds he had experienced so far, he had hardly ever used his full power in any of them. Especially now, besides his basic defense, he had also acquired a time-based defensive ability, making his survivability even more terrifying. Unless facing bug-level opponents, Takaru was confident he could defeat them. Moreover, Takaru now hoped to obtain some means of resurrection, whether abilities or items. That would make him even more comprehensive. Takaru believed such things would definitely appear in future worlds. Just as Takaru was thinking, the time finally arrived. Then, Takaru disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in the reincarnation space as usual. Seeing the rest reminder on his reincarnation watch, Takaru directly chose to proceed with the mission. Then, after Takaru made his selection, he disappeared from the reincarnation space again. When Takaru's consciousness cleared, he saw his location, a special grassland area. Ahead of Takaru and the others was a long, lined-up queue. The queue was currently entering a special city gate. Among those in the queue weren't purely ordinary humans, there were demi-humans with bare heads, dwarves, and elves. The soldiers guarding the gate were generally under 1 meter tall. After briefly surveying his surroundings, Takaru directly looked beside him. Within the circle of light were 3 other people. Besides the familiar Kotobuki Tsumuji, there were 2 men. Takaru had some familiarity with both. One was Urabe Yuya, who he encountered in a previous mission world. The other was Maikawa Tomoya, who he encountered during his previous visit to the ability organization. T/N, Maikawa Tomoya was first mentioned in Chapter 77. Glancing briefly at the 2, Takaru ignored them and directly looked at his reincarnation watch, quickly checking the mission. World Introduction. This is a special world containing demons, demon lords, humans, demi-humans, elves, reincarnators, and otherworlders. Demons are divided into named demons and special demons. Large amounts of magic essence can be used to name lower-level demons. Lower-level demons become named demons and gain promotion. Current location, border between the armed nation Dworgen and the Kanat Mountains, main mission 1, survive for 2 months. Side missions, hidden. As usual, a concise introduction. Takaru pondered the name Dworgen, feeling somewhat familiar. The explanations of reincarnators and otherworlders also surprised him. So-called reincarnators are people whose souls reincarnate after physical death. Those with strong willpower retain their memories upon reincarnation. This includes reincarnators from other worlds. Otherworlders, also called visitors from another world, refer to people who directly cross over to another world in their physical bodies. They possess special knowledge different from this world. When they traverse worlds, they seem to acquire special abilities. Both clearly referred to transmigrators. This meant this world had transmigrators. It seemed the natives of this world were also very aware of this situation. Takaru's group counted as stowaway transmigrators. Takaru didn't know what measures this world took toward transmigrators. However, confident in his own strength, he wasn't worried about the natives taking unfriendly measures. Also, Takaru kept feeling this world seemed familiar, as if it was from some anime. Just as Takaru was thinking, Tsumugi quickly regained consciousness. Ha, a new world. Takaru. How fortunate, being in the same team as the leader. Looking around at those beside her, Tsumugi quickly noticed Takaru, and excitedly came to his side. Please take care of me. Barring any accidents, we'll be spending the next 2 months together. Seeing Tsumugi's excited expression, Takaru revealed a smile. Hearing Takaru's words, Tsumugi quickly checked her own mission. Reading the world introduction, she was somewhat surprised. Ha, a demon lord, elves, and reincarnators. This world seems quite something. Looking at the world introduction, Tsumugi perceived the world's danger. Although she didn't know the extent of the so-called demon lord, any existence called a demon lord could basically bring great disaster to the world. Takaru, what should we do about them? After checking the mission, Tsumugi looked at Takaru, unsure how to handle the two. No need to pay them any attention. Let's leave directly. Hearing Tsumugi's words, Takaru directly said. Chapter 345, Chapter 345 Thoughts on Becoming a Demon Lord 1372 Words Yes, but can we just leave like this? Looking at the barrier around them, Tsumugi asked doubtfully. Not sure, let me try. Hearing her words, Takaru promptly created a gate, and released a shadow clone through it. The clone quickly reached outside the barrier, and then dissipated. Takaru sensed no danger. Clearly, this protective barrier was meant to safeguard them, not restrict them. It's fine. Let's leave directly. The reason for this was mainly that Takaru didn't intend to interact with these people, even though they had been assigned to the same world. Hearing Takaru's words, Tsumugi understood his intent and quickly nodded. Then, Takaru directly took Tsumugi and disappeared from the spot, reappearing outside the circle. Looking at the two, Takaru thought for a moment and used transformation technique to change his appearance. Ha, Takaru, do I need to change my appearance too? Seeing Takaru transform into a different look, Tsumugi asked nervously. No, it's not necessary. There's someone over there I've met once. I'm not sure if he remembers me, but I'd rather he didn't recognize me. Hearing Tsumugi's words, Takaru directly said. Is that so? Hearing Takaru's words, Tsumugi replied blankly. Well, since we're here, let's first enter this dworgen and gather some information about this world. Looking at the somewhat nervous Tsumugi, Takaru directly changed the subject. Hearing this, Tsumugi had no objections and followed Takaru, starting to queue at the end of the line. While Takaru and Tsumugi were queuing, the two protected by the light barrier slowly regained consciousness. Noticing only each other around them, they were somewhat surprised but didn't pay it much attention. They directly greeted each other. Apparently, they knew one another. Seeing this, Takaru didn't pay much attention either and quietly queued with Tsumugi to enter the city. As time passed, soon it was Takaru and Tsumugi's turn. After a brief inspection, the guards let them through. Takaru led Tsumugi straight into the city. Although he had just entered, through observation hockey, Takaru already had some understanding of the interior. Once inside, it was a small town. Perhaps because the population was mainly dwarves, most buildings were somewhat short. Wow, this looks amazing. Looking at the area completely enclosed by mountains, which is essentially a vast space carved out within the mountains and a town built inside, Tsumugi was extremely surprised. However, looking at the civilization's level, it was approximately medieval, relatively backward. Takaru wasn't surprised. Most magical world civilizations leaned toward medieval levels, there wasn't much to say about that. Tsumugi, let's find a place to stay first. Looking at the amazed Tsumugi, Takaru directly said. Okay. But Takaru, do you have money? Hearing Takaru's words, Tsumugi nodded but then worried. Don't worry. Seeing her concerned expression, Takaru smiled and nodded. Then, with his mana surging, he quickly manifested some gold and silver coins of this world in his hand. Through observation hockey, Takaru had naturally understood this world's transaction methods and currency. Manifesting such substances posed no difficulty for Takaru. Especially since he had confirmed the currency didn't have any special markings or magic-based authentication methods, he could safely use it. As for the mana expended to manifest these coins, for Takaru with his 600,000 mana reserves, it was a drop in the bucket. So amazing. Seeing Takaru actually produce this world's currency, Tsumuji exclaimed in surprise. Then, Takaru took Tsumuji directly to a place resembling an inn, and used gold coins to book 2 rooms. Afterwards they began discussing matters in one of the rooms. However, calling it discussion was really just Tsumuji asking for Takaru's opinion. Knowing she was in the same world as Takaru, Tsumuji was basically in a state of complete relaxation. Takaru didn't mind accompanying this cute young lady. Just as they entered this inn, Takaru roughly understood what world this was. Because he saw several familiar figures, for dwarves. Combined with conversations about the dwarf king, Gazeldwargo, Takaru realized this world was that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Knowing this, Takaru fell into thought. Noticing the 4 individuals still here meant the storyline was still relatively early. However, whether the human named Satoru Mikami had already reincarnated as a slime was uncertain. But given the reincarnation space's usual nature, they basically arrived at the initial stage of the storyline each time. Perhaps it was to allow them to change the world's plot, and thereby complete side missions or hidden missions. Also, under normal circumstances, if they arrived in the late stages of the plot world, aside from Takaru, even Yukino, and the others would have difficulty surviving if slightly affected. The reincarnation space was probably protecting everyone. Regardless, investigating the situation in the Jura forest would clarify things. That meant they could directly set out for the Jura forest. However, it seemed unnecessary since the 4 were still in Dworgen, meaning the slime would come here. Takaru had no particular dislike for Satoru Mikami. His personality and character were quite good. Without conflicting interests, Takaru felt he could become friends with him. The only pity was that they should technically count as reincarnators in this world, yet they hadn't received anything like blessings. If they could acquire some special talents and skills, that would be quite good. Similar to Rimuru, who immediately gained numerous innate skills upon reincarnation, especially the unique skills, Great Sage, Gluttony, and Predator, 3 extremely powerful abilities. As for becoming a demon lord, that would greatly enhance one's abilities and evolve innate abilities. He wondered if he could evolve into a demon lord. If Takaru remembered correctly, the evolution condition for a demon lord, calculated in human souls, was 10,000. Thinking this, Takaru couldn't help but lick his lips. What's wrong, Takaru? You seem unwell. Noticing Takaru's condition, Tsumuji asked. Hearing Tsumuji's words, Takaru snapped back to reality. Seeing her concerned expression, Takaru paused slightly, then smiled and shook his head, indicating he was fine. After briefly reassuring Tsumuji, the idea of becoming a demon lord took root in Takaru's mind. The demon lords of this world were roughly equivalent to the witches of the Re-Zero world, with some being strong, some being weak, but undoubtedly, all were very powerful. Takaru didn't believe he was inferior to these existences. As for the method of devouring souls, Takaru had just learned it in the Re-Zero world but had never used it before. Also, the most important aspect of becoming a demon lord wasn't just the title but the tangible benefits. Rimuru before and after becoming a demon lord were entirely different levels of existence. Before becoming a demon lord, although due to his unique innate skills and the storm dragon Veldora, he was already at the top tier of demons, he was not on the same level as the strongest demon lords. Besides this, Takaru also looked forward to clashing with this world's demon lords. Surely, it would be very satisfying. Of course, Takaru wouldn't be complacent. Even with various means and special time-based skills, he wouldn't arrogantly believe himself absolutely invincible. If he could become a demon lord, even without rewards from the reincarnation space in this world, Takara wouldn't feel disadvantaged at all. However, he needed to carefully plan how to achieve this. After all, casually sacrificing ordinary citizens would greatly affect Takara's character. This wasn't a matter of 100 or 200 people, but 10,000. Speaking of villains, Takaru immediately thought of the Falmouth Kingdom. In the original work, they were extremely infuriating, and also the key to facilitating Rimuru's evolution into a demon lord. Perhaps without the Falmouth Kingdom, with Rimuru's character, he would never evolve into a demon lord in his lifetime. But saying the Falmouth Kingdom was evil, they were merely acting for their own interests. And now, for his own interests, Takara had also decided to sacrifice most of this country's people. In this respect, he wasn't much different from them. Shaking his head, Takara stopped dwelling on it. Everything was too early to discuss. He would decide specifically how to proceed later. After thinking it through, Takara decided to temporarily stay here today, and begin acting tomorrow after assessing the situation. Chapter 346, Chapter 346 Magic Sword, First Meeting with Rimuru 1300 Words. Tsumuji, since it's rare to come to this world, do you want to go out and look around? We might be leaving this city tomorrow. Looking at Tsumuji, Takara said with a light smile. Can we? Hearing Takara's words, Tsumuji said excitedly. Of course. Seeing Tsumuji's excited expression, Takara smiled and nodded. Receiving Takara's affirmative answer, Tsumuji excitedly stood up. Takara smiled slightly and then walked outside. Leaving the inn, he took Tsumuji strolling through Dworgen. Although Dworgen was called a nation, it was really just a city, not particularly large. Tsumuji was now extremely curious about everything in this world, finding all its existence very exciting. Seeing Tsumuji's excitement, Takara's mood became infected. He stopped thinking about other matters and played along with her. During this, Takaru also saw Dworgen's fairly famous night butterfly. Although somewhat curious about these elf young ladies, to avoid ruining his image in Tsumuji's mind, Takaru didn't go in. Takaru, look. There's a weapon shop over there. Let's go check it out. Then, Tsumuji spotted a weapons shop and excitedly walked in. Takaru followed closely behind. That sword seems quite nice. Can I try it? Suddenly, Tsumuji noticed a sword emitting a faint glow hanging on the wall, and directly asked the shopkeeper. Of course. Customer, you truly have good taste. This sword was forged by the kingdom's renowned smith, Kaijin. It's our shop's prized possession. Hearing Tsumuji's words, the shopkeeper directly said. Is that so? Hearing the shopkeeper say this, Tsumuji became even more interested. Taking the longsword, she recognized its excellence. Just holding it, she could feel the sword could easily withstand her mana output. Although she wanted to release some sword techniques, considering the massive destruction it might cause here, Tsumuji could only regretfully abandon the idea. We'll take this sword. Seeing Tsumuji's fondness, Takaru directly said to the shopkeeper. But this sword uses special magic and is an excellent longsword forged by Master Kaijin. It can grow according to the wielder's will. So the price is 300 gold coins, sir. Hearing Takaru's words, the shopkeeper was somewhat delighted, and then informed him of the price. 300 gold coins, I see. Hearing his words, Takaru lightly nodded, then took a special pouch from his chest and directly tossed it to the shopkeeper. Opening it and seeing the full gold coins, the shopkeeper showed an excited expression. After counting, he quickly and respectfully handed the magic sword, scabbard included, to Tsumuji. Sorry, Takaru, to put you to such expense. Outside, Tsumuji nervously said to Takaru. No, it's nothing. Being able to purchase it with these things isn't worth worrying about. Playing with the gold coins in his hand, Takaru smiled and shook his head. Oh, Tsumuji, can you lend me the magic sword in your hand for a moment? Suddenly, Takaru thought of something and directly said to Tsumuji. Here. Hearing Takaru's words, Sumuji quickly handed the longsword to Takaru. Takaru took the magic sword and began examining it. He found it was simply iron and magic, or forged together through a special process. Understanding its principle, Takaru realized he could directly create a similar sword using only magic ore. All done. After figuring it out, Takaru directly returned the longsword to Sumuji. Watching Takaru take the magic sword and then return it to her, Sumuji was somewhat puzzled but didn't ask further. She believed Takaru definitely had his considerations. Afterwards, Takaru took Sumuji to a restaurant and tasted some of this world's cuisine. He found it very ordinary, far inferior even to Rem's cooking, let alone the delicacies of the main world. Of course, although the taste couldn't compare, it still had its own flavor. Sumuji ate very happily. After enjoying the meal, Takaru took the satisfied Sumuji back to the inn. After bidding Sumuji farewell, Takaru returned to his own room alone. He then took out magic crystals manifested from the Re-Zero world and began manifestation. Soon, a sword identical to the one just purchased appeared before him. Not only was the appearance similar, but even the sword's power was nearly identical. Of course, although this sword was good, it was far inferior to Takaru's own Twilight Moon. In terms of pure performance, it was about the level of Twilight Moon after 5 destruction growths. As for the sword's ability to grow, it simply underwent slight changes according to its wielder's will. For example, when Sumuji held it, it had already begun transforming towards a great sword. Then, Takaru took out Twilight Moon and lightly struck the longsword a few times. The longsword broke into several pieces, while Twilight Moon was completely undamaged. Afterwards, Takaru sheathed Twilight Moon at his waist and used mana to melt and reforge the broken longsword pieces together. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At the gates of Dworgen, some special demons had arrived. A combination of hobgoblins, wolves, and a slime. The leader was none other than Satoru Mikami, reincarnated from a human into a slime, now named Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru-sama, is it really okay if only Gobta goes with you? Not far from the city wall, several goblins and the leader of the Tempest Wolf, Ranga hesitantly looked at Rimuru and asked. Yes, it's best not to go together. It would be too conspicuous. Just have Gobta lead the way. Hearing their words, Rimuru said nonchalantly. It's fine. All right, I'm off. You all wait here. Looking at his subordinate hobgoblins, Rimuru smiled and reassured them. Take care. Seeing Rimuru's mind was made up, Rigor could only respect Rimuru's choice. Bidding farewell to Rigor and Ranga, Rimuru took Gobta to the back of the queue and lined up. Such a long line. The inspection seems quite strict too. Looking at the queue, Rimuru said with emotion. Once we're inside, we can move freely. Hearing Rimuru's words, Gobta, who had been here before, quickly explained. Whoa, there are actually demons here. Since we haven't entered yet, it should be fine to just kill you here, right? Just as Rimuru and Gobta were conversing, 2 fierce-looking men appeared behind them, obviously minor villains. One had yellow hair with a scar on his face, appearing somewhat burly. The other was bald with a special screw embedded in his head, and a very distinctive cross scar on the right side of his head. Well, we've been troubled right from the start. Looking at the two, Rimuru said helplessly. Other ordinary people in the queue, seeing the pair's appearance, trembled in fear. These people were clearly not good characters. Hey, Gobta, did you hear something? Looking at the trembling Gobta beside him, Rimuru directly asked him. Yes, I heard. Last time I came here, I was also beaten badly here. This is the fate of weak demons. Looking at the two, Gobta instinctively thought of his own time, before evolving into a hobgoblin. Although he had now evolved, without training in combat, Gobta didn't know his strength had greatly increased. Hey, lower demons, don't ignore us. Seeing Rimuru and Gobta chattering on, the yellow-haired man said angrily. I say, a talking slime is quite rare. We could sell it as a curiosity for a good price. The screw-headed bald man directly set his sights on the slime. Gobta, remember rule number 1. Looking at the two, Rimuru's expression was very calm, as he leisurely asked Gobta. Yes, of course I remember. 1. Do not attack humans. Hearing Rimuru's question, Gobta stood at attention and saluted Rimuru. Then, for now, close your eyes and cover your ears. Absolutely do not look this way. Seeing Gobta remembered the rules he had set, Rimuru instructed him. Understood. Although he didn't understand Rimuru's meaning, Gobta obediently complied. Chapter 347, Chapter 347 The Captured Slime 1401 Words Next, Hey, I'm very forgiving. I can still forgive you now. Move aside immediately. Leaping lightly beside the two, Rimuru spoke seriously to them. Damn lesser monster, you're pretty cocky. Don't underestimate us. Hearing Rimuru's words, the blonde-haired man said angrily. You're going to die. I was trying to spare your little life, but since you've angered us, don't expect to live. The bald man also spoke indignantly. Damn lesser monster. Are you talking about me? Hearing their words, Rimuru said calmly. Of course it's you, punk. Oh, do I look like a slime to you? When exactly did you mistake me for a slime? Let me show you my true form. Using his mimicry skill, Rimuru's form was directly enveloped in thick black smoke. Then, as the smoke dissipated, the slime had directly transformed into a black tempest star wolf, with a massive frame, and a very ferocious appearance. It seems mimicry has evolved. Noticing the change in himself, Rimuru was a bit bewildered. Takaru, do we need to intervene? Because of the commotion at the city wall, Takaru and Tsumuji, who had been planning to leave the city, had come outside and witnessed the entire scene. No need. That slime, although a monster, is not a being without any rationality. Moreover, it doesn't seem like the type to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Besides, its strength is no joke. Hearing Tsumuji's words, Takaru directly shook his head and spoke. Even you, Takaru, think it's not simple. Hearing Takaru's words, Tsumuji's expression paused, and then she spoke in surprise. I can sense how powerful its life force is. Although its original form is a slime, it has evolved many times. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke calmly. Hearing Takaru's words, Tsumuji looked at Rimuru, and no longer prepared to attack. Instead, she stood beside Takaru, watching the group provoke Rimuru. This appearance is probably just for show. You think you can scare us away? Looking at Rimuru, who had transformed into the Black Tempest Star Wolf, the blonde-haired man said confidently. Really, just run away already. How troublesome. Hearing his words, Rimuru felt speechless. He hadn't had many battles since coming to this world, and being a peace lover himself, he really didn't want to fight humans. Well, that's enough. You guys, come on. Looking at the two, the slime stopped hesitating and directly spoke to them. Hey, you guys attack too. Hearing the slime's words, the bald man directly addressed the 5 people behind him. More allies have appeared. Hearing his words, Rimuru finally noticed the 5 people behind. Takaru was also watching the group with interest. Among them, the 2 extra people compared to the original work were Maikawa Tomoya and Urabe Yuya. Last night, they had intended to subdue some local thugs to obtain some initial capital, but instead ended up being subdued themselves. However, since both were quite capable, the blonde-haired man had invited them to join. Tomoya and Yuya, thinking discretion was the better part of valor, decided to go along with them. That wolf looks very formidable. Do we really have to fight? Tomoya looked at Yuya beside him, and asked worriedly. There's no turning back now. If we don't attack, they won't let us off the hook later. Hearing Tomoya's words, Yuya frowned and replied. Compared to Tomoya, Yuya had experienced 2 more worlds, but his strength was only marginally better. If it were one-on-one, he was confident he could beat one of the 5 adventurers. But 2 against 5, they were no match. Take this. At this moment, the blonde-haired man launched the first attack. The bald man used a skill. Break slash. Flame ball. Ice arrow. Magic missile. Magic wall. These flashy but ineffective skills hit Rimuru, who had transformed into the Black Tempest Star Wolf. But Rimuru didn't even dodge, he simply deflected all the attacks. Damn it, how is this possible? Ah, my flame ball, why did it do no damage? What sturdy fur! Looking at the completely unharmed Rimuru, the group was stunned. Did you guys do something just now? Looking at them, Rimuru said calmly. Ah, I thought I was going to be finished. Mimicry is amazing. It turned out Rimuru hadn't dodged because he was too nervous and forgot to move. Now, knowing their attacks were ineffective, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. My turn now, a woo. The relieved slime directly roared fiercely at them, releasing his fear skill. The resulting air current easily shattered the magic wall released by the mage and inflicted considerable damage on everyone inside. Not just the 7 troublemakers, but even the ordinary citizens queuing behind were affected by the fear skills wave, causing chaos, loss of consciousness, and even some cases of incontinence. As for Takeru and Tsumuji, they also felt the effects of the fear skill, but it couldn't cause them any harm or pressure. Indeed, he really is not simple. Watching the disaster Rimuru had caused, Tsumuji spoke with understanding. Ah crap. Over there, Rimuru noticed the huge impact he had caused and broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, that wolf over there. At this moment, the dwarven guard from inside the wall came outside and directly spotted Rimuru, who had transformed into the giant wolf. Noticing the guard's arrival, Rimuru quickly transformed back, reverting to his slime form. Watching the giant wolf turn into a slime, the guard Keidu was stunned. But looking at the surrounding situation, he detained Rimuru, the prime suspect. Then, looking around, he noticed Takeru with his calm expression and Tsumuji, who seemed deep in thought. Excuse me, would you mind coming with us? We need witness testimony. Looking at Takeru and Tsumuji, Keidu spoke politely. That's fine. Hearing his words, Takeru gave Rimuru a meaningful glance, and then readily nodded. Did he just look at me? He's not going to badmouth me, is he? Because of Keidu, Rimuru noticed Takeru and Tsumuji's presence and felt a bit nervous. Subsequently, Rimuru and Gabuta were directly taken away by the guard, while Takeru was also brought by Keidu to give a statement. In response to Keidu's questions, Takeru truthfully recounted what he had witnessed. So it was a case of provocation, and he was just defending himself. I understand. Thank you very much for your cooperation. After hearing the descriptions from Takeru and Tsumuji, Keidu said gratefully. You're welcome. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Waving his hand, Takeru prepared to take his leave. All right, please take care. Hearing Takeru's statement, Keidu said politely. Leaving the guardhouse, Takeru looked at Tsumuji beside him. Tsumuji, it seems we'll need to stay here a couple more days. Hearing Takeru's words, Tsumuji was puzzled. Because of that slime just now. I can tell it's no ordinary monster. And did you notice the other monster, the goblin beside him? He completely defers to the slime. A lower-class monster becoming the leader of other monsters, and possessing such formidable strength. I'm quite interested. Seeing the puzzled Tsumuji, Takeru explained simply. Upon hearing this, Tsumuji directly nodded and had no further questions. Meanwhile, Keidu, after questioning the 2 witnesses, returned to the cell. After speaking with the slime, he confirmed the whole story. Just as he was about to release the slime, other guards informed him that an Armorosaurus had appeared at the mine, severely injuring several people. Due to the ongoing battle preparations, there were no spare recovery potions. Seeing this, the slime contributed a bucket of ultra-high-grade recovery potion. With nothing to lose, Keidu didn't have time to be suspicious and directly carried the potion to treat the injured. He found the recovery potion worked incredibly well, fully healing everyone without leaving any trace of injury. Subsequently, Rimuru was immediately released and even treated as a guest by Keidu. Rimuru, naturally, conveniently forgot about Gabuta, who was still hung up. Afterwards, led by Keidu, Rimuru met Kaijin. Learning of Kaijin's difficulties, he took out a large stockpile of magic, or he had previously stored, and even helped Kaijin replicate 19 high-grade longswords, helping him overcome his predicament. Later, to express his gratitude to Rimuru, Kaijin took him to the night butterfly, and Rimuru finally got to see the elf girl he had been longing for. Chapter 348. Chapter 348. The Peculiar World Rules. 1399 words. At the night butterfly. While Rimuru and the others were enjoying themselves, they encountered Minister Vesta. Driven by jealousy towards Kaijin, upon learning that Kaijin had completed the difficult task he had assigned, Vesta was extremely unwilling to accept it. He then began incessantly mocking Rimuru, calling him a low-grade monster. Ultimately, Kaijin could no longer bear it and lashed out. Subsequently, Kaijin's group and Rimuru were once again detained by the guards. It was because of Vesta that Kaijin resolved to leave this country, and also decided to follow Rimuru, who had helped him, and seemed like a very decent person. Faced with the decision of Kaijin, and the three dwarven brothers to follow him, Rimuru was overjoyed. Time quickly passed to 2 days later. Takaru, who had been quietly training in Dworgen for 2 days, noticed Rimuru, Kaijin, and the others being escorted to the royal palace. Takaru then called Tsumuji to leave Dworgen, and wait outside the city walls for Rimuru and the others to come out. Aside from his curiosity about Rimuru, Takaru also wanted to obtain certain things from him, such as top-grade recovery potions, which could even regenerate severed limbs. He also wanted to see if Rimuru could help replicate beginner enhancement potions or even the gene serum. Takaru himself naturally had little use for recovery potions, but Myo, Emilia, Ram, and the others might find them extremely useful in the future. Furthermore, even trading them with other reincarnators could yield considerable benefits. Arriving outside the city, Takaru saw that it was still early, and didn't want to just wait idly. Instead, he took Tsumuji for a stroll near the mountain range. They soon discovered monsters like Ranga and Rigor hidden in the forest. Takaru had no intention of hunting them, and continued searching for other monsters. Soon, they encountered a special lizard-like monster. Unlike the others, the moment it noticed Takaru and Tsumuji, it lunged at them to attack. Seeing the overconfident lizard monster, Takaru simply pointed lightly forward. The surrounding air instantly swirled into a gale, tearing the creature in two. Looking at the dead lizard monster, Takaru treated it as material. Mana surged from his body, and the corpse began to transform into special energy before reshaping into a mighty, dragon-like Pokemon. Its body was mostly blue with a gray lower jaw. Thick scales covered its underside. It had enormous red wings, 4 legs, a dragon-like appearance, and a long tail with a thin end. This was the pseudo-legendary Pokemon from the Pokemon world, Salamence. As consciousness emerged, Salamence instinctively felt immense closeness to Takaru. Tsumuji, who had witnessed the entire process, was utterly astonished. Takaru, this is... Tsumuji stared blankly at the fierce and powerful Salamence. She could clearly sense that Salamence was not merely fierce in appearance. The energy contained within it was formidable as well. Salamence. It can serve as our mount from now on. Stroking Salamance's head, Takaru explained directly to Tsumuji. Despite Takaru's explanation, Tsumuji still found it difficult to calm down. She couldn't imagine that Takaru could casually create new life. It was simply too terrifying. And what happened next was even more shocking to Tsumuji. As Takaru bestowed a name upon it, he noticed his mana rapidly depleting again, flowing directly into Salamence. After approximately 20,000 units of mana were consumed, Salamance's appearance changed once more. Originally only 1.5 meters tall with a body length of just over 3 meters, Salamance's form transformed dramatically. Its 2 wings twisted and merged together, forming a single large, crescent-shaped wing. Its head, neck and torso became more slender, its limbs shortened, and its tail grew longer and thinner, giving it a streamlined figure. Moreover, its height increased to 2 meters, and its body length reached around 5 meters. It had clearly assumed the form of mega salamence. Most importantly, Takaru could sense that it wasn't just its appearance that had changed, its internal mana and base attributes had skyrocketed. Takaru, what happened to it? Witnessing Salamon's transformation, Tsumuji asked again. It seems to be an effect of this world's unique rules. It has evolved from an ordinary monster into a named monster. Hearing Tsumuji's inquiry, Takaru said with a touch of wonder. Yes, master. Thank you for the naming. At Takaru's words, Salamence slightly opened its mouth and spoke human language directly. You can speak. Hearing its words, Takaru was taken aback. Due to the evolution just now, it seems I instinctively gained the ability to speak. In response to Takaru's question, Salamence directly answered. Is that so? That's pretty great. Upon hearing this, Takaru stroked its head and said. By the way, Tsumuji, would you like to ride and fly for a bit? Noticing Tsumuji's complex expression, Takaru changed the subject. Can I ride it? At Takaru's words, Tsumuji immediately cast aside her jumbled thoughts and asked excitedly. Of course. Right, Salamence. Hearing her words, Takaru nodded and looked at Salamence. Please, don't hesitate. I am, after all, my master's mount. Hearing Takaru's inquiry, Salamence responded very politely. I want to try it. Upon hearing this, Tsumuji quickly nodded. Then, taking Tsumuji with him, Takaru rode Salamence high into the sky, fully enjoying the scenery of this world. It wasn't until dusk that Takaru spotted Rimuru, Kaijin, and the others at the city gate. Big brother, take care. At the moment of parting, Keita spoke to Kaijin with a hint of reluctance. Sorry for the trouble I've caused you. You take care too. Faced with Keita's reluctance, Kaijin was also a bit emotional. Rimuru-sama, I entrust my brother to you. Then, Keita directly addressed Rimuru. Don't worry. I just plan to put him to work. Hearing Keita's words, Rimuru said with a light laugh. According to the verdict, Kaijin and his accomplices are to be exiled from the country. Leave immediately. After the farewells, Keita abruptly changed his demeanor, speaking to them in a cold, official tone. Let's go. Our companions are still waiting for us in the forest. Watching Keita and the others completely close the city gate, Rimuru spoke to the melancholic group. What is that? Suddenly, Garm, the eldest of the three brothers, noticed Salamence circling in the sky. Enemy attack. Looking at the somewhat fierce Salamence, Kaijin spoke worriedly. Rimuru also watched Salamence nervously. After all, one look told him Salamence was an extremely terrifying monster. For Rimuru, who lacked self-awareness of his own power, it definitely seemed like a very dangerous existence. At that moment, Takaru, having finished his long tour, descended from the sky riding the massive Salamence with Tsumuji, landing directly before Kaijin's group of 4 and Rimuru. Rimuru and the others quickly noticed Takaru and Tsumuji on Salamon's back and stared blankly at them, uncertain of Takaru's intentions. Is there something you need? Unsure of Takaru's background and purpose, Rimuru, adhering to the principle of friendly coexistence, stepped forward to inquire. Of course. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Looking at the cautious slime, Takaru jumped down and said to Rimuru with a smile. Waiting for us for a while. Hearing Takaru's words, Rimuru was stunned. Oh no, he didn't deliberately wait here to hunt me, did he? He looks somewhat familiar. Hearing Takaru's words, Rimuru, having processed this, became extremely nervous inside. May I ask what business you have with me? Also, have we met before? Asking nervously, Rimuru quickly searched his memory. Explanation: 2 days ago, when you fought the adventurers, he was present nearby. Just as Rimuru was thinking, the voice of Great Sage appeared in his mind, reminding him. Is that so? By the way, if I fought him, what would my chances of winning be? Hearing Great Sage's words, Rimuru quickly inquired internally. Explanation: this life form possesses multiple types of heterogeneous energy and exceptional physical abilities. Probability of victory in combat, 0%. Probability of escape, 0%. In response to Rimuru's inquiry, Great Sage directly stated, "You've got to be kidding me. Why do I keep running into people like this? First it was the Dwarven Hero King, Gazel Dwargo, and now just some random passerby is on this level. Does this mean my strength is really just that insignificant in this world?" Hearing Great Sage's explanation, Rimuru felt somewhat devastated. Unclear about the world's power scaling, he began to doubt himself. Chapter 349, Chapter 349 Befriending Rimuru 1263 words. A slime, yet I'm quite curious about how you possess such immense mana within you. And your intelligence seems remarkably high. Just as Rimuru was thinking, Takaru spoke directly and plainly. Is it because of the mana inside me and the fact that I'm too intelligent for a monster? How should I answer him? And he's not going to suddenly attack me, right? Hearing Takaru's words, Rimuru's mind started racing again, and his expression grew tense once more. Well, there are some special reasons. Strange, isn't there usually a goblin with you? At this moment, Tsumuji also asked curiously. Oh no, I forgot all about Gobda. At Tsumuji's words, Rimuru broke out in a cold sweat as he spoke. Haha, what an interesting fellow. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nara Takaru, and this is my companion, Kotobuki Tsumuji. Seeing Rimuru's reaction, Takaru said with a light laugh. Ah, and nice to meet you. I'm Rimuru Tempest. Please treat me well. Although he didn't understand why Takaru suddenly laughed, Rimuru sensed no ill intent from him, and breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, with Takaru showing goodwill, the mild-mannered Rimuru quickly became friends with him. During their conversation, Takaru learned about Rimuru's situation and showed great interest, accepting Rimuru's invitation to visit his camp. Of course, they first rendezvoused with Rigor and the others. Then, Rimuru and his group rode on Ranga, while Takaru used salamence to carry Tsumuji. The unique experience of flying on salamence excited Tsumuji greatly. From high altitude, she could also use her spectator to observe the terrain below. 2 days passed during the journey. Ranga's speed was far too slow compared to salamence, which was enhanced by wind magic. Combined with the dwarves, their progress remained somewhat slow. However, time was still plentiful, and being able to experience the sights of this world, both Takaru and Tsumuji remained patient and unhurried. In truth, Tsumuji had often been rather laid back in many previous worlds, not particularly proactive in seeking out quests. But thanks to her decent luck and skill, she always managed to complete some side quests, consistently earning above-average ratings. Rimuru, there are some monsters up ahead. We'll be right back. Noticing movement in the distance, Takaru directly addressed Rimuru. Be careful. Hearing Takaru's words, Rimuru was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded. Rimuru-sama, it seems Takaru-san and Tsumuji-san really enjoy hunting monsters. They're not planning to attack you later, are they? Watching Takaru and Tsumuji disappear, Kaijin remarked with emotion. Ahaha, surely not. We're friends, after all. Hearing Kaijin's words, Rimuru's heart skipped a beat, and he replied with a dry laugh. Truth be told, even he wasn't entirely sure. But after 2 days of interaction, Rimuru could tell that Takaru wasn't an extremely evil person. His attitude towards monsters wasn't extreme either, on the contrary, Takaru was very gentle and didn't put on airs, even when dealing with goblins like Rigor. Moreover, although Takaru looked young, he handled himself with surprising maturity and possessed high intelligence. The only thing Rimuru truly envied was Takaru's appearance. If this were his previous life, with looks and personality like that, Takaru would undoubtedly be the star of the school, a true member of the popular crowd. Speaking of popular crowds, Rimuru suddenly had a thought. could it be that Takaru, like myself, was also from Japan? If that were really the case, did that mean I'd finally found people from home? Takaru was naturally unaware of Rimuru's internal monologue. After leading Tsumuji to a spot about a kilometer from the camp, they encountered 3 dog-type monsters. Crimson eyes, heads largely encased in exoskeletal armor, sharp fangs, and blue flames burning along their backs extending to the tips of their tails. Tsumuji, they're all yours. Sensing the strength of the Cerberus, Takaru found it rather uninteresting, and directly spoke to Tsumuji. Okay, leave it to me. Hearing Takaru's words, Tsumuji excitedly drew her longsword. Throughout the journey, she had been handling nearly all the monster encounters. Mainly, Takaru wanted her to boost her evaluation score. Hunting monsters did contribute points, albeit perhaps very few, but many drops make a flood. As for Takaru himself, he already had his own plans and naturally didn't need to compete with her over these few points. Noticing Tsumuji's intent to fight back, the Cerberus bared its fangs with a fierce expression, then launched the first attack at Tsumuji. Facing the rapidly pouncing Cerberus, Tsumuji nimbly sidestepped with a small leap, dodging its assault. She then counterattacked with a swift backhand slash, easily inflicting severe wounds on the lunging Cerberus. Instantly, copious amounts of blood rapidly flowed from the gash. Seeing their companion injured, the other 2 Cerberus angrily attacked Tsumuji with fangs and claws. However, through her spectator, Tsumuji had already anticipated their attack trajectories. She slightly shifted her body, evading one's claw strike. Then, facing the biting attack of the second Cerberus, Tsumuji raised her longsword vertically. The monster pounced directly onto the blade, impaling itself clean through, instantly losing combat capability. With a light flick, Tsumuji flung the impaled Cerberus off her sword. Looking at the last Cerberus, which now showed signs of fear, she didn't hesitate. She leaped towards it and unhesitatingly thrust her sword into its head. After easily dispatching the 3 monsters, Tsumuji swiftly withdrew her blade, flicked off the blood, and sheathed it. Takaru collected the Cerberus corpses. After a moment's thought, he used one of the Cerberus's bodies for manifestation. Under Takaru's skillful manipulation, the Cerberus's appearance rapidly changed. Its horns became large and curved, its orange snout protruded, and the tip of its nose was black with 2 barely visible external fangs. It looks incredibly powerful. Its name is... Seeing Houndoom appear instantly, Tsumuji asked in surprise. Houndoom. That is its name. Hearing her question, Takaru spoke softly. As Takaru bestowed its name, he felt his mana drain once more, the expended power flowing directly into Houndoom. Enveloped by the mana, Houndoom's form began to transform, quickly becoming a Mega Houndoom. Its horns shifted from curved to extending upward in a zigzag pattern. Around its neck appeared something resembling bone with 2 pairs of protrusions, tipped with 3 sharp, thong-like objects. Its claws became sharper and turned a blood-red color. Looking at Mega Houndoom, Tsumuji exclaimed with admiration. Takaru observed the Mega Houndoom, which stood over 2 meters tall including its horns, and indeed found it majestic and awe-inspiring. Once its consciousness cleared, Houndoom approached Takaru and respectfully addressed him. With Salamence as a precedent, Takaru and Tsumuji weren't particularly surprised to hear it speak human words. All right, let's head back. Gently stroking Houndoom's fur, Takaru said to Tsumuji. Master, you may ride on my back. Hearing Takaru was about to leave, Houndoom quickly offered. Very well, I'll leave it to you then. Hearing this, Takaru didn't stand on ceremony. He easily swung himself onto Houndoom's back, and helped Tsumuji up as well. Takaru and Tsumuji's weight naturally posed no burden to Mega Houndoom. Its base strength alone likely exceeded 150, not to mention skill bonuses. It was far stronger than Rimuru's current mount, Ranga, the leader of the wolf pack. However, Houndoom was still considerably weaker than Salamence. Salamence had absorbed over 20,000 of Takaru's mana units, while Houndoom's naming consumed just over 13,000. Not even comparable. As Takaru and Tsumuji returned to where Rimuru and the others were resting, Rimuru, and his group looked at them with surprise and curiosity. Chapter 350, Chapter 350 Scheming and Doing Favors 1312 Words, You've tamed another monster. Looking at the majestic Houndoom, Rimuru said in surprise. But I don't think I've ever seen this kind of monster before. Kaijin also looked at Mega Houndoom with a puzzled expression. Yes, its name is Houndoom. Seeing the curious group, Takara lightly laughed and told them Houndoom's name. Hearing Takara's words, everyone nodded. Rigor and Ranga also took the initiative to approach Houndoom and establish friendly relations. Knowing that Takara harbored no ill will toward Rimuru and the others, Houndoom didn't refuse Ranga and Rigor's overtures and quickly became familiar with them. As for Takara, he calmly watched this harmonious scene, while pondering whether the monsters he created in this world could be brought to the main world. If not, it would be somewhat disadvantageous. Due to this uncertainty, Takara had been collecting the corpses of hunted monsters along the way, and hadn't manifested too many Pokemon. Takara, the grilled meat is ready. Come eat together. While Takara was deep in thought, Rimuru bounced over to him, and called out excitedly. Looking at the round, bouncy Rimuru, Takara smiled and nodded. Taking a piece of roasted meat from beside the campfire, Takara began to eat. Although it was far inferior to the cooking of Rem and Ai, the meat itself was excellent, making it quite delicious. After dinner, Kaijin and the others began resting at the campsite, while Takara jumped up into a tree, gazing at this world's moon. Rimuru, carrying his own concerns, noticed Takara alone and also leaped onto the tree, coming to Takara's side. Is something on your mind? Looking at Rimuru beside him, Takara asked calmly. Yes, Takara. I want to ask you something. Are you from Japan? After hesitating, Rimuru directly asked. However, Kotobuki Tsumuji and I are also not humans from this world. Hearing his words, Takara stated directly. Is that so? Hearing Takara's words, Rimuru nodded in understanding. Although Takara wasn't from the same country, Rimuru mistakenly assumed they were from the same world and felt a bit closer to him. Well then, Rimuru, since you can name Japan and you're a slime, that means you're a reincarnator, right? Looking at Rimuru, Takara frankly identified his identity. According to Veldora, I really am a reincarnator. Actually, I was stabbed to death. By the time I came to, I had turned into this cute form. Hearing Takara's words, Rimuru said narcissistically. Of course, his main intention was to explain the reason for his reincarnation, and that it wasn't his original intention. However, he found his current life quite enjoyable. Is that so? Then, Rimuru, have you ever thought about returning to your previous world? Hearing his words, Takara lightly nodded and then asked again. Although I kind of want to go back, I've already become like this. If I returned, it would probably cause a commotion, or I might get captured and used as research material. Hearing Takara's words, Rimuru smiled awkwardly. I suppose so. But my current life isn't bad either. I've taken in a group of goblins and the dire wolves, so I'll focus on making the best of my present life. Subsequently, Rimuru made it clear he didn't have a strong desire to return. Through his conversation with Rimuru, Takara gained a clearer understanding of Rimuru's character, which wasn't much different from the image he had in mind. Mild-tempered, peace-loving, easygoing, and somewhat airhead, overall, not much of a threat to Takara. With his own objectives, Takara intentionally sought to build a good relationship with him. Thus, this deep conversation brought Takara and Rimuru considerably closer. Soon, as the sun rose the next day, Takara and the others quickly resumed their journey. Takara and Tsumuji once again rode on Salamence, while Houndoom ran below alongside Ranga and the others. By afternoon, the group finally arrived at the outer central area of the Jura forest, the location of the goblin village. However, upon noticing the large number of goblins in the camp, Rimuru was stunned. The entire slime seemed somewhat flustered. Hey, Rigor, what's this? Looking at Rigor hesitantly, Rimuru had a certain guess. Having heard rumors of Rimuru-sama, goblins from nearby villages have all come seeking protection. Hearing Rimura's words, Rigurd said while flexing his muscles. Rimura-sama, welcome back. Numerous goblins in the distance also shouted excitedly. Great sage, how many goblins are there? Seeing the crowd of goblins in the distance, Rimura broke out in a cold sweat. Explanation, approximately 500. 500. I'd like to send them back, but what would happen if I did? Hearing Great Sage's words, Rimura felt extremely troubled. Truth be told, in his previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker. Now, being thrust into the role of a lord-like figure responsible for numerous goblins put immense pressure on him. Explanation, with the disappearance of the storm dragon Veldora, intelligent monsters in the Jura forest, such as the orc tribe, lizard men, and ogre tribe, are beginning to compete for forest hegemony. Unevolved goblins would likely be eliminated. Don't put it so lightly. I understand. Let those who wish to come, come. Hearing Great Sage's explanation, Rimura felt reluctant to abandon them, and decided to accept these goblins. Of course, the main thing was that apart from the hassle of naming them all, management matters could be handled by Kaijin, Rigurd, and other monsters, so it wasn't too troublesome. Additionally, future development would require population. Moreover, when goblins evolved into hobgoblins, quite a few attractive female goblins would emerge. While Rimura was busy naming the newly joined goblins, Takaru and Sumuji, guided by Rigurd and Rigor, leisurely toured the goblin village. Of course, since the goblin village had just formed and previously lacked any skilled individuals, what they called houses were merely tents barely constructed from wooden poles and canvas. Noticing this situation, Takaru shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he went to the edge of the area and used earth release to build several tall houses. Rigor looked at the ability Takaru had used, filled with awe. I'll be staying here for a while. I plan to reside here temporarily. As for the other houses over there, you can have people live in them. Of course, if you don't like them, I can also tear them down. Looking at Rigor, Takaru said calmly. No, thank you so much for your help. This way, Rimura-sama, Kaijin-san, and the others will have somewhere to stay for now. We're truly grateful. Hearing Takaru's words, Rigor said excitedly. Is that so? I'm glad you like them. Hearing this, Takaru nodded and then looked toward the long line of goblins waiting for Rimuru to name them. Truly a naming maniac. And the vast mana within him was somewhat enviable. According to Takaru's estimate, Rimuru's current personal mana probably exceeded 30 to 40,000. Combined with Veldora, the storm dragon, acting like a storage battery, he could likely use over 200,000 mana in a short period. Although Takaru could store mana using his gluttony skill, stored mana wasn't his personal mana, and wouldn't regenerate automatically. This meant Takaru needed to regularly replenish his mana for unrestricted use, which was somewhat troublesome. Soon, after successfully naming numerous goblins, Rimuru's continuous mana output left him completely limp. Seeing this scene, Takaru found it somewhat amusing. After some thought, Takaru decided to transfer some mana to Rimuru as a small favor. Then, asking him for recovery potions and requesting his assistance later would be much simpler. With this in mind, Takaru picked up the slime that had collapsed into a puddle, and began channeling his mana into it. After infusing nearly 10,000 mana, Takaru stopped the transfer. Although regaining mana restored Rimuru's form, the prolonged high-intensity consumption had severely depleted him, making immediate recovery impossible. However, Takaru wasn't particularly concerned. Chapter 351, Chapter 351 Crafting Beginner Enhancement Potions. 1248 words. It wasn't until noon the next day that Rimuru slowly regained consciousness. Upon learning of Takaru's help, he came to Takaru's side and expressed endless gratitude. Don't mention it. We're practically from the same homeland after all. Helping each other is only natural. Hearing his words, Takaru said casually. Even so, I heard from Rigurd and the others that you also helped us remodel the terrain, build houses and clothes too, which has greatly improved the living conditions in the village all at once. Hearing Takaru's words, Rimuru seemed extremely embarrassed. These are just small matters. Besides, from now on, they'll still have to rely on themselves. I can't stay here forever, nor can I keep helping you. Hearing his words, Takara waved his hand, indicating it was no trouble at all. That may be so, but the fact remains that I've received your kindness. Is there anything I can do to help you? If possible, I'll do my best. Seeing Takara's demeanor, Rimuru spoke seriously. Hearing Rimuru's words, Takara smiled inwardly. Having done so much, even having Tsumugi constantly help build the territory, aside from Takara thinking there might be hidden quests, he was also waiting for Rimuru to say exactly this. As a matter of fact, there really is something you can help me with. Hearing Rimuru's words, Takara hesitated for a moment, then spoke seriously. What is it? Hearing Takara's words, Rimuru showed no suspicion at all, simply curious about what it might be. I heard from Kaijin and the others that you have an incredibly potent recovery potion, and that you can replicate the weapons he forges, right? Takara cut straight to the point. I see, so you need recovery potions. If that's the case, nothing could be simpler. Do you have any containers for the potion? Subsequently, Rimuru asked Takara. Of course. Hearing his words, Takara casually manifested an alloy box of about 1 cubic meter. Looking at the huge alloy box before him, Rimuru broke out in a slight cold sweat. However, he could still easily produce a cubic meter's worth. Then, under Takara's watchful gaze, blue liquid rapidly filled the entire alloy box. Is this enough? After filling the alloy box, Rimuru let out a light sigh. Yes, that should do. Looking at him, Takara nodded, then touched the alloy box. A sealed lid automatically formed on top, as if it had been part of the box all along. After doing this, Takara directly stored the alloy box in his item slot. Seeing Takara's action, although it wasn't the first time, Rimuru still expressed some envy. However, having his own massive stomach to store objects was some consolation. So what do you need me to replicate next? Subsequently, Rimuru looked at Takara and asked seriously. Next, it's this. Hearing his words, Takara took out a low-grade enhancement potion. Seeing Takara's earnest demeanor, Rimuru looked curious and directly devoured it into his body. Great Sage, analyze it. After devouring it, Rimuru quickly addressed Great Sage. Analysis of target enhancement potion successful. Explanation: using this potion can simply enhance a creature's base strength. The medicinal herbs used in this potion do not exist in this world. Proceed with analysis of herb properties to seek substitutes. It's not from this world, huh? Hearing Great Sage's words, Rimuru was momentarily stunned. Although puzzled upon discovering that Great Sage seemed able to find other ingredients as substitutes, Rimuru quickly responded. Analysis successful. Substitutable herbs include hypocrite herb, bloodgrass, phantom zero flower. After listing approximately 7 herb names, Great Sage stopped its explanation. Takara, this potion requires many substitute herbs in this world, and many seem to be quite rare medicinal ingredients, so I don't have them here either. Hearing Great Sage's words, Rimuru honestly conveyed this to Takara. Is that so? Please tell me what herbs are needed. I'll go collect them, and then I'll trouble you to help me craft them. Hearing that Rimuru could actually produce them, Takara was startled, then spoke seriously to him. Hypocrite herb, bloodgrass, phantom zero flower are needed. I still have a considerable stock of hypocrite herb here, but I don't have the other 6. Hearing Takara's words, Rimuru said seriously. Thank you for your trouble. As for the herbs, I'll take care of obtaining them. Hearing this, Takara firmly memorized the herb names. Oh, and also this. After receiving the beginner enhancement potion that Rimuru spat out, Takara directly took out the gene serum. Great Sage. After devouring the gene elixir, Rimuru directly commanded Great Sage. Analyzing. Analysis of target. Elixir. Unable to analyze. To Rimuru's surprise, the gene elixir was completely unanalyzable, not even its name or effects could be identified. Seeing this, Rimuru spat out the gene serum, returned it to Takaru and sighed. I'm so sorry, I can't analyze this potion either. What exactly is this thing? I understand. Thank you anyway. Hearing his words, Takaru nodded knowingly. Ultimately, it wasn't a product of this world, and the gene serum was clearly several tiers above the beginner enhancement potion. So even Great Sage couldn't analyze it. Perhaps if it evolved into Raphael, it might be able to. So, Takaru, when are you planning to leave here? Seeing Takaru deep in thought, Rimuru asked curiously. Well, I'll probably leave in about 2 or 3 days. However, I'll have Tsumuji stay here for the time being. I hope you can look after her then. Hearing Rimuru's words, Takaru said after some thought. You're not taking her with you. At this, Rimuru showed a curious expression. What I need to do next involves some special matters, and bringing her along would be rather inconvenient. Takaru stated directly. Next, Takaru planned to go directly to the Falmouth Kingdom to begin executing his plan. Taking Tsumuji along would naturally be very inconvenient. Well, I understand. Please rest assured, I will definitely protect her. Seeing Takaru say this, Rimuru readily agreed. Then I'll leave her in your care. Seeing Rimuru agree so readily, Takaru nodded. Over the following 3 days, Takaru took Tsumuji to hunt monsters in the Jura forest. The kills were mostly done by Tsumuji and Salamence, while Takaru collected all the monster materials. Simultaneously, through continuous searching, Takaru also found 2 types of herbs usable for crafting beginner enhancement potions, an unexpected bonus. As for Rimuru, things remained remarkably calm. Takaru then prepared to depart. Leaving Mega Houndoom behind to protect Tsumuji, Takaru mounted Salamence and flew toward the Falmouth Kingdom. Although he wasn't sure of the exact location, Kaijin had some knowledge of the Falmouth Kingdom, and directly pointed Takaru in the general direction, northwest of the Jura forest. He also cautioned Takaru. The king of the Falmouth Kingdom was ambitious and greedy by nature, and his subordinate ministers and soldiers were also extremely avaricious. Kaijin advised Takaru to act cautiously. Hearing his warning, Takaru nodded with a light laugh, unconcerned. After all, while many ants might kill an elephant, no one had ever heard of ants killing a dragon. After 2 days of flight, Takaru encountered a second town. After resupplying below and gathering some information, he adjusted his course slightly and flew toward the Falmouth Kingdom. Thus, after another day of high-speed flight, Takaru finally reached the border of the Falmouth Kingdom. Just as he arrived, he noticed near the forest a band of several dozen brigands attacking a merchant caravan. Chapter 352 Chapter 352 Conflict 1278 Words Clarpensama, please escape quickly. There might be adventurers in the forest. Go and seek help from them. A man who looked like a guard shielded a girl behind him, and spoke to her urgently. But Scott, however. Hearing the guard's words, the girl said tearfully. There's no time, Clarpensama. These are definitely not ordinary bandits. Excellent equipment, well-trained, clearly they are soldiers of the Falmouth Kingdom. Looking at Clarpen, Scott was extremely tense. Those who had resisted had already been killed, with few remaining. You've learned our secret. You don't naively think we'd let her go, do you? A bandit leader figure looked at Scott and Clarpen and spoke calmly. I will never let you harm Clarpensama, even if it costs me my life. Looking at the bandit chief on guard against him, Scott showed a determined expression. While your strength is decent, you don't really think you can oppose us, do you? Hearing Scott's words, the leader showed a contemptuous expression. Whether I can or not, I won't know until I try. Saying this, Scott gritted his teeth, and swung his longsword directly at one of the bandits. Because the bandit's attention wasn't on Scott, and Scott's strength was considerably greater, Scott instantly killed the bandit with a single blow. Concentrate fire and kill him. Seeing his subordinate killed, the bandit leader raised an eyebrow slightly but remained inwardly calm as he commanded his men. Hearing the leader's words, the other bandits gathered together and launched a coordinated attack on Scott. The collision of swords produced crisp sounds. Although Scott was somewhat stronger, facing the combined attacks of over a dozen well-trained soldiers, he was completely unable to parry. Soon, 2 wounds were torn open on his body. Clarpen-sama, run. Despite being injured, Scott's first concern wasn't himself but Clarpen, who was still frozen in shock. Hearing his shout, tears streamed from Clarpen's eyes, and she quickly turned and fled. Stop her. Noticing this, the leader shouted loudly. Immediately, 2 bandits charged at Clarpen, longswords in hand. Heh, sorry about this. If we let you escape, we'll be punished, you know. As they drew closer to Clarpen, the bandits said with sinister smiles. However, just as their hands were about to touch Clarpen, both were sent flying by an invisible force. What happened? The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Look up there. Suddenly, one bandit noticed the sky darkening and finally spotted Salamon's. That's. Looking at Salamon's form, everyone present felt immense fear. No, there's someone on top. It seems to be a dragon knight. As Salamon's descended, everyone quickly noticed Takaru atop it. Men, really? Just as I arrive, I have to play the hero saving the damsel in distress. Jumping down from the dragon, Takaru joked wryly. Who are you? Why are you interfering in our affairs? Looking at Takaru, whose features seemed somewhat young, despite being shocked that Takaru possessed a dragon mount, the leader quickly calmed down. If it were just a dragon, it would be difficult to handle. But since it was a being with intelligence, he might survive through negotiation. And perhaps even gain a new combat asset. The bandit leader began fantasizing inwardly. Interfering in your affairs? You're bandits, aren't you? Since that's the case, killing bandits and saving innocent people, isn't that perfectly normal? Hearing his words, Takaru said with a light laugh. No, that's not it. I'm Nickel, a squad leader under Knight Commander Falcon of the Falmouth Kingdom, not some bandit. Hearing Takaru's words, Nickel said nervously. Not bandits. Then can you tell me what you're doing right now? Hearing his words, Takaru said calmly. It's like this. They're spies from another country, so the Knight Commander ordered us to eliminate them discreetly. That's not true. We're not spies at all. We're just an ordinary merchant caravan. These bandits attacked and killed us. Adventurer-sama, please save us. Hearing Nickel's words, Clarpen, who had regained her senses, shouted loudly. This lady's account differs from yours, Nickel-san. And what I see is merely a band of thieves hunting down and robbing people. Looking at Nickel, Takaru said calmly. She's lying. And I am a soldier of the Kingdom of Falmouth. If you kill me, you make an enemy of the Falmouth Kingdom. Our kingdom possesses the strongest warriors and mages and summoners too. Even if you are a dragon knight, you absolutely cannot contend with our kingdom. Sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere, Nickel quickly invoked his backing. Just a squad leader. Surely the Falmouth Kingdom wouldn't go to war with a dragon knight like me over something like this. Hearing his words, Takaru said with a thoughtful expression. Actually, I have another status. Falcon, the strongest warrior of the Falmouth Kingdom, is my uncle. So if you kill me, you'll definitely be wanted. But if you let me go, I can give you gold coins, and if you want to enter the Falmouth Kingdom and become an official, I can help introduce you. Feeling Takaru's aura growing stronger, Nickel brought out his ultimate backing. Hearing his words, Takaru rolled his eyes. If it weren't for his plan, he wouldn't bother wasting words with him. But since Nickel had this additional status, he could temporarily spare his life. Seeing Takaru lost in thought, Clarpen became extremely nervous. Enemies with the powerful Falmouth Kingdom or friends? Any normal person would choose the latter, wouldn't they? Just as she was sinking into despair, Takaru's voice sounded again, plunging Clarpen into shock. Is that so? Well, then, to avoid your future resentment, it's better I just kill you now. After a moment of contemplation, Takaru said calmly. Hearing Takaru's words, Nickel was stunned, never expecting Takaru to directly decide to kill him. Before he could react, Takaru swung Twilight Moon at him from a distance. A blade of wind followed the sword's trajectory toward Nickel. With the sound of flesh tearing, an arm flew high into the air. Ah, how troublesome. I was aiming for your head. Seeing this, Takaru frowned. My arm, my hand. It hurts so much. As the pain hit him, Nickel instinctively used his remaining left arm to clutch the wound on his right. Seeing this, Takaru was somewhat speechless, such a slow reaction. Then he turned his gaze to the two nearby soldiers, swung his sword once, and two heads flew high as the men fell dead. Nickel, who had been screaming, saw Takaru begin the slaughter, and was terrified out of his wits, finally snapping back to reality. All of you, attack together. Whoever kills him gets a reward of 100 gold coins. Nickel shouted loudly. Hearing the reward, the numerous bandits shed their fear, greed flickering in their eyes. Is that so? Just 100 gold coins is enough to make you sell your lives. Looking at these bandits, Takaru revealed a trace of mocking ridicule. Meanwhile, Nickel, taking advantage of the soldiers surrounding Takaru, didn't hesitate for a moment and directly chose to flee. What no one realized was that the moment Nickel escaped, Takaru had also planted a special suggestion within him, that Takaru, accompanied by his dragon, had discovered a rich vein of magical ore in the mountains on the western border of the Falmouth Kingdom, and that Takaru's dragon had amassed a huge hoard of gold coins. As for Takaru's side, after a difficult battle, he finally killed all the soldiers disguised as bandits. Nickel successfully fled back to the Falmouth Kingdom. Chapter 353, Chapter 353 First Summoning and Naming 1294 Words. Are you alright? Looking at the still-shaken Clarpin and Scott, who was down to his last breath, Takaru spoke softly while casually administering simple treatment to Scott. Thank you so much. I am Clarpin Othelot. I am extremely grateful for your help. Clarpin, having regained her composure, spoke respectfully to Takaru. And I am Scott. Thank you very much for saving my life. Please, may I know your name? Scott, now recovered, knelt on one knee before Takaru in gratitude. My name is Nara Takaru. Hearing his words, Takaru said calmly. Nara Takaru. Hearing Takaru's words, Scott and Clarpin silently memorized the name. Takaru-san, that Nickel has escaped. If what he said is true, then continuing to stay in the Falmouth Kingdom might get you wanted. Scott suddenly thought of something and spoke to Takaru nervously. Is that so? Thank you for the reminder. However, I still have some business here. Hearing his words, Takaru said calmly. Then, signaling Salamence to ascend into the air, Takaru leaped up and disappeared. Watching Takaru depart so decisively, the two stood stunned. They hadn't expected him to leave so abruptly, and they knew nothing more about him other than his name. As for Takaru, he first sent a clone into the Falmouth Kingdom to investigate the kingdom's situation, while his main body took Salamence to the mountain range west of the Falmouth Kingdom. Casually selecting a massive mountain, he carved a cave into it as a temporary residence. Now, all that remained was for Takaru's clone and Nickel to properly orchestrate things, awaiting the arrival of the Falmouth Kingdom's soldiers to subdue him. Although Takaru could directly attack the Falmouth Kingdom, that would cause too many unnecessary casualties and would easily involve innocents. Killing without reason wasn't what Takaru wanted. But if they took the initiative to attack, then Takaru could completely cut loose. Somewhat hypocritical though it might be, Takaru was still giving the Falmouth Kingdom a chance. If they weren't blinded by the vast treasure, then Takaru wouldn't do anything to them. Shaking his head, Takaru stopped dwelling on it. Killing was nothing new, as his hands had already been stained with countless lives. Even if the upcoming slaughter was on a larger scale, for his own sake, Takaru didn't mind being the villain. But before that, what Takaru most hoped for was that his massacre would yield corresponding returns. Should be fine, right? Looking at the slowly setting sun, Takaru exhaled deeply. Well then, shall I summon Death and the others now? Looking at the empty cave, Takaru fell into hesitation. Becoming a demon lord would bring great benefits to his subordinates. However, Takaru wasn't sure if humans like Death and the others could receive blessings and improve themselves. But it was definitely worth trying. As for Ram and Rem, if he successfully ascended to Demon Lord, they would surely gain immense benefits too. After a moment's thought, Takaru decided to summon Ram and Rem first. System, use summoning ability to summon my followers, Ram and Rem. Deciding to act, Takaru spoke directly to his reincarnation watch. Summoning followers Ram and Rem requires 4,000 points. Continue summoning. Hearing the required amount, Takaru thoughtfully noted the cost. Though not low, it was certainly reasonable for him. 4,000 points deducted. Remaining points, 306,500. Beginning summoning. Meanwhile, as Takaru initiated the summoning, Ram, who had been playing with Misdreavus in the main world, and Rem, who had been busy, suddenly sensed their movements slowing down, then received a notification. Before either could think further, black light enveloped them, and they vanished from the villa. What happened? Beatrice, who had been reading manga in her room, sensed spatial fluctuations. Startled, she immediately rushed outside. What's wrong, Betty? Beatrice's sudden movement caught Amelia's attention during her meditation, prompting Amelia to ask with concern. I just sensed an unusual spatial fluctuation, one I've never felt before. Hearing her words, Beatrice said seriously. An enemy? At this, Ria became alert. I don't know. But we should investigate first. Hearing her words, Beatrice responded without hesitation. After quickly searching, they discovered Ram and Rem were missing. Realizing who had disappeared, Beatrice guessed it was likely caused by Takaru. Back with Takaru, unaware that the reincarnation space's summoning had alarmed Beatrice and Amelia, he looked at Ram and Rem before him. Upon being summoned, their attire had changed to ordinary civilian clothing. Both were still disoriented, needing several minutes to fully regain their senses. After 2 minutes, Ram was the first to awaken. Spotting Takaru, she immediately went to his side, and warily eyed Salamence in the distance. Don't worry, Salamence isn't an enemy. Seeing Ram's reaction, Takaru chuckled and patted her head. Hearing Takaru's words, Ram relaxed and began curiously observing this other world. Before the transfer, the reincarnation space had informed them that Takaru, now in another world, had summoned them. Her earlier wariness stemmed from concern that Takaru had summoned them for battle, the worst case being Takaru under threat. But now, everything seemed fine. Takaru-sama, has something happened? Rem, regaining her senses a minute later, anxiously came to Takaru's side and asked. Don't worry, nothing's happened. Seeing her worried expression, Takaru smiled and patted her head. That's good to hear. Hearing Takaru say this, Rem showed a delighted smile. Looking at the two, Takaru grew curious. In theory, Ram and Rem were ogre in this world, they should be considered monsters. Could I bestow names upon them? T/N, ogre and oni has the same character in Chinese. Deciding to act, Takaru looked seriously at them. From today onward, you shall be called Ram, and you shall be called Rem. Hearing Takaru's words, both were bewildered. Before they could ask anything, they felt an immense surge of mana envelop them. Within this energy, they sensed their internal mana continuously rising, and their physical capabilities rapidly strengthening. As for Takaru, his stored mana drained by over 80,000 before the flow ceased. Takaru stared blankly at the two, not expecting them to absorb so much mana. But the more they absorbed, the greater the enhancement they received. Moreover, their existence had been recognized by this world's rules, which is truly an unexpected delight. After about 10 minutes, Ram and Rem felt the special mana enhancement stop. They seemed to have undergone some changes. First, their appearance, both looked slightly more mature, a bit older, their height marginally increased. Overall, however, the changes were minor. But if one could see their race, they would notice it had evolved from ogre to Kijin, directly skipping 2 stages. The power inside me, it feels strange. As Rem spoke, she attempted to use magic. With her will, countless ice spikes materialized in the air. The surrounding temperature plummeted sharply, and the ground beneath her feet began to freeze. Takaru observed the mana Rem released. This single strike already matched Puck at full power. Perhaps Rem had now caught up to Puck in his prime, or even surpassed Ram's former self. As for Ram, she cautiously released a small, low-power wind blade forward. Yet a wind blade over a meter wide rapidly formed and flew forth. Like a gentle breeze passing through, the forest ahead was instantly carved open, creating a path dozens of meters long. All trees touched by the wind blade fell simultaneously. Takaru-sama, what is this? Looking at the destruction they had caused and feeling the abundant mana within, Ram and Rem looked at Takaru incredulously. This is a rule of this world. You have evolved from ordinary monsters into named monsters, thus your race has advanced, and your power has greatly increased. Seeing their confusion, Takaru explained seriously. Hearing Takaru's words, both became excited. Chapter 354, Chapter 354 Escalating Conflict 1371 Words, So, Takaru-sama, you summoned us here to bestow names upon us. Subsequently, Ram looked at Takaru with a puzzled expression. That's one of the reasons. Next, I plan to ascend to Demon Lord in this world. And by coming here, you will also be able to gain further enhancements. Looking at the two, Takaru said seriously. Demon Lord. We can still become stronger. We understand. We will absolutely assist Takaru-sama in becoming a Demon Lord. Hearing Takaru say this, Ram and Rem knelt on one knee and spoke earnestly. Haha, for what comes next, you don't need to do too much. Just watch carefully. However, after my ascension, there might be quite a lot to do. Looking at them, Takaru said with a light laugh. Is that so? Hearing Takaru's words, the two stared blankly at him. But thinking of Takaru's extraordinary capabilities, they chose to believe him. Subsequently, Takaru took Ram and Rem and accompanied them as they lived in the forest for 2 days. During these 2 days, Takaru had them focus on controlling their mana and developing new, powerful magic. Although the increase in mana meant even ordinary magic would see a tremendous boost, it would never compare to powerful magic. For Rem, Takaru attempted to teach her Death's ice-based skills, as well as the skills he himself had learned from Akiji. Everything else was manageable, but only Mahaptama, a skill capable of freezing even space-time itself, proved extremely difficult for Rem to master. Yet it seemed not entirely unusable. As for Ram, aside from large-scale wind magic, Takaru also taught her more concentrated attack techniques like the Raisin Shuriken. While she could casually unleash massive tornadoes akin to natural disasters with a mere gesture, such attacks struggled to inflict significant damage against true powerhouses. Techniques like the Raisin Shuriken, though smaller in scale, offered denser, more explosive, and higher intensity attacks. Ram quickly mastered Takaru's teachings. And the test subjects for their attacks were none other than Takaru himself. This allowed Takaru to replenish his stored mana to 700,000 in just 2 days. Today, as Takaru was conducting routine training with the two, he sensed a cavalry unit advancing toward their location. Noticing their arrival, Takaru knew the Falmouth Kingdom could no longer restrain themselves. It also indicated that Takaru's clone and Nickel had succeeded in their luring. However, to provoke them into large-scale deployment, Takaru still needed to orchestrate things further. After all, what Takaru needed were 10,000 or more human souls. A mere few dozen or 100 soldiers would not suffice. He had to make them understand that he possessed formidable forces and enormous wealth. Thinking this, Takaru instructed Ram and Rem not to intervene. He then used his shadow clone technique. The shadow clones further utilized transformation technique to transform into numerous monsters, all lying in ambush. Meanwhile, the Falmouth Kingdom soldiers searching the forest chatted leisurely. Captain, is there really treasure and a magic or vein here? Or is that just an excuse that Nickel fellow fabricated to escape punishment? A soldier looked at the dense forest and spoke with irritation. Humph, that worthless Nickel doesn't have the nerve. If he dared deceive the king, even being Faucon's nephew wouldn't save him from disaster. Hearing his subordinate's complaint, the leading captain said calmly, "There seems to be a monster up ahead." Suddenly, someone noticed a massive serpentine monster ahead and spoke nervously. "Just a black snake. Concentrate fire." Seeing the snake, the captain remained utterly calm. Unlike that incompetent Nickel, he had earned his position through combat prowess. Seizing the moment the black snake's attention was drawn by several soldiers, he leaped high, swung his longsword, and effortlessly decapitated it. As expected of the captain. Long live the captain. Seeing their captain easily slay the black snake, the soldiers below felt greatly encouraged. "All right, let's continue deeper. Everyone stay alert." Hearing the cheers, the captain felt immensely pleased. But now was not the time for that. Danger lurked everywhere in the forest. And if Nickel's claims were true, this area should be occupied by that dragon knight. After advancing a short distance further, they noticed something amiss. A vast clearing opened up ahead, within which yawned an enormous cave. Inside the cave, gold coins and magic ore were faintly visible. Before he could contemplate further, his subordinate's screams snapped him back to reality. "Who are you people? What business do you have here?" Riding atop the massive salamence, Takuru looked down upon the Falmouth Kingdom's soldiers from the air. "We are soldiers of the Falmouth Kingdom. This territory belongs to the Falmouth Kingdom. What are you doing on the Falmouth Kingdom's land?" Seeing Takuru as the apparent leader, the captain directly challenged him. "The Silk Mountains do not belong to any nation. Human, get out. Do not trespass again, or I will no longer show mercy." Hearing his words, Takuru was angered into a laugh and spoke loudly. Accompanying Takuru's declaration, numerous monsters lying in ambush revealed themselves. Instantly, a terrifying oppressive aura surged from all directions. Even the captain, accustomed to large-scale battles, involuntarily swallowed hard, his mind shaken. "Consider this a lesson." Takuru spoke again, louder, and casually sent a blade of wind that severed the captain's arm. The searing pain quickly brought the captain to his senses. He looked at Takuru with a trace of resentment, but circumstances compelled submission. He rapidly issued orders. "We retreat." As they departed, Takuru revealed a slight smile, then dismissed all his clones. The various monsters dissipated in puffs of smoke. "Takuru-sama, is this sufficient?" Watching the Falmouth Kingdom's soldiers leave, Rem came to Takuru's side and asked curiously. "This is enough." Hearing her words, Takuru said confidently. Whether it was the illusory wealth or the imminent threat, King Marius Falmouth of the Falmouth Kingdom would not sit idly by. And monster subjugation would naturally follow. After several days of investigation, Takuru clearly understood just how insatiably greedy most of the high-ranking officials in this nation of 30 to 40 million people truly were. Although leading in wealth, with national power and population among the top, its economic and technological development was completely inferior even to the Jura Tempest Federation, which had only developed for 2 years. The main reason was that all wealth was concentrated in the hands of the king and select nobility, while the majority of commoners lived in misery. Looking at this kingdom reminded Takuru of the imperial capital in the Akame Ga Kill. The difference was minimal. Takuru planned, after eliminating a portion, to take control of this nation. However, one somewhat troublesome aspect was that this world existed in a state of delicate balance. Takuru's forcible takeover might alert other nations, potentially provoking them to attack him. After all, Takuru was no Rimuru, nor did he have a just cause. Of course, once he became a demon lord, even if the entire world united against him, Takuru doubted he would face any real danger. Furthermore, a worldwide united attack was merely speculation. In the original work, basically every nation on friendly terms with Rimuru expressed no goodwill whatsoever toward the Falmouth kingdom. Thus, Takaru should be able to act freely. Upon returning to the kingdom, the captain and his remaining squad naturally embellished and exaggerated the incident. The King of Falmouth, Archbishop Rahim of the Falmouth Church, and various nobles directly declared their intention to subjugate Takaru. Only Marquis Mayora and Count Hermann from the neutral faction felt uneasy, and attempted to dissuade them, hoping for resolution through negotiation. Yet their remarks were simply ignored. However, based on the captain's account, Takaru's forces were far from weak. Thus, this expedition required thorough preparation. Given the proximity, for safety, King Marius decided to dispatch 25,000 troops to suppress Takaru, along with the empire's highest combat power, Raisin and Fakan, plus 3 other worlders. Additionally, the Western Holy Church would establish barriers to support the military. Thus, the Falmouth Kingdom was fully confident of victory in this battle. The deployment was set for 2 days later. Having gathered this information, Takaru's clone dissipated on the spot, transmitting the memories back to his main body. Chapter 355. Chapter 355. The first meeting of the girls. 1427 words. Eradicating monsters. 25,000 troops. I should be able to officially become a demon lord the day after tomorrow. Gazing toward the Falmouth Kingdom, Takaru murmured to himself. Takaru-sama, is the Falmouth Kingdom about to make its move? Looking at Takaru, Ram inquired curiously. The time is set for the day after tomorrow. Hearing her words, Takaru did not hide it and directly stated. We will definitely do our utmost to eliminate the enemy. Upon hearing this, Rem spoke with firm resolve. No need to be tense. A mere 25,000 soldiers are nothing. Destroying them is well within my capabilities. Seeing their expressions, Takaru spoke without any trace of tension. And indeed, Takaru's strength had long since surpassed them by an unknown degree. Even the so-called kingdom's strongest mage, Raisin, was in Takaru's eyes merely an existence he could erase with a flick of his wrist. As for ordinary humans, if Takaru casually dropped a single spell or ninjutsu, casualties would certainly number in the thousands. But as for now, it was time to summon Beatrice and Esteth and the others. System: summon Emilia, Beatrice, Naoki Miki, Uzumaki Karen, and Felt. Summoning the above targets requires 10,000 points. Do you agree to summon? 10,000 points deducted. Remaining points, 296,500. Summoning in progress. With Takaru's summoning, in the main world, Emilia and Beatrice, who had been in discussion, since time seemingly slowed down. Then, information rapidly transmitted into their minds. Afterward, both were enveloped in black light and vanished from where they stood. Simultaneously disappearing were Karen, Mickey, and Felt. Myo, who had been playing with Felt, noticed Felt's abrupt disappearance without any warning and froze in place. Only AI, diligently meditating, remained unaware of the villa occupant's disappearance. On Takaru's side, watching the group rapidly materialize before him, he signaled Ram and Rem to lay them on beds. Then, Takaru initiated another summoning. System: summon Esteth, Akame, Kurome, Leon, Shield, Mine, and Chelsea from the Akame GA kill. Summoning these characters requires 7 C-rank evaluations and 21,000 points. Do you wish to summon? Why does it require evaluations and such a high point cost? Seeing the system prompt, Takaru frowned. Ding, the above characters are being manifested and summoned for the first time. Therefore, evaluations and points are required. Seeing the system's explanation, Takaru paused, then understood. However, he did not dwell on it excessively and directly agreed to the summoning. Ding, 7 C-rank evaluations and 21,000 points deducted successfully. Remaining, 2 S-rank evaluations, 2 A-rank evaluations, 1 B-rank evaluation, 2 D-rank evaluations, 275,500 points. Summoning in progress. Following the system prompt in the Akame GA kill. World, whether it was Esteth, Akame, and Kurome who were training, or mine, Chelsea, and the others idling about, all received a special notification. Having been informed that Takru was summoning them, and that they could manifest items, each quickly manifested their taigu and one ordinary item, then were directly transported from their original world by the reincarnation space. By the time Esteth and the others arrived, Beatrice and Emilia had already regained consciousness. First, they excitedly glanced at Takru, then noticed Esteth and the others, who had appeared out of nowhere and were in a state of unconsciousness. Both were momentarily stunned. They did not know Esteth and the others at all, nor had they ever heard of them. However, anyone brought here through such means could only be the doing of Takru before them. Furthermore, everyone could sense the special restriction on the others. The restriction of a follower. Thus, no one acted rashly. As time passed, everyone gradually regained consciousness. They looked at everything around them in silence. The atmosphere momentarily grew somewhat tense. Let me introduce everyone first. This is Esteth, this is Akame, and Akame's younger sister Kurome, mine. With Takru's introductions, everyone gained a preliminary, simple understanding of each other. Esteth and Akame, in particular, sensed an immense oppressive force from Rem, Beatrice, and Emilia. Some among them even had a premonition: if it came to battle, they might be instantly killed. This intense premonition caused both to frown. In their original world, they were absolute top-tier powerhouses, further enhanced by the armament hockey and observation hockey Takuru had taught them. Yet still, they had zero chance of victory. They could not even put up a fight. Sensing this, Esteth, Akame, and the others felt deeply frustrated and defeated. How strange. Why do Ram and Rem seem to have grown stronger again? Briefly sensing everyone's condition, Beatrice looked at Ram and Rem. If she remembered correctly, they had only arrived a minute earlier than themselves. You are not mistaken. Due to the rules of this world, the two have already received enhancement. Perhaps you too can gain enhancement. Hearing Beatrice's words, Takuru directly stated. How does one obtain enhancement? Hearing Takuru's words, Beatrice excitedly jumped onto Takuru, who caught her in his arms. I bestow a name upon you, Beatrice. Hearing her words, Takuru directly declared. At Takuru's words, Beatrice was stunned. However, before anyone could ponder further, a surge of massive mana enveloped Beatrice, rapidly transforming her. Seeing that Beatrice also benefited from the effect, Takuru smiled and turned his gaze to Emilia. I bestow a name upon you, Emilia. Receiving Takuru's naming, Emilia also underwent transformation. As a half-elf, she was now completely transitioning into a high-ranking spirit. Sensing both their life force fields visibly and rapidly strengthening, Esteth, Akame, and the others revealed envious expressions and looked expectantly at Takuru. I apologize, but humans cannot become named monsters. Looking at them, as well as felt and the others' hopeful gazes, Takuru spoke helplessly. There was no helping it. If they could be named, Takuru would certainly not be stingy with his stored mana. But this world was not without rules. If humans could also be named, with their overwhelming numbers, monsters would have long been completely exterminated. As for later, when he ascends to Demon Lord, Takuru was uncertain whether they, as his followers, would receive enhancement due to their connection. He was not sure, but it was possible. If it truly did not work, then Takuru had no other solutions. Furthermore, he had summoned them so they could contribute in the upcoming seizure of the Falmouth Kingdom. After all, in the Akame Ga kill world, Takuru had already involved them in national administration. With their assistance, Takuru could save considerable effort. Moreover, taking control of the Falmouth Kingdom would surely significantly boost his evaluation score in this world. Thinking this, Takuru revealed a smile. As for Esteth and the others, upon hearing they could not enhance their abilities through such means, they showed disappointed expressions but quickly recovered. If they could not take shortcuts, they would just have to diligently strive and become the strongest existence through their own efforts. Takuru, what do we need to do now? Subsequently, Esteth, not forgetting the original purpose for which they were summoned, directly inquired. Next, a war will come here. The enemy has 25,000 soldiers, including special mages and powerful knights. Hearing her words, Takaru directly stated, 25,000 soldiers, plus powerful mages and knights. Takaru, perhaps we should retreat first, or have the forces of the Dawn Empire come over. Hearing Takaru's words, Mine and Leone, and the others were deeply shocked. Leone directly proposed. As for Chelsea, although she also felt shocked, looking at the confident Takaru, her eyes were filled with confidence and admiration for him. Don't worry. I did not summon you all here because I cannot win. You are not needed for the war itself. It's just that I plan to seize control of the Falmouth Kingdom afterward and require your assistance in management. Additionally, there is a chance you may all gain some benefits. Are you really sure it's no problem? Hearing Takaru say this, Mine said nervously. Although their strength was considerable, fighting 100 enemies each would already be exhausting, let alone facing unknown knights and mages. Although mages did not exist in their world, they had witnessed Takaru perform magic many times. Even Esteth's demon's extract could be considered a form of magic. I want to participate. Esteth directly declared with serious resolve. I also wish to help Takaru. Akame and Kurome stepped forward and declared. None of you are needed. Betty alone is sufficient. Beatrice, having completed her enhancement, opened her eyes and declared with overflowing confidence. Beatrice-sama, Rem and Naysan can also contribute for Takaru-sama. Hearing Beatrice's words, Rem spoke seriously. Chapter 356. Chapter 356. The war begins. 1382 words regarding matters that could help Takaru. Rem absolutely refused to yield. Although Ram did not speak, her confident and determined gaze said everything. Looking at everyone's expressions, Takaru revealed a gratified smile. All right, set aside the matter of participating in battle for now. Comparatively, I do not wish for any of you to encounter accidents in this fight. Therefore, the selected combatants will be you five, Ram, Rem, Betty, Emilia, and Esteth. As for the rest of you, just wait behind and await our triumphant return. Wait, Takaru, what about us? Hearing Takaru's words, Akame, Kurome, Karen, and the others became anxious. Your strength is still too insufficient. For a battle of this scale, although it is nothing to me, it would be very dangerous for you. Afterwards, I will establish a barrier and have Salamence protect you. As for you, Betty, and the others, prioritize your own safety above all. Looking at them, Takaru earnestly instructed. Upon hearing this, although unwilling, they could only nod. The battle was still 2 days away. During these 2 days, Takaru began informing everyone about the information regarding this world. After all, they were about to take control of the kingdom of Falmouth, so not being familiar with this world would not do. As for why Takaru had Ram and the others participate in the battle, it was because Takaru also intended to use this opportunity to properly temper them. After all, the Falmouth kingdom would have several skilled fighters. Entrusting them to the girls was just right. Regarding safety, with Takaru overseeing, and each having 100 bottles of recovery potion stored in their item slots, Takaru had no fear of anything happening to them. These so-called recovery potions were the very ones Takaru had obtained from Rimuru, having taken 1,000 liters at the time. 100 milliliters of recovery potion could produce 1 bottle. After giving each of Betty and the others 100 bottles, Takaru still had 950 liters of recovery potion remaining. Takaru did not divide the remainder for now, as he intended to test whether 1 bottle of potion and 1 barrel of potion both counted as a single manifested item. If that were truly the case, then Takaru could be said to have found a small bug. Amidst everyone's training and learning, 2 days quietly passed. On this day, Takaru received information transmitted back by his clone, confirming the army's movements. Apart from the kingdom's information, there was an unexpected delight. Over these past few days, his clone had managed to infiltrate the royal palace's library and learn some of this world's magic. Besides ordinary magic, there also existed summoning magic and anti-magic area barriers. After briefly digesting this knowledge, Takaru immediately gathered everyone. First, he settled Karen and the others in a rear tower. Then, Takaru, Betty, Esteth, and the others waited in place for the enemy army's arrival. As time slowly passed, the army advanced toward the forest in a mighty, sweeping formation, completely destroying the trees along the way. Soon, the army had completely surrounded this mountain area. Leading them was indeed Knight Commander Falcon, accompanied by the 3 other worlders from Japan. So this is that Dragon Knight. And weren't there supposed to be many monsters? Why did we only encounter about a dozen on the way in? Taguchi Shogo frowned as he looked toward Takaru's group. Those people are just worthless, exaggerating to avoid responsibility. Making us come all this way for nothing. Mizutani Kirara directly took over the conversation. Well, since we're here, although the prey is fewer, the spoils should still exist, right? Tachibana Kyoya narrowed his eyes as he spoke. You are that Dragon Knight? Glancing briefly at Shogo and the others, Falcon frowned and turned his head to address Takaru's group. Of course. I already spared you once before. Why do you encroach again? Looking at him, Takaru spoke with a calm expression. This is the territory of the Falmouth Kingdom. Monster, it is you who are invading us. We are merely protecting our homeland. Hearing Takaru's words, Falcon spoke mockingly. Is that so? In that case, we have nothing further to discuss. Hearing his words, Takaru revealed a faint, cold smile. All troops, be on guard. Magic Corps, attack. Hearing Takaru's words, Falcon made an immediate, decisive command. At Falcon's command, the rear mages instantly began chanting magic in unison. Soon, they released their spells toward Takaru and the others. Instantly, powerful flames accompanied by gale force winds and a rain of arrows descended, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Seeing this, Takaru merely deployed his own protective barrier, directly blocking all the magic. However, quantity induced quality, and Takaru's barrier quickly dissipated. Nevertheless, even so, the magic's power was reduced by 90%. Rem merely released a light gale, which, combined with Rem and Amelia's ice shields, directly blocked the remaining spells. At that moment, a thin barrier directly enveloped the area where Takaru and the others stood. Ram and Rem sensed their mana weakening. Takaru and the others, however, were unaffected. Clearly, this barrier was targeted at monsters. Yet despite being weakened, Ram and Rem still possessed top-tier power. As for Falcon, seeing the barrier appear, he revealed a smile. Everyone, attack. Hearing Falcon's command, the front-line knights charged toward Takaru and the others. What Falcon and the others did not know was that, with the barrier's emergence, further away, Takaru's clone had also activated another magical barrier pre-established earlier, enveloping everyone. You may attack freely as well. Sensing his own magical barrier activate, Takaru spoke calmly. Just what I wished for. Ice Legion. Without hesitation, Esteth directly unleashed her ultimate technique. Since the enemy was deploying knights, Esteth summoned a legion of ice knights to counterattack them. As for Takaru, watching the numerous charging cavalry, his expression was indifferent. He softly chanted, El Vita. With Takaru's words, instantly, within 100 meters centered on Takaru, numerous knights experienced an immense gravitational force abruptly assailing them. They, along with their mounts, were instantly crushed into pulp. Simultaneously, continuously approaching knights also succumbed to the gravitational crushing, all dying without exception. As they died, numerous souls began slowly ascending, penetrating the magical barrier deployed by Rahiam and the church members, only to ultimately be intercepted by Takaru's barrier. Witnessing the bizarre deaths of so many knights, Falcon was startled and directly stopped the rear knights from advancing. This was simply too eerie. Is this a monster? In truth, Falcon's reminder was unnecessary. The surviving knights, seeing those ahead inexplicably die, dared not advance further. El Minya. Although the knights had halted, Beatrice would not stop. She directly released magic toward one direction. Purple mana arrows rapidly shot forth, each basically killing a knight with a single arrow. Two of these arrows flew toward Raisin amidst the crowd. Facing Beatrice's mana arrows, Raisin casually released a shield and effortlessly neutralized them. Tornado Hurricane. On Ram's side, she directly deployed a massive tornado annihilating the enemies to the east. Ice Spikes. Rem, meanwhile, directly summoned numerous ice spikes, spraying them toward the southern enemies. Seeing the large number of knights continuously dying, Faucon was furious. Although he did not care about the soldiers' deaths, losing so many while merely eliminating 6 individuals would soon have the king questioning his command abilities. Shogo, Kyoya, Kirara, attack now. Thinking this, Faucon directly ordered the more combat-capable Shogo and the others forward. Hearing Faucon's commanding tone, Shogo raised an eyebrow. However, recalling that their lives were still under the nation's control, he dared not defy. He then leaped into the gravity zone. Feeling the force acting upon him, his legs weakened, but he quickly adapted. Because Takara needed to maintain a large area, the gravity was only about 300 to 400 kilograms in weight. Other soldiers, wearing armor and other burdens, combined with their inferior physical constitution, were directly crushed to death. As for Shogo and the others, their physical capabilities were far superior. Although unaccustomed, they were not directly pressured to death. Be careful. There is immense gravity within. Sensing the pressure on his body, Shogo loudly turned his head and called out to Kirara and the others. Gravity, is it? Hearing Shogo's words, Faucon frowned. Chapter 357. Chapter 357 The Girls' Battles 1339 words. Heh, it seems your strength isn't bad. Then let me have a look. Isteth, having released her ice legion, watched Shogo step into the gravity zone and revealed an intrigued expression. She then directly swung her ice sword and attacked him. Close combat. Just what I wanted. Seeing Isteth launch an offensive against him, Shogo met her barehanded. His unique skill, Berserker, greatly enhanced his physical capabilities. Thus, his natural defense clashed fiercely with Isteth's ice sword without falling behind. Thus, the two clashed, momentarily locked in a deadlock. Due to Shogo's formidable physical constitution, although Isteth landed numerous blows, their insufficient power only caused moderate damage. Nevertheless, she firmly suppressed him. Meanwhile, Raisin, witnessing the ever-increasing deaths of soldiers, could no longer restrain himself. He directly launched an attack at Takaru. However, facing his assault, Takaru himself needed not intervene, as Beatrice and Rem intercepted the attack immediately. Humph, your power seems quite impressive. Then Betty herself shall test you. Staring at the attacking Raisin, Beatrice used anti-gravity magic to float into the air, and launched her own assault. Facing Beatrice's attack, Raisin dared not underestimate her. Beatrice's earlier display had already demonstrated much. Although she appeared to be a child, Raisin suspected Beatrice, like himself, had used a possession reincarnation skill, and was far from as youthful as she seemed. As for Takaru, seeing Beatrice engage Raisin, he glanced briefly then paid no further attention. If it were the former Beatrice, Takaru might have worried. But with Takaru's naming, Beatrice had already been further reinforced, and the current her was far beyond what the so-called strongest mage of the Falmouth Kingdom could withstand. Not to mention, defensively, Beatrice possessed not only her self-created absolute defense magic, but also the close proximity defense of Nen. Indeed, during the previous naming enhancement, due to her strengthened life force field, her Nen had also received tremendous amplification. Merely using Ken alone, she could maintain it for 2 hours without strain. On the other side, Kyoya, seeing Shogo had found his opponent, then targeted the seemingly gentle Emilia. He possessed the unique skill Cutter and the special skill Heaven's Eye, which enhanced slashing and accelerated thought. Furthermore, he could manipulate spatial attributes, generating simulated blades. If his attacks landed, the wounds would be inflicted with spatial attributes, making them difficult to heal. Emilia, facing Kyoya's sudden assault, remained composed. First, she launched several ice spikes at him, forcing him to defend and thus slowing his advance. Then, Emilia lightly backstepped, creating distance. Seeing Emilia retreat, Kyoya showed no intention of giving up. He directly swung his blade and attacked Emilia once more. Seeing this, Emilia ceased paying attention to ordinary soldiers and devoted her full attention to battling him. "Is Lia all right?" From the special tower, Mickey and the others watched Emilia's battle with Kyoya, a trace of worry emerging. Mickey and the others did not doubt Emilia's power, rather, they worried about her character. Although after tempered by the trials of Sanctuary and Echidna, Emilia had grown considerably, her kind-hearted nature had not diminished in the slightest. This was their concern. "Don't worry, Lia will be absolutely fine. Because she knows, right now, she fights for Takaru. She will never retreat." Looking at everyone, Felt spoke seriously. Among those present, Felt had known Emilia the longest. Thus she understood Emilia better, knowing Emilia outwardly gentle yet inwardly strong, with a very resilient spirit. Indeed, as Felt said, although Emilia did not wish to cause many casualties, Takaru had already informed her beforehand, casualties in this battle were unavoidable. If her conscience could not bear it, Takaru could have her protect Felt and the others in the rear. Yet faced with these two choices, Emilia unhesitatingly chose to fight alongside Takaru and the others. And previously, although she had the fewest kills, she had still exceeded 100. With his death, Beatrice and Emilia each having selected their opponents, Falcon stepped forward, directly engaging Ram, who guarded beside Takaru. Seeing his attack, Ram narrowed her eyes, ceased her slaughter of soldiers, and soared forth to meet him. As for the final otherworlder, Kirara, she herself possessed no significant combat power. Against one or two ordinary soldiers, she could manage, but facing beings like Ram and Rem, she was not worth a single blow. Thus she dared not advance. Falcon and the others were also very aware of Kirara's abilities. Her capability was not intended for combat, but for public manipulation. Her unique skill was bewilder, enabling her to make targets act according to her words and influence others' thoughts. However, amidst this chaotic battle, it was utterly useless, especially against Takaru and the others, whose spirits were exceptionally tenacious. With Falcon and the others engaged, facing ordinary soldiers, Takaru and Rem commenced a massacre. Takaru first opened 3 gates of the 8 gates, used multiple shadow clones and then, in all directions, unleashed wind release, fire release, water release, earth release, wood release, and various magics in large-scale attacks against the soldiers. The Shadow Corps meanwhile delivered finishing blows to surviving soldiers. In less than 10 minutes, over half of the 25,000 troops Falcon and the others had brought were dead or wounded. And this was with Takaru exercising restraint. If Takaru erupted with full power, with 8 gates, Susanoo, various magics and ninjutsu, he could erase the entire Silk Mountains from the map in moments. But such meaningless destruction held no interest, nor was it what Takaru desired. As time passed, Ram was the first to slay her opponent. Although affected by the barrier, the gap between Ram's power and Falcon's was too vast. After some fighting, Ram lost interest in Falcon. She directly hit him with a Raisin Shuriken, obliterating him to nothing. The terrifying destructive force left a massive crater in the ground, completely shattering the will to fight of the numerous surviving soldiers who witnessed it. They could only collapse limply on the ground, awaiting death. Having killed Falcon, Ram turned her gaze to Emilia and Estetha's battles. Seeing both were holding the advantage, she did not interfere further and returned to the battlefield as a reaping machine. On Shogo and Estetha's side, facing the battle-hardened Estetha, Shogo was throughout suppressed. His so-called karate was utterly useless against Estetha's terrifying combat experience. Only his thick defense and high health allowed him to endure thus far. Throughout the entire battle, failing to land a single effective attack on Estetha drove Shogo crazy. Twice, enduring the pain of Estetha's strikes, he forcibly counterattacked, only to have his attacks easily blocked by Estetha manifested. Similarly, his sneak attacks from behind were precisely intercepted by Ice's death conjured. Damn it, damn it. Just a woman, how can she fight me for so long? I'm an otherworlder from Japan. Repeatedly utterly dominated by his death, Shogo grew increasingly ferocious. Heh, is this your limit? Truly disappointing. Since that's the case, let me send you on your way. Seeing the somewhat irrational Shogo, Esteth lost what little interest she had. Don't joke around. You may be strong, but your attacks can't effectively harm me. Hearing Esteth's words, Shogo mocked loudly. Is that so? So that's what you thought. Hearing his words, Esteth revealed a charming and dangerous smile. Seeing Esteth's smile, Shogo instinctively felt an ominous premonition rise within him. Before he could recover, Esteth's ice sword was coated in a layer of black substance. Facing Esteth's slash, Shogo instinctively blocked with his right arm. But this time was different. The ice sword, infused with armament hockey, easily severed his defending right arm, cleanly cutting it off. As blood sprayed and intense pain struck, Shogo couldn't help but wail. Ha ha ha. Looking at him, Esteth laughed crazily. Then, her hands moved continuously, quickly carving him into a limbless trunk. Under his incredulous gaze, she stepped on his head with her foot, then activated Demon's Extract, completely freezing him. With a slight exertion of force, Shogo's frozen corpse was crushed beneath Esteth's foot. Thus, Shogo completely perished. Chapter 358. Chapter 358 Demon Lord Evolution begins 1335 words. Over on the other side, Kyoya continuously swung his blade, launching a frenzied assault against Emilia. Facing his relentless attacks, Emilia could only continuously evade. Ha, is this all you can do? Just release ice spikes and run away. Looking at Emilia, Kyoya taunted her. Yet inwardly, he was exceedingly frustrated. Clearly, she appeared to be merely a woman with vast mana, yet even with my thought acceleration activated, I could not kill her. No, not merely kill, even injuring her was extraordinarily difficult. His specialty was spatial slashing, yet each attack was either predicted by Emilia, or intercepted by a special barrier outside her. By the time his blade broke through the barrier, Emilia had already blocked it with ice, then retreated and launched ice spikes. Even now, he still could not understand what that barrier was. He sensed no trace of mana whatsoever, yet a special layer existed on Emilia's surface. A barrier even his blade could not cut, let alone ordinary punches and kicks. That's not true. On Emilia's side, hearing Kyoya's taunt, she stopped in place and spoke calmly. Although she had appeared at a disadvantage earlier, thanks to the coordination of Ken and En, despite Kyoya's frenzied attacks, she had not suffered a single injury. Now, all the arrangements were complete. So Emilia halted her movements, gazed at Kyoya, and began silently gathering mana. Humph, bluffing. Seeing Emilia's action, Kyoya taunted lightly and prepared to attack Emilia once more. But as he tried to move, he found himself unable to leave his spot. Unbeknownst to him, the ground had been completely covered by ice, and Kyoya's feet were frozen in place. Staring at his frozen legs, Kyoya looked incredulous. Due to the ground freezing and the temperature dropping, your legs had grown accustomed to the low temperature. During the previous battle, you never noticed the shattered ice spikes continuously falling around your legs. Just now, the amount of ice fragments was sufficient, so I used mana to solidify them. Hearing his confusion, Emilia calmly explained. To think it was because of this that he had failed to notice his legs freezing. Emilia, not waiting for Kyoya's remorse, finished her explanation as her mana finished gathering. A terrifying ice spike formed before her and rapidly extended, nearly instantly piercing Kyoya through. Feeling his entire body penetrated, Kyoya looked at Emilia with eyes full of disbelief. His mouth slightly opened, but no words could escape. He could only die with resentment. Looking at the deceased Kyoya, Emilia lightly sighed. Under normal circumstances, with Kyoya's reaction speed, even if Emilia fully unleashed ice spikes and pillars, Kyoya would absolutely evade them. To avoid injury, this tactic was the most secure. Indeed, your strength is the greatest among everyone. However, Betty is stronger than you. Also, everyone has already defeated their opponents. Betty will no longer hold back. Noticing Ram, Emilia, and the others had all dispatched their foes, Beatrice looked at her opponent, Raisin, and spoke. This isn't even her full strength. Impossible. I am the strongest mage of the Falmouth Kingdom. Hearing Beatrice's words, Raisin gritted his teeth. Throughout the previous battle, he had been consistently suppressed by Beatrice. If not for his exceptionally high mastery of magic, he would have been shot dead long ago. Yet now, seeing Beatrice's demeanor, it seemed she was only about to truly use her power. How could Raisin's mind not collapse? Bluffing. Nuclear strike magic, thermal convergence cannon. Looking at Beatrice, Raisin steeled himself, forcibly consuming vast amounts of his mana, and unleashed his strongest attack against Beatrice. Facing the incoming powerful flames, Beatrice did not move. The flames collided with Beatrice but stopped before her body, utterly unable to penetrate the space before her. Beatrice had long since deployed her absolute defense magic. Until Beatrice's mana was exhausted, it was absolutely impossible to harm her in the slightest, unless his attacks could transcend time and space. Damn it, what is this? Why can I never breach her defense? How amusing. You still have such powerful attacks. However, all your effort is in vain. Sensing the mana consumption within her, Beatrice said calmly. Still useless. Then try this. Spirit summoning, Earth Knight. Come forth, high-ranking spirit rooted in the great earth. Looking at Beatrice, Raisin completely unveiled his trump card. With his action, a knight clad in armor slowly rose from the ground. Tall in stature, wielding sword and shield, his body emanated a yellow glow. Oh, this is your final measure. The gem on its abdomen is its core, isn't it? So uncreative. Through N, part of Nen, Beatrice easily located the spirit's core and spoke calmly. Hearing Beatrice's words, Raisin's heart involuntarily tightened. Before Raisin could recover, Beatrice directly targeted him, and the Earth Knight with gravity magic. Immense gravitational force crushed down upon them. Raisin instantly spat blood. Due to the targeted gravity, Raisin endured nearly 1 ton of weight. Being a mage, his physical training naturally could not compare to a knight's. As for the Earth Spirit, although unharmed, the immense gravity forced it to its knees, its movements drastically slowed. It's all over. After a brief charge, Beatrice unleashed her strongest magic attack against the spirit and its summoner. 2 purple rings materialized out of nowhere, rapidly constricted and completely bound Raisin and the Earth Knight. Before they could react, the purple light erupted in destructive attack, completely annihilating Raisin and the Earth Spirit. Watching Raisin's demise and the Earth Spirit's destruction, Beatrice's expression was utterly indifferent. Only when she looked toward Takaru did she once again reveal a smile. On Takaru's side, noticing everyone had defeated their opponents, Takaru gathered them together. Seeing Takaru summon them, Ram and the others looked at him quizzically. Leave the rest to me. All of you protect me well. Looking at Esteth and the others, Takaru spoke seriously. What do you mean? Hearing Takaru's words, Beatrice asked quizzically. We understand. Although puzzled, Ram and Rem quickly nodded. Looking at Beatrice and the others beside him, and the few remaining soldiers on the battlefield, Takaru closed his eyes, maximized his observation haki, and surged his internal power. The sky grew dark, covered in dense storm clouds. After approximately 20 seconds, Takaru opened his eyes. Lightning. With Takaru's words, countless bolts of lightning simultaneously descended from the sky. Each bolt precisely struck and killed every survivor, including Rahim, and the church members who had activated the barrier outside. Under the powerful thunder, they directly turned into corpses. Effortlessly accomplishing this, Takaru floated high into the air, his mana swirling, sweeping up the souls of the soldiers and beginning to devour them. As he devoured, Takaru looked at the numerous corpses below. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he directly used his newly learned summoning magic, sacrificing all the corpses to summon demons. I have prepared sustenance for you. Emerge, demons, and serve me. With the magic completed, Takaru spoke softly. As Takaru's ability activated, the numerous corpses on the ground were consumed by an invisible force, rapidly disappearing without a trace. Within the magic array beneath Takaru, 3 figures quickly emerged. Seeing the 3 sudden figures, Emilia and the others guarded against the 3 demons. No need to be tense. I summoned them. Looking at them, Takaru quickly said. Evolution conditions confirmed. Nutrients required for demon seed evolution, human souls. Specified conditions met. Demon Lord evolution commencing now. Having devoured enough souls, Takaru heard a special voice, similar to a system prompt yet different. Takaru clearly understood, this was the unique world voice of this world. With the world voice's notification, an endless drowsiness surged into Takaru's consciousness. Nearly instantly, Takaru almost struggled to maintain flight, yet he instinctively continued devouring souls. Takaru was uncertain whether devouring more souls would grant greater benefits during his evolution, but adhering to the principle of not wasting, he did not stop. Chapter 359, Chapter 359 The Birth of a Demon Lord, the New Status Panel. 1372 words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ram, noticing Takaru's abnormality, was the first to fly to his side and catch him. Beatrice and the others also immediately gathered around Takaru, encircling him. The birth of a new demon lord, how wonderful! Such abundant offerings. Truly an honor. I have waited long for this day. May I follow you from now on? Looking at Takaru, the demon dressed in a tailcoat and butler's attire slightly bowed. He had black hair, with a tuft of red fur on his forehead, golden eyes, and red pupils. Takaru, though his consciousness was hazy, immediately recognized the demon before him. Hearing his inquiry, Takaru revealed a smile. Is that so? My sincerest gratitude. Receiving Takaru's reply, Noir, the primordial black, spoke with a slight bow. Hearing his thanks, Takaru struggled to continue his absorption of souls, yet found it increasingly difficult to maintain. Mahaptama. Thinking this, Takaru strained to release his ability to freeze time and space. Within Mahaptama, Takaru's consciousness finally cleared slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Takaru exerted all his effort to absorb the remaining souls within the barrier. After maintaining it for several minutes, Takaru felt he could endure no longer. The souls in the sky were also nearly exhausted. Seeing this, Takaru completely dispelled Mahaptama. As the ability lifted, endless drowsiness surged forth, and Takaru fell into deep slumber. Notification: the individual known as Nara Takaru has begun evolution into a demon lord. Upon completion, his direct subordinates shall receive a blessing. This is... Hearing the peculiar voice seemingly emanating from the sky, Beatrice, Esteth, and the others were astonished. Meanwhile, Felt and the others, still protected within the barrier in the tower, stared blankly at the empty sky. Even Houndoom, who was hunting with Tsumuji, heard the world voice's notification and halted its steps. What's wrong, Houndoom? Seeing Houndoom suddenly stop, Tsumuji asked quizzically. But Houndoom's attention was not on her. It gazed up at the sky, its heart filled with concern for Takaru. This is the world voice. Looking at the confused Emilia and the others, Noir, the primordial black, calmly explained. Hearing his words, everyone turned to look at him. Although still unclear, they did not press further. Everything could wait until Takaru awoke. Notification: Demon Lord evolution commencing. Reconstructing body. Evolving into new race. Confirmed. Evolving from human race to human demon race. Successful. Physical abilities comprehensively and significantly enhanced. Retention of previous individuals' existing skills and resistances. Successful. Acquisition of new inherent skills, ultimate perception, Demon King's aura, gravity domain, infinite regeneration, lightning mastery, enhanced clone, freeze domain, ultimate barrier, magic control, telekinesis domain, space-time manipulation. Successful. Acquisition of new resistances, natural effects nullification, abnormal status nullification, mental attack resistance, physical attack resistance, pain resistance, magic attack resistance. Successful. Request, sacrifice giant killing to evolve gluttony. Within this unique state, Takaru could still act on instinct. Successful. Special talent gluttony has evolved into the ultimate skill devourer. Request, sacrifice photographic memory to upgrade absolute defense. Successful. Special talent absolute defense has evolved into ultimate defense. Outside, Takaru's body continuously emitted light, appearing almost sacred. This continued for over 30 minutes before the light on Takaru's body finally dissipated. Notification: the individual known as Nara Takaru has completed Demon Lord evolution. As the light faded, the world voice once again reached the ears of Esteth and the others, who had been waiting nearby. Hearing the world voice's words, everyone looked at Takaru with delight. Commencing blessing of direct subordinates. Blessing? Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then, they sensed a peculiar power flowing into them. Instantly, an immense drowsiness overwhelmed them, and they could barely stand. So this is the blessing. I can feel the connection between Takaru and me growing even stronger. Barely finishing her sentence, Felt and the others directly fell unconscious. Only Rem, Beatrice, and Emilia struggled to remain sitting, watching Takaru. They remembered their promise to Takaru, to protect him while he was unconscious. Please rest assured. I shall remain here and quietly await Master's awakening. Looking at Ram and the others, who were struggling to persevere, Noir spoke to them. I leave it to you. Although unwilling and worried, even Ram, the strongest among them, could barely maintain consciousness. Please be at ease. I stake everything upon it. Hearing her words, Noir gave a slight bow. Hearing Noir's reply, Ram gave him a deep look, then fell unconscious. As time passed, approximately an hour after Ram had fallen asleep, Takaru opened his eyes. With the return of his conscious awareness, Takaru realized he had completely transformed. Compared to before, it seemed a qualitative change had occurred. Simultaneously, a faint sense of unfamiliarity, a feeling that he could casually destroy the world with a mere gesture. Briefly sensing himself, Takaru looked around. Seeing Beatrice, Ram, and the others had all received the blessing and fallen asleep where they stood, Takaru willed it. The earth beneath the fallen Beatrice and the others slowly rose and softened, directly transforming into special beds. Subsequently, Takaru glanced at Noir, who had been continuously bowing, watching him from not far away, and the two ordinary demons kneeling on one knee. Giving them a slight nod, Takaru closed his eyes and began examining the changes within himself. Reincarnator number 3, Nara Takaru race, human demon. Bloodline power, Senja bloodline, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, left eye, rewind, right eye, Kodo Amatsukami, talents, unique skills, ultimate perception, magic control, demon lord's aura, gravity domain, infinite regeneration, lightning mastery, enhanced clone, freeze domain, devourer, ultimate barrier, telekinesis domain, space-time manipulation, ultimate defense, perseverance, nen. Lion's heart strength, 885, 425, average human 20, constitution, 912, 8, defense, 1312, 629, speed, 873, 4. Spirit, 1353, 38, mana, 342,000, 2,706, average human 0, resistances, natural effects nullification, abnormal status nullification, mental attack resistance, physical attack resistance, pain resistance, magic attack resistance skills, 8 gates intermediate, multiple shadow clone technique, advanced, triple Rashomon, intermediate, Meditation, Venom Dragon Devourer, Rokushiki Advanced, Light Healing Advanced, High Healing Master, Illumination Spell Advanced, Purification Master. Evaluations and points, remaining S-Rank Evaluations X2. A-Rank Evaluations X2. B-Rank Evaluations X1. D-Rank Evaluations X2. Points 275,500. Looking at his abilities, Tucker was somewhat astonished. His skills had not changed much, but his Sharingan had evolved from ordinary to eternal. The most significant changes were in his talents, which had now merged with his unique skills, and many unfamiliar skills had appeared. Ultimate Perception investigates the surroundings via magical particles. Magic Control, magical talent greatly enhanced. Able to master all elemental attributes of magic. Demon Lord's Aura releases one's own aura to oppress and intimidate enemies. Can cause those with low spirit attributes to faint from fear, or even die. Gravity Domain, evolved from one's own gravity magic. Deploys a special gravity domain. Within this domain, one can easily manipulate the gravity of surrounding objects. Mana consumption for spells cast within the domain is reduced. Infinite Regeneration, evolved from the talent Hyper Regeneration. Greatly enhances one's recovery ability. Note, includes but is not limited to injuries, stamina, mana, chakra, nen. Universal Barrier, a multi-layered composite barrier, and an absolute defense provided by spatial severance. Lightning Mastery, evolved from one's own lightning origin. Mastery over lightning is enhanced. Enhanced Clone, creates a special clone using mana. Freeze Domain, evolved from Demon's Extract. Mastery over freezing is enhanced. Devourer, Predation, absorbs a target object into the body. However, if the target still retains consciousness, the success rate is greatly reduced. Activation is not limited to organic or inorganic matter. Attacks lower than one's own defense are guaranteed to be successfully devoured. Mimicry, can reproduce absorbed targets and exercise equivalent abilities. However, this is limited to target objects that have been successfully analyzed. Absorption, when a monster is affected by this skill, one can extract the abilities it has acquired and also gain mana reserves. Note, mana conversion ratio is higher than gluttony. Supply, target is humans or monsters affected by or spiritually connected to the user. Grants a portion of abilities to said humans or monsters. Soul Devour, if the target's heart has submitted to the user, one can use this skill to devour the opponent's soul. Like manipulating their heart, one can put the opponent to death anytime, anywhere. Chapter 360, Chapter 360 The Primordial Black, Diablo 1373 Words, Telekinesis Domain, evolved from Telekinesis. Telekinetic ability enhanced. Deploying the domain allows for easy control of the surrounding area. Space-time manipulation, grasp space and time. With mere intention, one can instantaneously teleport. Can perform spatial attribute attacks. Can simply influence time, pausing or retracing it. Can accelerate or decelerate time for individuals, and can also apply this to oneself. Ultimate Defense, derived from sacrificing absolute defense with photographic memory. One's defense attribute is increased fourfold. Looking at his improved attributes, as well as the newly acquired talents and unique skills, Takaru fell into deep contemplation. Everything else was manageable, but the most intuitive changes were the abilities of a devourer, space-time manipulation, and ultimate defense. Firstly, aside from the increased capabilities of a devourer, its usage had changed. Takaru no longer needed to rely on his mouth or hands, nor did he need the target to touch his body to use it. He could now deploy it at a distance. Although the range was not far, approximately within 2 meters of himself, Takaru could activate the Devourer skill to devour objects or attacks. The range of devouring was also much larger than before. As for space-time manipulation, perhaps influenced by multiple factors, like Een Magic's Gate, Lion King's Heart, Mahapadma, he had acquired this space-time manipulation. Spatial blade. Thinking this, Takaru directly released the skill toward a distant tree. Although it was his first time using spatial abilities, unexpectedly, he succeeded on the first try. Watching the nearly invisible spatial blade instantly slice through the trees along its path, Takaru could perceive its power. Its greatest strength was not its destructive force, but its attack, akin to instantaneous teleportation, already surpassing the speed of light. Takaru doubted many could react to it. Furthermore, regarding time manipulation applied to himself, besides being able to grant himself a period of invincibility, as with the former lion's heart, he could also accelerate his own thoughts and physical reactions. Deciding to act, Takaru directly accelerated his thoughts and discovered the world before his eyes became extremely slow, nearly approaching a standstill. In this state, Takaru controlled his body to move around. Yet his actions, observed by the primordial black, appeared as if he were moving at ultra-high speed. After briefly experiencing the capabilities of space-time manipulation, Takaru turned his attention to the final talent. There was not much to say, it had changed from the original twofold defense to fourfold. Thus, currently considering only his natural defense, Takaru's was 1312, which after amplification directly reached 5248. Then, adding the defense from equipment brought it to 5877. This was his base defense. If various special abilities are included, Takaru's defense would rise even further. Perhaps the most exaggerated increase was in his mana. However, Takaru was not overly astonished, as such mana was not high among demon lords. In fact, it was at the lower end. According to Takaru's estimates, one of the strongest demon lords, Milim Nava, likely possessed personal mana exceeding 2 or 3 million. As for Rimuru, upon his initial awakening as a demon lord, his mana had probably reached around 5 to 600,000. Thus, normally, even if demon lords fought unrestrained, casually bombarding with magic, they would basically never exhaust their mana. Besides possessing extremely powerful mana, their recovery speed also far exceeded ordinary imagination. In this regard, Takaru's mere 300,000 was nothing special. Of course, abundant mana did not equate to absolute power, especially for Takaru. Crucially, besides the tremendous increase in mana, Takaru's chakra and nen had also grown to varying degrees. Naturally, they could not compare to his mana, but compared to before, they had multiplied several times over. Perhaps because these powers were not of this world, the enhancement was limited to this extent. Overall, this demon lord awakening had truly exceeded Takaru's expectations. The benefits gained from this alone could almost rival the sum total of his previous several worlds. Of course, Takaru was also well aware that without the accumulation from previous worlds, even if he had achieved demon lord status in this world, he absolutely could not have obtained such extraordinary growth. After a brief examination, Takaru had developed a preliminary understanding of his current self. He then turned his gaze to Noir, who remained reverently deferential. Truthfully, summoning this particular demon was merely an experiment for Takaru. He had not expected to summon the very existence Rimuru had summoned in the original work. Perhaps it was due to the 25,000 sacrifices, or perhaps he was simply too idle. You are awake, my master. My sincere congratulations on your successful evolution into a demon lord. Seeing Takaru looking at him, Noir respectfully bowed. That feels rather awkward. Just call me Takaru. Looking at him, Takaru directly stated. Takaru, a peculiar name. Then, please permit me to address you as Takaru-sama from now on. Hearing Takaru's words, Noir spoke seriously. Do you have a name? Looking at him, Takaru asked calmly. No, I do not. It is sufficient for you to regard me as a nameless demon. Hearing Takaru's words, Noir spoke seriously. You said you wished to become my subordinate, correct? Looking at him, Takaru inquired again. Yes, Takaru-sama. Hearing Takaru's inquiry, Noir quickly responded. In that case, let me bestow a name upon you. Looking at him, Takaru spoke seriously. My sincerest gratitude. This is the greatest commendation for me. Hearing Takaru say this, Noir looked at Takaru with a trace of anticipation. If so, then your name shall be Diablo. Looking at Noir, Takaru adopted the naming Rimuru had given him in the original work. Diablo. Hearing Takaru's words, Noir murmured. I hope you will serve me from now on. Looking at him, Takaru spoke again. As Takaru confirmed it, a vast amount of mana rapidly surged forth from Takaru, enveloping Diablo. Takaru also noticed his mana directly decreased by 220,000. He knew that Diablo was truly formidable. Ram and the others, even together, would struggle to defeat him. Conversely, he would likely defeat them one by one. Diablo's enhancement was swift, completing in less than 5 minutes. Upon completion, Diablo looked at Takaru, and placed his right hand over his heart. Diablo, this is my name. My heart is filled with gratitude. Takaru-sama, from this day forth, I shall sincerely serve you. Looking at Takaru, Diablo once again declared his loyalty. I entrust matters to you from now on. Looking at him, Takaru revealed a slight smile. May I ask if there is anything requiring my service at present? Subsequently, Diablo eagerly requested a mission from Takaru. There are indeed several issues. I plan to seize the Falmouth Kingdom. It is one of the Western nations. Furthermore, I was attacked by the Western Holy Church this time, and killed their members. I may face retaliation from the Western Holy Church in the future. Looking at him, Takaru directly explained the situation. Is that so? Whatever worries you have, should you command it, I shall devote myself entirely to sharing your burden. Hearing Takaru's words, Diablo spoke seriously. I understand. By the way, the two behind you are. Looking at the two somewhat dazed demons behind Diablo, Takaru directly inquired. They are merely my followers. Takaru-sama, you have likely expended considerable mana just now. If you do not mind, please devour them. Looking at Takaru, Diablo said respectfully. Directly devouring them would be too wasteful. They can fight, can they not? Hearing his words, Takaru shook his head. Hearing Takaru's inquiry, Diablo nodded seriously. Very well. The two shall remain under your command. Regarding future battles, when it is inconvenient for me to act, I shall entrust them to you. Looking at Diablo, Takaru spoke seriously. To be able to fight for Takaru-sama. This is my honor. Hearing Takaru's words, Diablo said with a light laugh. Seeing his reverent demeanor, Takaru nodded. Subsequently, Takaru did not dwell further on the others. He turned his gaze to Esteth and the rest. His direct subordinates receiving the blessing was indeed a great help. Furthermore, his own race was now human demon. Takaru recalled that the demon Lord Leon also belonged to the same human demon race. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.